Morning, everybody. Good morning, sir. Uh, Welcome to the day 3 of Samudra Manthanam, a Dhara event on maritime traditions organized by Indian Knowledge System, Ministry of Education, with Ministry of Culture and Shiksha Anusandhan deemed to be university. Today, the topic will be maritime security and international law. Uh, Now, it's an honor for me to introduce our chairperson, Vice Admiral Raman Puri. Uh, Vice Admiral Raman Puri retired as Chief of Integrated Surface Command in 2006 after a distinguished service of 40 years in Indian Navy. Vice Admiral Puri in number of positions during his career. These include a destroyer and a carrier command, founder director of College of Naval Welfare, director staff recruitment, the flag officer offshore defense service group, the flag officer Maharashtra Naval Area, Fortress Commander, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Deputy Chief Naval Staff, and the Commander in Chief of Eastern Naval Command. During his tenure as CISC, issue defense planning process, defense acquisition process, joint operation, logistic, and training were dealt with in the form of higher defense and strategical level perspective. Currently, he is a distinguished fellow of VIF. Now, may I request Vice Admiral Raman Puri sir to kindly grace the chair and conduct the proceedings. Sir. Now, may I request the other panelists, Miss Radhika Dage, scholar and writer, analyst, distinguished fellow Vivekananda International Foundation. Madam, please grace the chair. May I request Vice Admiral Shekhar, Trustee Indian Foundation, New Delhi. Sir, kindly grace the chair. Now, may I request DI Sanatan Jana, Indian Coast Guard, Ministry of Defense, Pradeep, Odisha. Please, sir, grace the chair. Now, may I request Vice Admiral, sir, just kindly start the proceedings.
Today's session, as I see, is. Am I audible? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, all the panelists on the dais and the dignitaries sitting off the dais and dear children. Is that all right now? Okay, good. Uh, Today's session is on national security and international law, and I thought that before I really go on to asking the panelists to speak, I'll speak a little about what is in national security. In talking to various colleges, I get a feeling that the idea of what national security is a little hazy in the minds of our people. National security it has got components in it. It depends on your comprehensive national power. And comprehensive national power is just not the armed forces of the country. It includes how your diplomacy, what is your diplomatic power in the world? What is your status there? It includes your energy security. It includes your food security. It includes, your transportation security. I mean, it's a combination of many. It also includes what are your cultural values? What is how do you understand your own history? What is your education system? What is it standing in the community of nations? So all these factors combined, because education builds up your skill levels, it builds up your education levels. So what sort of manpower are you creating? So all combination of all this is factored into a frame which I call a comprehensive national power. But how is this national power to be exercised? It is exercised through what I call levers of power. And what are the levers of power a state has? You have got the strategic lever, which includes your armed forces, it includes uh, your foreign policy, your diplomatic policy. It includes you use the economic lever sometimes. You use the informational lever. And informational lever, I mean, when we were young, we didn't talk much about it. But information lever today includes influencing you cognitively, influencing your mind. Media plays a part in that. So all these are levers that you use to ultimately secure national interest, and national security is all about using all these levers of power, which are basically four, as I said: strategic, which includes armed forces, your diplomacy, which normally work hand in hand. Sometimes the armed forces go and um, your diplomatic service will back up what the armed forces have to do. Like the Ukraine war is taking place, there's war taking place, but there's a lot of diplomatic play going on, informational play going on, all going on simultaneously. A nation's ability to orchestrate all these factors, all the levers, to gain its self-interest constitutes and of course, your self-interest is not just your territorial integrity. It is also, you want to be an economic power in the world. You want to be able to exercise your sovereignty to its limits. So all these factors, you will have to orchestrate all these levers of power. And a nation's ability to do that constitutes its ability to ensure its national security. So I will not go into how each of these factors works and all, because some of the panelists will take them up. But as I see it today, when we are exercising our national security, we are in a world which is in transition today. There was, and the recent things that have taken place in China, where Xi Jinping has become actually one man leadership in that whole country. He is doing things, and and the goals China has stated for itself, which are its national security goals, are we will be a regional power by X time, I think somewhere 2030 or something, and we want to be a superpower, beat the United States at it in 2047. I mean, that's what their stated aim is. Then there is an existing superpower, which is the United States. And when such transition takes place in the world, largely, I have not known of a case in history where the ideologies don't match and these transitions have taken place peacefully. So you're saying that struggle has started off. Last year, things have started off. In this, what do we do to ensure our national interest? What are the levers of power we will use, and how will we orchestrate? The theme here is maritime and culture and education and all that. What role will it play in all this? How will it orchestrate or mesh into the other levers of power when they are to be used? That when you are making a statement in the United Nations, what do we do domestically or in the information sphere or in our media to uphold a stand better? For example, introducing yoga to the world is also, it has got its own implications. So my point is that so this world is in a transition, except for the Anglo-Saxons. I mean, US and Britain, They are basically both are Anglo-Saxon. So it is the transition of power there from Britain to the United States was not that difficult. They complement and they're complementing each other till today. Britain leaves the European Union and America welcomes it. And it may have actually contributed to this thing called Brexit also. So my point was that it's a complex subject, national security. We are not being with three panelists here. We are not going to cover the whole bit of it, but it's a subject for deep research as to how we are going to use our education facilities, our cultural goals to fit into for the nation to be able to orchestrate its national security best. And finally, I would say, in issues national security, there is no scope for emotion. If the world, the governance of the world, I feel, is worse than the worst governed country in the world. Maybe in Timbuktu or somewhere else, but the governance of the world is even worse than that. Because it is really a clash of self-interests, no morality involved. Our culture was not like that. Today, the phrase is all is fair in love and war. We didn't, we, I mean, if you go to Mahabharat, we had rules of war. War started when the sun rose and it ended when the sun set. Today, there are no such rules. Everything is fair. In our understanding, not everything is neither fair in love nor is it fair in war. I mean, that's whatever, but we today have to get away from that. But in this, I was taught in NDA that morality abroad and morality at home are two different things. Morality at home must be built around our own culture, our own value systems, which is not all is fair. Morality abroad is very different. It must be based on Chanakya Niti. It should be based on Arthashastra. It must be based on doing everything, Sam, Dan, Bhev, sab kuch karna hai to secure our national interest. And ultimately, our national interest is also to be at a higher level in the Committee of Nations, like everyone else is, and ensure that our economic, every other security and all that comprehensive power what builds up, we are able to do it in our own sovereign way. Okay, so I will not talk more than that, and I will now leave it to the panelists to further propagate this subject. Uh, I would first call on Admiral Shekhar Sinha, and he was the head of the. I mean, his biodata is really big. I will try and shorten it a bit with your permission, Shekhar. So he was the head of Western Naval Command and of the Indian Navy, and Western Naval Command is a primary command when we have to face the Pakistanis or West Asia. I mean, it's a huge region which he commanded. All the coasts on all the assets on the western coast came under him, and the Western Fleet was his primary asset. So all that he commanded. He commanded the series of frontline ships like INS Saryu, Shakti. Saryu is one of our latest ships. He also served as a joint director, Naval Air Staff at Naval Headquarters. He was granted the medal for Param. I think I missed out something, Shekhar. You can elaborate yourself. Yeah. uh, he was also he was awarded the Param Vishesha Seva Medal, the Vishish Seva, Ati Vishish Seva Medal, the Nausena Medal. I mean, so he's very well decorated officer for his services to the nation and to the Navy. After retirement, he's been a co-founder of Deep Strat, a, a think tank. Viceroy Sundar brings decades of experience as a combat naval aviator, commander of India's joint services that also cleared major military acquisitions and as head of the most significant operational command of the Indian Navy. So I leave it to Sena to please.
Thank you, Chair. As I was butting in and telling Admiral Puri that you are the one who made me sit on all those chairs and do what you wanted me to do. And I hope that I have done all that was required to be done. So thank you for all that very heavy introduction. So I'll take off from where Admiral Puri left as to, there is much more to many aspects of, the state power. And one of the powers is the domain of the maritime. But maritime itself is not by itself what you see. What I have done is I've shown a map here. Uh, I have purposely left it upside down just to tell you that in this entire world, or half the world, if you like, about 70% is water. Very little of land occasionally that you can see. The entire blue part is sea. So I'm just making a point by putting this map upside down so that you understand the extent of the sea. So we shouldn't get away with the idea that 70% of entire globe is water. And that brings me to another point which I want to make. And let's go back to this depicts that this water is washing the shores of over 35 countries, 19% of world GDP, 95% of world's population. 3.5% of world's population does not include China. We are only talking about the Indian Ocean actually, or Pacific is. What are we struggling with? Admiral Puri made some very, very instructive point. The one is the various kinds of people, various kinds of states that we are dealing with. And one of the important variations that we are dealing with all kinds of political systems. You have kingdoms, you have dictatorship, you have democracies, you have quasi-democracies, you have military rule, and whole lot in this entire area. And you also have, very significant composition of, different cultures. You have Islam, you have Christianity, you have Hinduism, you have Buddhism, you have all, you name it and it's there. You have Sikhism. So basically, it is one size does not fit all. And this is exactly what Admiral Puri was actually trying to highlight. The significant presence of major religions, as I mentioned, most states have emerged after Second World War. This is an important thing to remember, because when we are talking about changes, when we are talking about what changes we should bring, then we must realize that during the colonization, we were suppressed to use our prior knowledge. ये हमारे लिए नया नहीं है. These are all, they have been like this for, for centuries and centuries. But why is it that, because the other countries who colonized you, understand that, we have a maritime culture, and you are in a city which has got linked to maritime culture. You had Bali Yatra, you saw that what is happening. With every country in Southeast Asia. So why it did not flourish? Because it was not made to flourish by our colonizers. So that is to be remembered. So we have to take off from there. We are already on way up, but we have to continue moving, and we have to include this in our scheme of things. Now let me show you a second one. Can you show me the other slide, please? Um, yeah. Can it be enlarged a little bit? Yeah. Okay. What I have done is, you see these red lines. Now, these are broadly the lines on which the trade, the merchant ships actually traverse, taking trade from one part of the world to other part of the world. And you can see that how blessed we are in the Indian Ocean, that India is actually overlooking almost every important, and these are called sea lanes or sea lines of communication, SLOCs for short, for those of you who are not initiated to the Navy. Also, you will find I have put some red triangles at various points. Now, these are the narrow passages of water through which the ships must negotiate to come into Indian Ocean or get out of the Indian Ocean. And they are called the choke points because they can choke the traffic. Now, this is important to understand. And that brings me to give you some figures as to what figures are we talking about so that give you an idea about the trade that is traversing. The world's trade 2021 figure 44.4 trillion US dollars. Okay, it's a huge amount. Out of which this is about 27% higher than 2020. Probably it will go down because of COVID, but that has also increased the e-commerce. So, by and large, it should be there. Now, as far as the Asia Pacific region is concerned, this is important to remember. The total export from Asia Pacific is $4,469 billion and import is 3,971. So in total, we are talking about 8,441. Why I'm saying this? What are we securing? When I say maritime security, the subject given to me, what are we securing? We are securing these. We are securing the trade. We are securing the salience of communication, not only for ourselves, but for the world. Why? We believe Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam is actually, we practice. We don't want to attack anybody. We don't want to take anybody's, but we want to help them if somebody is attacking them or somebody is troubling them. So what are these? What are the threats broadly? The big threat are two very conventional threats, which are conflict between two nations. Right now, as Admiral Puri pointed out right in the beginning, there is a contestation in the world for supremacy of power. It's straight between the US and China. One saying I am more superior, other is saying I am more superior. And maritime power plays a very important role. Now, are we going to be drawn into this? Short answer is no, because we have maritime issues have been given to us. हमको विरासत में मिली है, हमको वहां से take off करना है. We have to take off from here. And don't think we should leave it to any third party. We have our own Indian Ocean to take care of. We've got a large number of littorals. And if we can make sure that this area is peaceful, because trade is linked to your prosperity. 95% of our trade is overseas. अगर trade नहीं होगा तो हमारी prosperity नहीं बढ़ेगी. इसलिए we have to look at it from that point of view. Now, are these everybody is going here and there just like that? No. One is a traditional threat which I mentioned. There are a lot of non-traditional threats. In fact, I for one believe, and I don't know whether Admiral Puri, he's been my very, very superior, agree or not. But actually speaking, there's nothing like a non-traditional threats because they happen so often. I think they are more traditional than the traditional threats. Traditional threats don't happen. War doesn't take place every now and then. You have earthquake, you have tsunami, you have flooding, you piracy, you have narcotics trafficking, you have human trafficking, you have terrorism at sea. So all these have to be handled on daily basis. If we have to give peace in the region, then we have to make sure that everybody else is peaceful. You have to address their problem as well. And therefore, it is important for us to keep an eye. We should know who's where and how do we go and address those issues. So that will come little later, but I will cut it short to say 2, 3 things. Number one, are there any laws governing all this? Yes, there are laws governing. What is called the United Nations Convention on Laws of the Sea. UNCLOS 1983 का बना हुआ है. Every country has, by and large, every country is signed. But same countries are now backing out. They're not giving it respect. Why? Admiral Puri gave an example of China. He thinks ये सारा कुछ हमारा है, everything is mine. So he thinks the laws are also for him to make. So we are in a very, very tough situation that do we buy this argument of China or do we try and modify the United Nations Convention of Laws on the Sea? What do we do? So let us do what we can do with ourselves. That will require larger sort of committee of nations to come together in United Nations or somewhere else. So we have one clause. We can have a separate lecture on that. But large number of countries are either not interpreting it properly, or there are loopholes in the laws which they are exploiting. And China and America are doing just that. Depending upon who's their friend, who's not their friend, they will, they will use it. So that is one. Lastly, since I am coming close to 10 minutes of my talk that I am given, uh, oh, thank you very much, sir. Thank you for being kind, sir. So the point is that, can we do something? Yes, we are doing something. Lots of things are happening, particularly after 2014, after Prime Minister Modi and his government has come. They have got this acronym called SAGAR, which is security and growth for all in the region. Because I think, because he belongs to a maritime state, he's been a chief minister of Gujarat for a long time. Possibly his understanding is better than many of the prime ministers that we have. And I say this with a lot of conviction. And therefore, has drawn attention of the country. Every bilateral agreement which is signed, you will find that maritime security is positively one of the points. What do we mean by maritime security? Just to secure these particularly non-traditional threats. अगर पीस टाइम में हम आपको कहेंगे हम आपके दोस्त हैं, प्रूव कर दें, तब तो वॉर टाइम में आप हमारे साथ रहोगे. Otherwise, you will not be with us. So therefore, that Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam and Sagar actually go hand in hand. उसके बाद वो एक्ट ईस्ट की पॉलिसी बनी, वो चल रहा है बहुत अच्छा. नेबरहुड फर्स्ट, all this is pointing at this. Are we the sort of first people to realize? No. This has been for centuries. You go back into history, go back into Mahabharata, as was quoted, you will find that keeping your neighbor with you has always been a very important feature. So much so that one of the British viceroys who was in India, 43rd or 45th, Lord Curzon, he made 3 points, 3 tenets, which I will not mention all 3, but just to suffice to say that the Mughals made the Indians believe that all your threat is from land, and therefore we remained very land centric. We didn't look at sea, and the Britishers cashed on this. They came through sea to Calcutta, East India Company, but they didn't want you to progress, and therefore there was a complete, hold or little lackadaisical approach towards the maritime issue. ना तो हमारे पोर्ट्स बड़े, ना तो हमारी शिप बिल्डिंग बहुत बड़ी. यहाँ कलिंगा का देखिए बोट बनता था. आप देखिए लोथल में चले जाइए, गुजरात, यू गो ऑन द वेस्ट कोस्ट, everywhere they have this separate type of boat which they build, but it did not progress. Now we are in the process, and this is what needs to be taken forward. Revive our old shipbuilding and take it forward to include the modern gadgets in the modernity, so that उस समय के लिए वो ठीक था, but now we need to change. So what he what he said, Lord Curzon, that India's security and greatness were intimately linked to the maritime routes and the choke points connecting it, which Europe had actually suppressed it. So look at it, Lord Curzon was not a very liked viceroy, but he made some very good points, so we must acknowledge this. The one of the points, the last point he made, building influence in neighboring spaces required India to offer an attractive commercial and strategic alternative to the charm of its rivals. Who is our rival? Right now, China. वो जो कर रहा है, हम ऐसी चीजें ऑफर करें अपने नेबर्स को, so that they can sort of get little worried, and that is what we should do. This required an active rather than passive foreign policy aimed at integration of neighboring states into India's economy, infrastructure, and communication. And I'll put a stop to this because I know that our next speaker is going to speak on this. But the fact remains that what is it that we are going to do? We have to integrate the neighbors. That is one important aspect. Carve out our own committee of nations in the Indo-Ocean region and build a friendly neighborhood if we have to progress. You forget about what is happening in the world. Okay, we have enough power. As the economy improves, our power will improve, and therefore we should be able to take them. Navy will become bigger. But Navy alone does not make maritime power. You got ports, you got infrastructure, you got the administrative issues, the customs, and what have you, and medical, quick movement inside the port, handling of transportation, shipbuilding, merchant shipbuilding, not war shipbuilding. So these are all part of maritime power. Maritime power is a comprehensive national power, as Admiral Puri was saying. It is not that it's sort of Navy power. No, Navy is not maritime. Navy is only component of maritime power. We have to use all the levers of the state, right? So that is what it is. Unclause, possibly time to review. And so these are 3 points that we should relook at the unclause and carve out our own area of influence by offering better this thing and integrate the neighbors into our communication, uh, infrastructure, and the economic systems. Thank you for your patience.
Admiral Sena has made some very important points, which he has summarized himself. So I will not go around summarizing them once more. Uh, the little that I would say is this Vasudeva Kutumbakam is our cultural value. But how we project it has to be totally in our self-interest. I don't, that age of philanthropy, we must be very hard-nosed about this philanthropy also. As I see that, then, we have to first deal with our neighbors. Neighbors will come to us. Whenever they are in problem, they'll come to us. If there's an earthquake in Nepal, they are here. If there's a problem in Sri Lanka, as it has happened, but we have got to be a little hard-nosed now. It can't be that when it comes to help, they come to us, and at the same time, they say, "Bhai, China, tum yahan pe ye kar lo." Probably it has happened due to various policies that have been formed, but we have to exercise Vasudeva Kutumbakam properly in a manner that we are able to export our values also over there, which are fair. In our neighborhood, there is so many commonalities. We are going to build on them, yes. But that's one part I would like to little amplify as to what Admiral Sena had said. The others, I agree, as far as laws are concerned, as I said, they are lawfare. It is use and misuse of law. You can, for example, UNCLOS exists. The world, the Court of Justice, the International Court of Justice, clearly gave a decision, whatever the judges give, a judgment, yeah. Clearly gave a judgment upholding what the Philippines said. But China has refused to go by it. So to an extent, people will interpret laws in their own way, and to an extent, you then require power to be able to do that. So power, law, use, misuse, all. But without power, it is very difficult to enforce laws in the international sphere also. When China now is saying a land-dash line, that which practically means the whole of South China Sea is mine. Every other state has no exclusive economic zone. Everything is mine. So there are disputes over there. And India has to see what foreign policy we want to play that promotes our interests in this region. And of course, it will help it will be mutually beneficial to the countries in South. And our Act East policy will try and do that. And there, I do believe culture has a great role to play. whether it is Southeast Asia, whether it is, I mean, that Radhika will come better on, but their culture has our cultural systems have a great role to play. So I leave it now. Can you give me that so that I can tell them who you are? Yeah. So Radhika is a scholar whom I have known personally for, I think, maybe 10, 12 years now. Is a scholar, writer, and analyst with an experience on a wide range of subjects ranging from radicalization in the state of Kerala to the geopolitics of Indo-Pacific to counter space technologies. I mean, her interests her interests are very wide, and sometimes I wonder what sort of a day she keeps. She probably works into the night to be able to do all this. And she's with a lot of good institutions where she passes on this knowledge, like IDSA or the Vivekananda Foundation. Number of papers you will find written by Radhika there. Her area of focus at the Vivekananda International Foundation has been applications of science and technology in national security and strategic matters. She has got published with Outlook India and other vernacular print media on various tropical aspects in this discipline. She holds a master's degree in defense and strategic studies from the Punjab University. And so over to you, Radhika. Please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Admiral Puri, for that introduction, and Admiral Sinha for such an elaborate introduction to the subject. And I'm going to straight away pick up from where Admiral Sinha and the previous panelists have left us. So, since past 2 days, we've been talking about the revival of our history and the maritime heritage that we have inherited. But I would like to talk about a few aspects where we may be able to supplement our history and not supplant it. So I have a very simple hypothesis. We take the history which is in the present and we integrate it into the future. So this points out at a very integrated instead of an isolated approach, which I'll be expanding on during the course of my PPT. So when we talk about security, we also have to talk about threats. So because achieving security or a sense of security cannot be done without eliminating the threats. And when we talk about threats, it's the threat perception for a nation, which is unique to every nation. So as time has passed, there has been an expansion, a horizontal expansion of threat perception. For instance, uh, what was a quest for the sovereignty till now is now actually a matter of survival. And till now, we've been using treaties and the laws which Admiral just pointed out at. We've been using all these laws to maintain our sovereignty in this maritime realm. However, now it's also a question of survival because we're in the age of ballistic missiles, and very recently we heard the news that Russia's fleet was actually shot by Ukrainian anti-ship cruise missiles, or so they claim. So this is one of the other aspects which has emerged with time. Apart from this, there is an additional threat where foreign ships are being docked in your vicinity, in the other ports, and that is also a perceived threat to our maritime security. Apart from this, there are the non-traditional security threats, which again you have an idea about by now. So the non-traditional threat is not a new concept. It has been there since inception. However, now the countries are countering this threat through mercenaries, or what we call the PMSCs, which are the private military security companies. So I think one aspect of this is we're trying to bypass the international laws through the use of mercenaries, among all the other reasons why mercenaries are used by states. But through uh, these contracts, we are able to bypass the international laws. And as we've seen in the South China Sea, states are actually tweaking international laws according to their interest, as Admiral Puri mentioned. Uh, and it's about how much power you back up your power projection with. The third and the most important one, according to me, is the blockades along the temporal straits. So I think this will be more clear with the next couple of slides. But this compels us to look at compels us to look at the geosociological challenges and opportunities, along with the geopolitics, along with a very sound geopolitical strategy, which the scholars today talk about. So from through the threat perception, through this slide, I've tried to give a horizontal view of the maritime security, where the uh, threats have changed only forms over the period of time, but it's still there and it was always there. Next. So we've heard a lot about India's connection with Sri Lanka or Ceylon, but I would say it's now Sri Lanka and not Ceylon. And there have been a lot of events that have changed Sri Lanka's destiny. Of course, the long civil war that we are all aware of, and this kind of internal turmoil has actually been leveraged by both the internal players as well as the external players. This instead has led to a majority syndrome, which is real or perceived, but the majority syndrome where there's a majority Sinhala population with a minority complex. So they're fearful of the dominance by the minority because of their existence in the nearby territory. So this cannot be negated. This has changed the character of the Sinhala society, the Sri Lankans. So when you talk about India's connection to Sri Lanka, I would also like to question Sri Lanka's connection with India, because I feel some of you might agree that it has either weakened or been replaced with time. Um, to actually probe into this question, I visited Sri Lanka in the month of April this year, and there were a few interesting findings which I'd like to share with you all here. So I happened to go there and learn from the native Kandian dance from a Kandian teacher, and her her first reaction and her reaction till the last date was she expressed a lot of disappointment in the lack of Indian interest in learning Sri Lankan dance. So a lot of disappointment from an artist side. I learned a bit of uh, the language. I learned a few sentences, and I would try to use them whenever I was with the locals. And there also, I heard a lot of complaints, which was sometimes subtle, but they would say a Chinese diplomat here will make all efforts to talk to us in Sinhala, but Indian diplomats don't express that kind of interest. Thirdly, when so I landed there right in the middle of the economic crisis, at the peak rather, and there was news of the aid flowing from India. And while I was living with a I was living with the Candian family, one of the heads of the family actually said it in a very subtle way that yes, soon we are going to become a colony of India. So these are the kind of thoughts which are actually there in the society. And And India is the big elephant in the room today for Sri Lanka. So, how do we unfreeze what was frozen in time? And this is what I mainly want to convey through my slide. And I'd also like to talk about some positives from my visit. Um, I was with families, and I found that our values, our our lifestyle, the way we see life, the way we treat early, the sacredness for life, the love for nature. This all is very common with the Sri Lankan people. And then I realized um, that it's not about where our values are coming from, what our history is teaching us, what our identity suggests today, but it's actually about a collective civilizational value system. If we can tap on that, if we can find that, we can appreciate that, we can nourish it with time, it's actually going to lead to a very harmonized and a cohesive unit around India for India. For instance, uh, like all of us live in residential spaces, and we see that our neighbor actually assures us the kind of security that someone else might not be able to. So, going through the same analogy, I would like to point out that this will actually lead to a very harmonized unit in our neighborhood for us, for them, and it would work both ways. So I think we're very well versed with the encirclement policy by now, but I'd also like the audience to probe into the entrustment policy, which can actually help us build better relations in our neighborhood. And this can be primarily done through three ways, three modes. One is, of course, the government to government. Second is commerce, which again we've been talking about. But one of the policies which we haven't paid a lot of attention on is the tourism policy. And here I'd like to point out that right after the crisis, the Sri Lankan community reached out to a lot of Indian community people from the Indian community to increase their tourist activities in Sri Lanka. So this is also one of the ways where we can help the cultural exchange. We can actually exchange what we have in common, and of course, in a very respectable way, agreeing to their unique identities, while at the same time talking about our collective values. Here, I'd also like to talk about another very strategic and natural partner of India, which is Myanmar. So the announcement of Act East Asia policy was actually done in Myanmar at one of the summits in 2014 by Prime Minister Modi. And this is, of course, geographically the closest country to Andaman and Nicobar Islands, which takes a back seat when we're talking about Myanmar. So it's not only a natural partner of ours, but it's a natural partner for Sri Lanka, and it's a natural partner for the Southeast Asian countries because of the common linkage of Theravada Buddhism. Uh, so my hypothesis says that we can probably act on East only from Myanmar via Sri Lanka, and we should give up on the idea that it's merely a gateway to our common neighbor, but we should think of it um, think of Myanmar as our only connection with the East and the South both, as our connection with the East and South simultaneously. So we don't divert from the common value system, which I have, of course, impressed upon in my last slide. And there are few common areas of interest that Myanmar and India also share. And these observations are, of course, these observations are remote because I haven't yet got a chance to visit Myanmar. But I worked with a Burmese organization, and my findings say that we have a lot in common. And our fight against the foreign funding, against the imposition of foreign values in our societies remains common to both the countries and remains very important to both the countries. But of course, I think this will need an all encompassing approach through foreign policy, defense policy, cultural diplomacy at the government to government level, and also at a human to human level where we are considering all aspects of the society, beginning from commerce to tourism to government to culture, to actually intermingle along with each other and uh, create a very harmonized unit in our neighborhood. Thank you. Just one last slide, which uh, yes, just something that I had to convey. Last one. Just this, sir. I wanted to say we must not let history become our crutches, but instead make it our wings. So we should, of course, keep going back to history, but use it for the future. Thank you.
So Radhika has put forward to us a very vast area, but reduced it to two areas just to bring out as to how much scholarship is required to be able to move in this direction. There are, faculties of international studies practically in every college, in every. How do we, remodify our syllabus and syllabi to also serve national interest, national security? How do we do that? Language training, how do we bring that about? And how do we contact, we say, academia industrial relationship. How is it? How is the relationship between the academia, their research, their findings to be made into a policy measure to be exercised by the practitioners who are going to actually use those levers of power? So how do we, take our education system in areas, whether it is agriculture, whether it is energy, in all these areas, what is it that we need? What does our study bring out to aid progressing those areas towards uh, ensuring our self-interest in the comity of nations? And there, just like there has to be public-private partnership, here also you require public governmental partnership, public business partnership, all orchestrated by some organization. Probably is the National Security Council, the Prime Minister's office. This has got to get orchestrated in the external sphere. Much of it is not that these things are not totally not happening, but I think much more can be done. So I now call upon Mr. V.J. Matthews. Oh, he's not here? Matthews has not come. उनका बायोडेटा मुझे दे दिया. I now call on, I thought he be here anyway. I now call on DIG Snathan Jana. Presently, Snathan Jana is the Deputy Inspector General of the Indian Coast Guard, Ministry of Defence. He has a vast experience of 29 years in teaching, training and administration, management of establishment, security of establishment, project management, disaster management, and human resources management. All that is required to progress our security in areas where the Coast Guard deals with. They have a vast responsibility in this nation, and actually, what they are doing now, in my time, we had to do it as part of the Navy, and we found that the job was becoming a bit too much, and actually, the Navy helped creating the Coast Guard at that stage. Now they have grown up into an organization which is vast on its own. Right? Oh, thank you.
Morning, everybody. It is still morning. Okay, I was thinking with so much of going late, we'll be landing up in the afternoon. दुनिया में दो किस्म के लोग होते हैं जो दुनिया उसके बारे में बताते हैं, इंट्रोडक्शन देती है, और एक किस्म के लोग होते हैं जो अपने बारे में खुद बताता है. ठीक है. It is incumbent on me to tell you people who am I, what am I dealing with before I speak to you, so that you know it is correctly. I am audible. I am DIG Sanatan Jaina, having 32 years of service in Indian Coast Guard. I am having double MSc degree, MSc Nuclear Physics, MSc Nautical Science, and Diploma in Strategy and Policy from US Navy for 6 months course I have done. And I am a Gita Charya. I am a social activist and work on value system in the society. Okay. Being in a Maritime Security Force, that is Indian Coast Guard, for 29 years. I was State Commander Kerala, State Commander West Bengal, and different capacities I have worked. Commanded all types of ships, AOPV, PCV, OPV, ACV operation. I was telling somebody during the hostility period or the Cold War period. I was commanding one ACV in Indo-Sri Lanka border. What is the real ground reality we know? And I have spent a few nights in the Indo-Bangladesh border in the mid of the Sundarbans to fight off Rohingyas, Bangladeshi illegal immigrants. Okay, with that introduction, I'll go forward. Once again, good morning, everybody. Vice Admiral retired Raman Puri sir, Vice Admiral retired Sekhar Sinha sir, dear madam, and distinguished audience. At the outset, I convey my sincere thanks to organizers for giving opportunity for Indian Coast Guard to be part of this discussion and putting up my points. Definitely, it goes without saying, without the force or representative from a force which deals with the maritime security, it is not possible to conduct this type of discussion. As you all know, peace is the ultimate need of mankind and the base for sustainable human civilization on earth. Ladies and gentlemen, you might be thinking a discussion on maritime security is being organized by Ministry of Education, Ministry of Culture, facilitated by SOA University at Bhubaneswar. Or does it look something wild? No. There is a deep relationship between education, culture, security, and peace. A sound education policy generates respect for security, which results peace. In turn, a culture of peaceful living prevails in the society. I think I have established the relationship between Ministry of Education with maritime security. As you all know, threats to maritime security is a need-generated response. Every activity of the human being is a need-generated response. The response is the threat that you see in the ground. Need is generated somewhere else. Perhaps it in your childhood, during education, or in your family background, that need is generated there. The response, that is threat, addressing the threat, is done by Ministry of Defense through Indian Navy and Indian Coast Guard on the field. But the need has to be addressed suitably at the childhood period or at the social level, so that the threat is reduced. The respect for security is enhanced in the society and threat is reduced. That is why the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Culture, and all educational institutions play a major role in shaping the future of the society by inculcating the value system in the society. What our senior citizens or what our children, after getting the education, stepping into the institutional and social life, what they should do. Okay, now I will come back to the maritime security. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the international activities have shifted from land border to sea border, seaside, maritime domain. As a result, the maritime security world over has become the center of attention and got due attention by the policymakers. For this reason, we are here. And to deal with the maritime threats, the law of convention has been the laws of the sea convention has been enacted in 1982 when the uh, mm, management of sea was management of the ocean resources were coming up and there is conflicts are coming up. Okay. The convention provides a legal framework through which states organize their law enforcement assets for maintaining safety and security through international networks and coalitions. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you, it's okay, there is a law, everybody accepts that, and it is universally accepted. Out of the countries in the world, around 95% of countries have accepted it. And they are definitely, no doubt, they are working towards it. But now question is the law sufficient to deal with the contingencies or maritime security threats? I'll give you some few examples. Basically, the involvement of so many countries, so many different agencies is a very, very disturbing factor, which is not allowing the law enforcement agencies or flag state or state of control, flag state or coastal state to implement the laws of the sea. Okay, we'll discuss few of the examples that we'll discuss. We'll come to know. एक एग्जाम्पल मैं बता रहा हूं. सपोज हमको पता है हिंदी में एवरीबॉडी कंफर्टेबल. ओके, नाउ सपोज मैं एक बता रहा हूं आपको. हम ये चाहते हैं इंडिया से कोल शिफ्ट और इंडिया से कोल शिफ्ट करेंगे फिलीपींस. See, I will tell you how many the non-mariner people will be able to appreciate how difficult it is. Okay, a ship of the company A, company which is of country A, registered in B, operated by a company of country C. See how many countries are involved. Okay, manned by 20 people of 4 countries, right? D, E, F, G. Okay, then crew is provided by another country, another company of country K, or somebody may count. Okay, then cargo is being shifted from one country X to Y. How many countries? Okay, around 9-10 okay. And if some crime happens takes place on board the ship, the crime has been planned in some other country with a national from some other country, and that crime, the substance, the articles were transported in this vessel, and the crime was committed in another country. Can you find out how to deal with such a situation? As admirals have already told, there is so much of loopholes in the laws of sea. Ladies and gentlemen, 82 में ये law बना था, but अभी भी revision हुआ नहीं. Though we know that glaringly there are some few mistakes or a few loopholes, we know that okay there is something, but we have not attempted it. But something for some reason or other. I'll tell you about some few threats about that we experience in the maritime area, that is transnational crime, trafficking of drugs and psychotropic substances, transshipment of arms and ammunition, piracy, armed robbery, poaching, smuggling, conflict arising out of control of seabed resources. Another important threat is illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing vessels. That is a very serious threat to our security. Apart from this, I'll tell you another 3 interesting facts about maritime security, which is threats to maritime security. A floating armory, privately contracted armed security personnel. Anybody knows what is floating armory except our marine people? For them, I'll just explain it. Armory we mean where arms and ammunition are housed, kept, and issued to the authorized personnel as and when required. Floating armory means a ship in which arms and ammunition are kept with privately contracted armed security personnel. Okay, it is available in the mid-sea. Then what is the requirement of this? You see, there is on board this at sea, there are piracy infested areas. Piracy, you know, hijackers. Piracy infested areas, and when a merchant ship passes through that, the pirates attack it, capture the ship, take it away, or they can take the whole ship also. I'll come up with some examples. Okay, real examples. This type of floating armories are available at the beginning of the piracy infested area. When merchant ship passes, it contacts that floating armory, gets the people on board with arms and ammunition, passes through the piracy infested area safely. At the other end, there is another floating armory. It disembarks the personnel and arms ammunition to that and moves on. Okay. This appears to be a very good arrangement, you know. Eh? But you see, there is no institutional and legal frameworks to control these floating armories. Now, today it is keeping 10 AK-47 rifles and 1000 rounds. Tomorrow it will keep 100, 200, 300, 400. That means it will be a sailing depot, unauthorized sailing depot at mid-sea. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, it is high time for all of us to concentrate on this type of activity and have regulations and institutional frameworks. In one such incident, MV Seaman Guard Ohio, with arms and ammunition, privately contracted security armed forces, it closed India. Anchored in 2013, anchored near Tuticorin. Coast Guard apprehended it, handed over to police. You people might be thinking they might have been given highest punishment, correct? They all were acquitted. Because there is no such rules, regulation, acts in India. Now, there might be, it should, ये भी हो सकता था कि कोई fisherman fishing boat में 10-15 AK-47 rifles sneaked or smuggled to India, हो भी सकता था. Until now, there is no such attempt has been made to arrest, look this whole gap, stop this gap. Another threat is coming up, that is maritime autonomous vehicle. It is being developed all everywhere, used for different activities like research, security, surveillance, transportation of goods. It can also be utilized for commission of crime at sea. And it is called maritime autonomous vehicle. Okay? And there is no institutional and legal frameworks in UNCLOS. Okay. As you know, having said about the threats and the difficulties that we face, to deal with the threats, India has two major maritime forces, IN and ICG. ICG is mandated to join IN during hostilities. Two agencies are working with great synergy. During peacetime requirements, whenever required, IN supplements with assets to meet the operation. Apart from benign responsibilities, ICG since inception has undertaken 153 anti-smuggling operations, seized contraband worth 14,191.5 crores. In 2022 alone, 46 crew have been arrested, contrabands worth 2,265.5 crores have been seized in 6 separate incidents. The anti-smuggling operations are conducted around the clock, and anti-piracy operations are also conducted around the clock. I'll cite few more examples. It happened in November 99. One ship with 45 crores of aluminum ingots sailed from one destination, and of Philippines, and the pirates attacked it, captured the ship. 15 Indonesian crew were put in the lifeboat, and they were left at the mercy of the sea. Subsequently, on 16 November 99, ICG launched an operation and apprehended the vessel. Subsequently, the basic crew were handed over to police, but again they were acquitted because there are no specific legislation recognizing piracy as an offense. Since then, we are trying to have an anti-piracy bill. It is still under consideration. I request a representative of Ministry of Education and Ministry of Commerce to impress upon the concerned authorities in this regard. In another incident on 6 February 21, 28 Somali pirates were captured. 24 Thai fishermen, those who were taken hostage, they rescued. But in this case, since it happened in Indian waters under IPC, they were punished. Because irony of the case, in this case, nobody contested for them. In previous cases, there were so many people, those who are fighting for them. That's why perhaps they were okay. Now, these are the issues where we require attention of policymakers to make a maritime scenario, maritime security foolproof. Otherwise, the enemies, the threats, every time will be at our doorstep. Like any other, whenever any law is being passed at the international level, that has to be domesticated. Unfortunately, it takes a good amount of time in our country to domesticate it. As a result, we are not able to implement it fully. And another area of problem is historical waters. There is no definition or clear-cut no definition in of historical waters in UNCLOS. But internationally, the concept of historical waters, which is a customary law. हिस्टोरिकल वाटर्स मतलब मैं ये पानी में सदियों से काम कर रहा हूँ, मैं फिशिंग कर रहा हूँ, मैं एक्टिविटी कर रहा हूँ, ये वाटर मेरा है. दैट इज द कंसेप्ट ऑफ हिस्टोरिकल वाटर्स. बट नथिंग इज मेंशन्ड इन UNCLOS. But as a customary law, countries follow it. This is the point where the South China Sea has become a bone of contention at the international level and at the regional level. That means everybody is saying, okay, I was also operating here. Philippines is my wreck is also here. My last ship or one of the ship was here. It sank. Okay, I was also using this. Every neighboring country is telling that, okay, we are using that. But no. डंडा जिसका है भेष उसका ही है. चाइना के पास तो पावर है. Now China has told nothing doing. I am bloody master of this area, headmaster. You people back up. Okay, South China is mine. Similarly, we have also, as a part of historical waters, we have declared Gulf of Mannar as our territorial waters. Okay, Parkway as our internal waters, which is against the international UNCLOS. But it is not contested by Sri Lanka. Okay, because it is not affecting anybody. But USA at times carries out the freedom of navigation in Gulf of Mannar. Parkway to aate nahi ho, Gulf of Mannar, and it protests at this level. Okay, these are the what I am to tell you people, that international to maintain the maritime security, uh, law of sea is playing a very pivotal role. Its domestication is very, very important. And is also very, very important. I'll tell you one example of Enrica Lexi. Enrica Lexi people might be knowing. Nobody knows. Okay. Enrica Lexi is an incident in which Enrica Lexi, a Italian flagged vessel, was transiting at 20 nautical miles off Kerala in 2014 or I'm just forgetting it. Okay. In 2012, in February 2012, on February 2012, 15 February 2012, the Italian Marines, which were on board the ship to provide the, what is that, 1 minute, sir. Okay, security. They fired at the crew, fired at the two fishermen, then died. Okay. Subsequently, our Supreme Court ruled in our favor. It was the case was moved to International Court, Tribunal Court. Okay. They also, to a very great extent, favored in decided in our favor. But Italy, India, equation, political equation, and international relationship. Okay. That is decided to a very great extent in our favor, but it is not what the way we are thinking. Okay. Now, maritime security, I told you what is the maritime security and how UNCLOS is playing to correlate or coordinate the security requirements through all the stakeholders. Unless the stakeholders stick to the principles or adapt to the requirements of the maritime law enshrined in the laws of sea, it will be difficult for us. And early domestication of the provisions of the maritime law by the concerned country or state, coastal state, is a very, very crucial requirement. And till now, whatever we have failed, the fisheries bill, anti-piracy bill, and some more few more regimes. Time is not there. It is a vast topic. If you Google it, what regime you want for to make the maritime security stronger, you will come to know. Okay. I have not taken all this stuff from my home and telling you people. It is just study and research and experience, of course. Okay. Yes, sir. And basically, domestication, respect for the law, and legislation of humor acts to make it a foolproof. Thank you all. Thanks for nice patient hearing.
Okay. So we have got 10 minutes for questions. I suppose we can deal with about 2 to 3 questions, and I would request whoever is responding to them to do it quite briefly. And let them be questions and not large comments. So, anybody from the audience, please.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Lieutenant Commander Amit Sahani. Sir, my question is about maritime security. I am not asking about the role of Indian Navy in it, but the other aspects as Admiral Shekhar Sinha has encompassed about the all security areas, just like the food security or foreign policies and all. So my question is, sir, are we really maritimely secure in the surrounding the neighbors that you spoke about, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam? We are surrounded by many literal countries whom we help them in their needs, but they have a dual policy towards primarily China. We help these Maldives, Myanmar, Sri Lanka also. And in other stances, they deal with China. Even they have more better relationship with China rather than with India.
Thank you, Amit. Good question. The short answer is that a lot of things which are visible on the surface, as far as our bilateral relations are concerned, um, they don't really reflect the relationship. For example, I'll just give you one example like Hamban Tota, which is in news these days. The agreement with the Chinese port company, Chinese ship port company, which is the holding company of this port, is that the any warship entry or exit in that port will be with the express permission of the Sri Lankan Navy. And the Sri Lankan Navy and we have an agreement just prior to this Sambantota port being leased, where they are duty bound by that agreement to inform you and then come to some conclusion. So to say that you see, Sri Lanka is also sovereign country. You cannot impose your will on Sri Lanka. But the point is that yes, we suggested that the ship can do the tracking or whatever it wants even without coming into the port. But he had to come into the port for an hour, really. So you're right. We are all aiming in that direction. That Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam hona chahiye. Will you, if you say that are we secured at the moment? I would hazard to say that yes, we are fairly secured. We haven't had any uh, terror activity like 26/11. A lot of improvements have been done, and a lot of improvements will be done because you cannot be 100% watching the entire coastline. You know how big is the sea. If you stand in the peninsula, you're talking about 3,000 kilometers of diameter. You're required to monitor this entire area. Things are happening in that direction. The maritime domain awareness, the Indo-Pacific maritime domain awareness will give us little more. So, firstly, you should know who's where before you want to do something. So, I would say that you should be quite confident that yes, as far as our country is concerned, it will not be harmed.
I think we will place bilateral discussion outside. Anuradha, you wanted to come in?
Good afternoon. I'm Captain Beg from Adani Ports. Sir, DIG Jena spoke about the UNCLOS and the measures or something like that. But as we know, we have 7,500 kilometer coastline. I just have one query that is it not our security still for us? Because do we equipped with to guard such a long coastline? First thing is that, and there is nothing demarcation of. Though we have marine police, then the coast guard, then the navy comes. We don't have what as a user we see don't have any demarcation on that actually. First thing. Second thing is that coastlines are closed by like Bangladesh, Myanmar. The fisheries are so porous that they can come and there is another incident can happen.
Yeah. Ash, would you like to answer?
Your question is, are we secured in similar line? Okay. I must answer, we are fairly secured. Okay. If you see, there is electronically we are monitoring the coast for almost gap-free area. There is no gap. Almost gap-free electronic surveillance is maintained by CSN network. Ships are on patrol. Lead intelligence agency which is working in the coastal areas, it is working. They're silently working. Okay, and there is a great synergy between the maritime forces, stakeholders of coastal security. I think everything fall in place. You pointed out one major thing, that is IUU, that is illegal, unregulated, unregistered fishing vessels, unreported fishing vessels. That is a major concern in our construct. But Fisheries Department, state government, central government, Coast Guard, they're working very closely. It is to a very great extent is under control. If somebody is coming close to your assets, don't think that it is not being monitored. It is being monitored by your nearest CCN network. Okay, thank you.
Can I?
So I will only just add to that, unlike the land, you got an RTO who regulates traffic, he gives you a license, you got a highway, there are rules. Sea is a little open area. There is no RTO over there. And there are international ships coming. So it's a complicated matter to enforce law at sea. But beyond that, the Indian Navy, way back, I think I was deputy chief at that time, maybe 20 years ago, we had started asking for a maritime security coordinator. The first paper was written. Various ministries had to agree, and some ministry did not agree, and then it went into cold storage. But thereafter, both the Navy and I suppose the Coast Guard also have been constantly taking up that to be able to coordinate the number of agencies that are operating at sea. There is offshore, there are fisheries, then there is going to be deep sea mining, there are what is called unregulated fishing coming over here. There are agriculture, fisheries is with agriculture, shipping and transport is with another ministry. To regulate all this now, I think this government, I must say kudos to them. They have appointed a maritime security coordinator in the National Security Council. It has taken us almost, but that's how things move. Taken us that much effort, but there is a maritime security coordinator, and hopefully what you're saying that there is no demarcation, all that will get sorted out. But it will also take time because there are interests and interests and interests. And that happens in every nation. Bureaucracy does not work in a very straightforward fashion. There will be what you call बरादरी का interest जरूर होता है, हर एक जगह होता है, वहाँ भी है. So I would leave it at that. Manurada, please comment.
Yes. So coming from the Ministry of Education, I was just wondering, and one of the objectives also is to come up with this vision document 2047. I was wondering that how important is it for the average citizen to understand about maritime security? And what kind of difference can that make to the overall efforts of those who are in power to actually implement maritime security? So why should it be desirable that an Aam Aadmi knows about it? Also from a practical point of view.
No, it is practical. You see, apart from legal and institutional frameworks, we must have obligation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have number of institutional frameworks, legal frameworks, but obligation nahi hai hamare paas. Okay. So far as maritime security is concerned, maritime security, safety and security, both it concerns is goes about your environmental pollution, search and rescue, basically maintaining a safer and calmer sea and cleaner sea. It is maritime security, and safety and security all mean. Okay. Now, you make n number of legal and institutional frameworks. If you are not obliged to it, nothing can be done. Correct? Okay. जैसे आई एम फॉरगेटिंग दैट श्लोका ओनली, जिसमें बताया गया है कि दैट ओके जो क्या समुंदर हमारा धरती माँ का वस्त्र है, नहीं? ओके. एंड धरती माँ का होने हमारे विष्णु का पत्नी है. I am not saying you go to that extent and be basic spiritually and all this stuff, but you develop a little bit of obligation towards it. What is the importance of the ocean in your day-to-day life? Perhaps that thing should come into our day-to-day syllabus. From childhood, a child must know what is the importance of soil, air, water, in my day-to-day life, and what is the importance of ocean around me in day-to-day life, then perhaps he'll respect it, develop an obligation towards it. Obligatory response is better than regulatory response. That's all. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, since you are doing it for a futuristic, coming back to your question and just adding to what DIG Jena said, we brought out that the sea is linked to trade, commerce, and prosperity of a country. And to prosper, we require the sea to be secured, like everybody has been saying. So that is number one, that our prosperity lies on sea. Secondly, our climate. If we don't respect the sea, we keep polluting, we keep destroying the what is called the seaboard bed resources, then it cannot be used in a sustainable manner. And this is very important, sustainable usage of the sea. And that has to be brought right from the beginning. Our familiarity of our children, of our next generation of citizens with the sea. We are most of the people, even in the coastal area, are sea uneducated. Regrettably, it is true. But we have to constantly be it. Particular not only coastal area, the whole country now is all together. So I think the prosperity of the country, the climate, the well-being of the sea, why it is important is because of these reasons. Thank you.
He's singing a lot of things. Okay. I would. अच्छा अच्छा तू हकेश नु बोलो
Just an incident, sir. A few years back, I gave an interview on All India Radio on the occasion of the Seafarers' Day, and I didn't expect that the anchor will ambush me in the end and say it was a proper interview, but in the end said, "What's your favorite song of the seas?" And that's when I realized that, I mean, I quickly, my sixth sense said and said Sagar Kinare. But that's when you realize that we have so few songs on the sea. If you compare to songs on Chand, Mohabbat, Pyar, all that, you have so many, but very few compared to the sea. So I think he has a point there that the sea in our public imagination doesn't count for much.
We after the Mughals came from an area where they did not know the sea, and it was in the British interest that we don't know the sea. So it has continued like that. It is for us to change that paradigm. I mean, as far as just to summarize what we have, I mean, it's not summary because it will take another 1 hour to. He says that she. I gave it to her. He says that she's already said what she had to say. Okay. So my point is that we always say law and order. Till there is an order, there law won't work. Okay. Similarly, peace and security go hand in hand. You can't have peace without security. So they both go hand in hand. And what do we do for? I mean, and there I would like to only say the word piracy in our lexicon is perhaps not there. I mean, we traded with the Arabs for centuries before the British came here. Did we hear of the word piracy? Sir Francis Drake, the greatest pirate, was knighted in England. Huh? Whatever you call them, but that thought is not there in us. that we must take others' resources for our purpose. That thought doesn't exist. And that is why, when we are dealing with the world today, somewhere in our genes, it is not there. We have to, that's why I said that we have to now learn as to how to deal with this transitioning world. And for 2047, that should be our aim, to understand how to deal with the world which is in transition, where the value systems that have come up are not our traditional value system, yet we have to cope with them and ensure that our self-interest is met, right? And in this, I would say, we have to clearly understand we should not lose our moral values at home when trying to do all this to maintain our national security interest. Because if we lose our moral values at home, if the people who have to ensure law and order themselves don't know what is law and order, those who govern don't understand it. I mean, they are going by the value system that has been come, that profit is my aim in life, material is my only aim in life. These are not our values. So internally, we have to practice it. But when we are dealing with the world, we have to deal in the sense of real politics and whatever goes in it. And so what will culture and our education system do to be able to get these two opposites going for us? Perhaps we'll have to go in depth. But there is, I mean, after all, Chanakya didn't tell us that we don't use Sam Dand Bheg when you're dealing with your opponent. Neither Arthashastra is in that language. We have to, I think, dig out. A lot of scholarly work is required to be able to dig out as to how do we move in this direction, ultimately to deal with a world which is in transition, whose value systems are not the same as ours, and it was not their concern to let us be with our own values. It was not their concern. I mean, it started off somewhere with Macaulay, but everything to create fault lines in this country was done. I've been talking with Sachet all the time that North-South divide is a classic example of how this the British used their Chanakya Niti to be able to divide us. Similarly, I mean, I can n number of examples where divide and rule practice was practiced. I mean, creation of Pakistan is also part of that Niti. We have to deal with all these people, and how it's a very involved subject. A lot of scholarship is required, going into deep, understanding each country, like Myanmar, she understands. We need a lot of scholarship into Myanmar. We need area type of scholarship all around us, and to see how we can promote our interests with them in a very, should I say, unobtrusive way. You can't say obtrusively and say, I'm promoting my interests, I want to teach you this. Everybody says, I want to be your partner, I want to help you, but you know what help and what partnership is done. Don't get taken away by these words. Don't be taken away by all these, I think one of the worst things that we have is that all our policies today are being decided by these KPMGs and PWCs and all these fellows. We need to think for ourselves also. So Atmanirbharta in all this is required. In our mind is also required. Without our Atmanirbharta coming from our mind, that our policy coming from our mind, Atmanirbharta is a very vast subject. It is not just about how to create, goods and services with using our brain. It needs a brain to create our own policies also, and not rely on these foreign consultants to tell us what we need to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just wanted to add a few. No, that's it. I just wanted to add here. We're running out of time, if you don't mind.
put the question, but I'm not so sure. Hear it out. In the Indo-Pakistan won 1971. That war, who won? Uh, like Indian Army or Indian Navy? If Indian Army, then why is not?
Let me put it this way. No, what he's saying is right. India won the war. We won all the battles. The Navy in its own way, the Air Force. But these are all joint. At the strategic level, these are joint operations. We create a pressure somewhere so that the fellow can't divert his forces from here to there. So these are joint operations. They go into and strategy accounts for it. But I'm sorry to say, we won the battles, but we lost the war on the diplomatic table. We lost 93, we gave back 93,000 soldiers without solving our Kashmir dispute. We didn't even take back our prisoners of war, which are few in number in Pakistan, and some of them are languishing there even today. So their emotions, I am told by a foreign service officer, that Bhutto really touched Indira Gandhi's feet and said, please don't impose this policy on me because I will be lynched in my country. These emotions don't work. If you will be lynched, you're bad luck. I am not here to save you. I am here to ensure my interests. So in our foreign policy, in our dealings, my interests are most paramount, not your ideology and not your interests.
Thank you very much. So I just wanted to add here, I mean, fantastic panel, and sir will close it. Just wanted to add from the side of our organization here, we've tried a little bit of effort to try and reduce plastic. So we've got ensured that we don't have too much of plastic that's being used, and that's a sincere plea using this platform to our citizens to try and reuse plastic. It's a small gesture. Reuse plastic, reuse cups, so that we're not just adding to the waste that ends up in the ocean and then strangles our sea creatures and all of that. So please, just a humble request on this platform to kindly be aware of how much plastic.
Chairman and all the panelists for enlightening us on all these topics, which are very new to us. It's really honor for all of us to hear from all of you, sir. I just request Ms. Anuradha Chaudhary, Madam, IKS Division, kindly felicitate our panelists. Vice Admiral Ramanpuri, sir. Yes. That will do today. Welcome, sir. It's our identity, sir. Then Miss Radhika Dage, Madam. Welcome, Madam. May I request Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha, sir, please. My request, DIG Sanatan, sir, please. Let's move 40 for for the roundtable 2 and on the topic education and skill development in maritime studies. With us, we got our chairperson, Professor Suresh Chandra Misra. His BTech honors from IIT Kharagpur in 1970, PhD from University of Newcastle upon Tyne, UK. He's a stink-task designer in Hindustan Shipyards, Vizag. He's a faculty of IIT Kharagpur, retired in 2013. From 9 to 13, Sir served as the first director of Indian Maritime University, Vizag. Sir is the chairman of Naval Research Board, DRDO, from 2016 to 21. Is the member of Technical Council Committee of IRS, member board of director of National Institute of Ocean Technology, Chennai, and Sir is the founder president of Forum for River and Ocean Scientists and Technology, FROST. His current interest is maritime heritage of Kalinga region. May I request Sir Suresh Chandra Misra, sir, to kindly grace the chair. With sir, we got other panelists. May I request Dr. Bhanu Prakash, sir, Associate Professor, IMU, Visakhapatnam, to grace the chair. Bhanu Prakash, sir, please. May I request Dr. T. Sasilata, madam, Professor and Dean of Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, Amit University, Chennai. Please, ma'am. May I request Captain Naveen Sharma, sir, Advisor of JRG Education Trust, to grace the chair. Please, sir. Now I request Professor Suresh Chandra Misra, sir, to kindly go for the proceeding.
Hello. Okay. First of all, I must welcome my panel members and also the audience. Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay. I will now welcome all the audience and also my panel members to this session. As is well known, we are running short of time, quite late, and I'm sure if we prolong this session, people will be very hungry, and I don't know how they are going to react. So I think we'll try to finish it within 1 hour, and I'll request my panelists to speak for maybe maximum 10 minutes, and we'll have some discussion with the audience, and then we'll close the session. But first of all, I would like to mention that the theme of this entire program is maritime heritage. And I am told that this session is on education and skill development. So there is a little bit of a connection between the two. Are we going to talk about education and skill development related to maritime heritage? Or are we going to talk about education and skill development in maritime field for the future? Or are we going to join both of them? Go from past to the present and then the future. So this is going to be our theme of this. I suppose my panel members will agree with me and speak accordingly. But before I give it over to my panel members, maybe I should spend some 2-3 minutes on introducing the subject. The maritime heritage, particularly since it is being done in Bhubaneswar, in Cuttack, I think maritime heritage of the Kalinga region should be the focus of this discussion that we have. As is well known, Kalinga was one of the main maritime trading places in Indian Peninsula. India had, I can say there are 5 main trading centers in the ancient days across India, along the coastline of India, starting from the Gujarat coast, then the Malabar coast, Cochin coast, Tamil Nadu coast, that is Pumpuhar, and then the Kalinga coast. So Kalinga coast had a lot of tradition maritime trading. But once you go into looking at what this tradition is, you face a lot of problems. There are no documents. There are only few stone carvings which demonstrate the uh, maritime activity of the state. And all those stone carvings, if I had time, I could have shown you some. The boats that are shown are totally out of proportion. They are more artistic than realistic. And there are very few documents, written documents or even stone carvings, stone edicts of kings. There are very few. But surprisingly, whatever is available, from there we know that the ancient Kalinga maritime trade could be dated back to more than 3,000 years from today. That is about 1,000 years before Christian era started, or maybe even more. We don't know that. We know about Ashoka, we know about Karavala, and we know that maritime tradition, maritime activity that time, or was prevalent at that time in the Kalinga region. One of the most surprising things that I have found is that the trading at that time was mostly in the southern part of Kalinga region, that is between Chilka Lake to present Visakhapatnam. If you name the ports, they are all in that region. When you move forward in ages, you come to middle ages, the ports moved from southern region to middle region, where you had a lot of ports in the Mahanadi Brahmani Delta mouth system. And then when you come further down to the British era, the Muslim era and the British era, then you find ports move to north, typically Balasore and thereabout. Balasore is a thriving port till the British decided to kill it in promoting Calcutta. Do we know enough about these things? Do we know enough? Do we know anything about boat building in those areas in ancient times, in middle times, or even in British times? When I say Balasore was a thriving shipbuilding center, do we have any document to say that there was shipbuilding there? We don't know. We don't know. See the ignorance that we have regarding maritime activity in the state. I have been able to find out some palm leaves which tell about boat building maybe about 200 years back. I have found out some book published, given to me by Mr. Pradhan here in OSMM, Paika Kheda. I don't know whether people have heard about it or not. That's a book describing war preparedness of Kalinga region in the maritime field. And it's written in verse form. Of course, I can't understand it. It's written in old Oriya language. But there is something which is very exciting. In 1624, when this book was written, there was the use of steam in ships that went out to sea. The steam was used for not only for firing, but also supporting movement of boats. This is really surprising to me because it's about 100 years before actually steam engines came into being. I'm not talking about a steam engine. I'm talking about use of steam. So there is a lot of areas which are dark, which we don't know enough about. Do we give enough research into these areas? From this description that I have given you, to understand that maritime studies is a multidisciplinary study which includes not only archaeology, marine archaeology, but also geology. Why did the ports move? Was it rivers that changed course? Or was it something else? How did trading items came from western Orissa to coastal Orissa? How was the river transport? How were the stones for Konark and Puri temple brought to those sites? We do not know. We only say these are great monuments. But it requires a lot of research to find out how these things happened. So you require transportation studies, you require geological studies, and you also require boat building studies. So this whole maritime heritage past is a multidisciplinary subject where a lot of effort has to be given, particularly in research area, and is it important for today's world? The fact remains that if there was a maritime heritage, can we learn something from it for today's world? Today we know we have modern ships, modern shipbuilding technology, modern ship design technology, modern ship operation technology. Does it have any relevance with past? Can we extend the past to the future? Can we look at, as Anuradha has told me, 1947, the vision document? Can we look at that? Can the maritime heritage tell us something about the future? That perhaps should be the theme of this panel discussion. With this, I will ask my panel members to speak something.
Namaskaram. Last 2 days we have had last 2 days we tried to know about our own maritime heritage and all those things. So I'll just take one slide on that one so that we can have a recap of what we are or we were rather. I'm not used to this mic, but I'll try to be a little bit louder so that you can all. No, sir. Okay, sir. Every day when we pray God, that means when we take a puja in the house, we start by saying a sankalpa, wherein we say Vasudhaika Vaivaswata Manvantaram Kaliyugam Jambudvipam Kaliyugam Pradamapadam Jambudvipam Bharatavarshe Bharatakandam. Then the region where you are, Krishna, if I am in Andhra, I say Krishna Godavar or Madhye, Isanya Digbhage, and we are. See, there is one thing, Vaivaswata Manvantara. Who is this Vaivaswata? He is considered to be the creator. Brahma, when he sleeps for a long time, you have the Pralaya Kala. And after the Pralaya Kala, when Brahma rises, he gives that opportunity to create the next generations to one person. And this was this Vaivaswata. Now, he was a king, and during the end of that particular yuga, he was praying. He was giving this, what do you call, Arghya Pada. Then in his hand, he found a small fish. He thought of leaving it into the water, but then the fish requested him not to do so. So he takes it to his house and keeps it in a small pot. Very next moment, it becomes bigger enough that it cannot accommodate itself into that one. Then he places it into some other vessel. Then it increases its size. Like that, he is forced to take it to a big sea at the end. Then Lord Vishnu tells him, thank you for doing this. You are the selected person for the next creation. And what you need to do is collect all those, what do you call, seeds or dhanya that is required for the creation of the next generations, or next yuga rather, after the end of this particular yuga. That means this person, then this person takes a boat. A boat comes to him. Vishnu tells him that, look, there will be a boat coming to collect you, and it will have the 7 sages, Saptarshi, and many other sages who are required for the next creation. Now, this person, when the ship comes over there, I would say it as ship, because to create a next generation or next yuga, the amount of seeds or dhanya that is required, right, is huge. So he boards onto the ship, and the ship sails in the water because the earth is all submerged under water. And that ship sails for a long period of time. We can imagine Brahma's night. We say the time for Brahma is too long. For us, something like 100 years is 1 second or 1 minute for Brahma. And if the Brahma is sleeping for so long time, imagine how many years or decades or centuries the ship must have sailed in the water. So it simply tells us that shipping was there, or at least shipbuilding was there. If shipbuilding is there at that particular time, obviously you have the navigators, you have the ports probably, you have trade also. Because how would a king know that a ship would come and I should carry all these things onto it like this? So if I am to say that our system, our culture has this maritime education from time immemorial. I cannot even say that this would be the time. It's not 3,000 years or 10,000 years. It should be beyond that one. You have many references in Rig Veda and all those things where we are told that yes, shipping existed. The education on shipping and training on shipping existed from time immemorial. Many other literature or many other things, including your Manuskriti, tells you about the existence of shipping. But unfortunate fact is we lost all of this. Why? Because this was not documented. Sir has already quoted, nothing of these things were documented. Our education system was more of vocal. The guru tells, Sishya listens to it, grasps it, and then learns it and passes it on to the next generation. And unfortunately, we do not have all those things as of now. We were a dominant force in the maritime sector once, but probably we are not doing that great as of now. The stage today is that ignore about the maritime history, we do not know our own history, correct form of our history. We are all listening or reading whatever is given to us in the textbook, which many of or all of you would agree is not in the right sense. So okay, now when I say that we do not have much amount of knowledge, maybe how would we start? Probably we are at ground zero now to learn about things. Why am I saying that we are at ground zero? Most people do not know or recognize a ship at a port. Unfortunate fact of life. I know that every day I get whatever I eat or whatever to my doorsteps, but I do not bother about from where or how it is coming to my home. I only know that I buy it from the grocery shop. This is the reality actually. So, unfortunate fact again is that we lack the existence of teachers or teaching fraternity who can teach these maritime studies for our students. So we need to start from that particular level. I would say that if we want a better generation, or if we want the next generations to learn about this maritime sector more, first of all, let's do it from the top down approach. Let's have people who are into research, who can take and dig out our own past or maritime past and learn things, propose things that can be learned by the next generation. So initiatives definitely by both and the state governments are required, because central government on its own cannot do many things. So initiatives should start from the doctoral research for me, because attracting students of schools is not that easy, because they would be more bothered about their math, physics, or math, science, social, and all those subjects. They do not know much about this maritime sector unless they come to places like this as museum, or unless somebody tells them that look, there is a ship, there is something called as port, which will help us in our activity. And they are all also taught unless somebody teaches them that look, our maritime history and culture and heritage is like this. How many of us really, because we are a small lot here, but out there in the world, if you see how many teachers know about the maritime sector, none of them. So that's where we have to start. We have to probably start from the higher level, where we inculcate the habit of research by faculty into this particular domain. So on the part of the universities, it cannot be one or few universities which would offer these sort of courses in the maritime sector. Because please remember that maritime sector, because I am to see about the heritage as well as the future. Maritime sector basically has a derived demand. If there is growth in the world economy, maritime sectors grow. Ships are in demand, ports are in demand only when there is demand for the products. So naturally, I have to take up my research in such a level that it covers the entire gamut of logistics and supply chain management in which maritime sector is a part. So no, we have to start it from the top level of research, then probably go to the college level where the universities have some sort of curriculum which will inculcate the interest into this particular area and help the students in learning these things. So one other thing that is required from the government side is definitely the creation of some knowledge centers, develop centers of excellence in maritime heritage. In fact, even in maritime education, it is required. This initiative can be started at least with all the 9 maritime states, all the states, 9 states that have sea on their coast. In fact, I'm proud to say that we have started at Indian Maritime University. We have started consulting. In fact, yesterday, Mr. Joseph, Commander Joseph was also here. We are proposing to start the Vizag campus of IMU into a center of maritime heritage. So, as I told you, maritime sector is basically of derived demand, and it can grow only when the world economy is growing. So, we need to take up some sort of initiatives to put our economy in line with the world economy so that the maritime culture and education can prosper. So, obviously, maritime sector, as I told, it has to be end-to-end services provided to the industry. So, when I say services, it's not just one port, one shipping. It includes, or your maritime sector today includes even warehouses, right? Or consolidation centers, transportation, right? Customs, all these things are in a single big circle, which are part of the entire LSCM, logistics supply chain management concept. So when we have programs that can cover the entire gamut, that also creates job opportunities for the students as well as the interest among the students to learn these programs or to be part of these programs. Courses on maritime history need to be designed in line with these requirements so that the programs are acceptable on the merit of their curriculum, B or become acceptable because of the availability of jobs for the students tomorrow. Because please accept the fact that when a student joins a particular program, the first question that he asked me is, sir, job, naukri, kaise lagega, kahan lagega, and what would be the pay pack? Now, when I have a program that is designed in such a manner that the student is given information about A, the sector, B, how it was, and how it can be, naturally it would be of help for them. So the courses need to be designed in such a manner. Now, one other challenge while designing the courses is that in India, we have some of the big B schools, right? And some of the universities programs, just as a big school. If you see the big business schools, number of students that come out over there will be probably in hundreds. But whereas when you come to universities, second grade, I don't know to use the word second grade, but the next level universities and the affiliated colleges especially, what is the program structure? What is the the rigor, academic rigor as far as the maritime? In fact, we can now, in fact, instead of saying maritime sector, can also say it as the LSCM sector, right? So, how much amount of course rigor is or academic rigor is there in these programs is a big question. That's where we need to work, or in fact, the government has to ensure that there is some sort of standardization as far as the course curriculum and the mode of delivery of these programs are concerned. Yes, NEP is addressing most of these issues, but then the big challenge in India is that the policies are prepared, but the whole question is how are they implemented? That's where we fail. So unless there is a strong will among the regulatory authority as well as the people who are involved in delivering it, we cannot get the real results of these policies. In fact, maritime history can be made as an elective for most of these programs, at least at the PG level, because that gives the students some sort of confidence. In fact, when we see about the olden day ship design or the mode in which the business was made, we say that we went to the Far East, we went to the Middle East during the olden days itself. And why are we not able to capitalize on those old routes or old, links with those industry? That can be possible only when somebody looks into that particular direction, and this cannot be only done by the industry. This has to come from the next generation students who will be the managers for tomorrow. So, to promote maritime history, can we not have it as a part of school syllabus for the students? Because what is the history that we are learning is a big question. So, if we can include some of these programs of maritime history into our school books, that creates a lot of interest among students to learn and probably even create a career for them in this particular direction. Yeah, as I told you, Maritime India Vision 2030 has already identified about how to go ahead in promoting maritime education. But the whole question again comes to how is it implemented? Because the people who are to implement are the educational institutions, and how competent and how serious are they into these implementation. And if you see this Maritime India Vision, it also speaks about port-led development. Maritime sector already had some other programs, like National Maritime Development Program, then Maritime Agenda 2020. What is the success of these programs? In fact, I had the opportunity of interacting with the people in IPA, Indian Ports Association. They openly said that both these programs are failures. The problem is implementation. Implementation, government cannot do it or will not do it. It promotes probably the private sector to do it. So we, even in this vision 2030, have this port-led development which encompasses not only ports or ships but also education. In fact, there are many other sectors or subsectors of the LSEM, but then yes, this time they have included education also into this particular maritime, India vision. So in fact, one other thing where there can be some sort of opportunity for development in this maritime sector is allowing the academic fraternity to be part of policy making, because policies at government, we were part of, if you see there, IORA and BIMSTEC, we were part of designing it, right? IMU got that opportunity to work on one of those work groups where we were all involved. But then at the end, whatever we prepared, that was sent to some consultancy, and the consultancy has fine-tuned it and said this is our, wherein even our name was not included in it, although we have put our maximum efforts in designing that particular policy. So government should have some sort of confidence in the educational institutions, first of all, in these areas. So one other thing that is required for better maritime, education is tandem work between the industry and the institutions. Thank you. Thank you.
Introducing you to the audience earlier. Let me introduce him now after after he has given his speech. Dr. Bhanu Prakash is Associate Professor and School of Maritime Management, Indian Maritime University at Visakhapatnam. He has 24 years of academic experience. His association with maritime education extends to for over 15 years, during which he was with the institutions like University of Petroleum and Energy Studies, Dehradun, Geetam School of Industrial Business, Geetam deemed to be University, Vizag. Dr. Bhanu Prakash's research interests are into port performance and port operations and other key areas of supply chain management. His doctoral research was on port efficiency and productivity. His training and consultancy assignments include programs offered to Gujarat Maritime Board and many other organizations in the logistics sector. He is an empaneled consultant to the Indian Ports Association, New Delhi. Dr. N. Bhanuprakash is, as part of official assignment of IMU, coordinated the work group on building maritime partnership for the Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, member states for the Government of India. His speech has demonstrated his experience in all these sectors, and I'll request the audience to give a vote of thanks to him. I request Dr. T. Sasilata now to give her address. Let me introduce mistake as before. Dr. T. Sasilata, Sir and Dean, Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering. She has 26 years of experience in teaching, research, and administration. She has received CMI Level 5 certificate in management and leadership from the UK. She has published more than 100 articles in refereed international journals and conferences. Awards and rewards received include Academic Leadership Award from International Association of Research and Development Organization, Award of Excellence from Ahmed deemed to be University in 2019, Education Leadership Award from Devang Mehta National Educational Award 2018, Award of Excellence in Research from the DK International Research Foundation in 2018. May I request Dr. Sasilata to give her address.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for your introduction. Good afternoon to you all. Yeah, thanks for giving me the opportunity. And thank you, Anuradha ji and Professor G.S. Murthy from the IKS division. This DARA event is being conducted in association with the Ministry of Culture and Ministry of Education. So thanks for inviting me. Thank you. Myself is actually Dr. Sasilata from Academy of Maritime Education and Training, deemed to be university in Chennai. It is a maritime university. It's the first deemed to be university that is in the maritime sector. And we normally offer marine courses as well as marine related courses. Academy of Maritime Education and Training was established in 1993 with the objective of imparting quality education of international standards. It was a training institute. Later on, it became the deemed university, and we are playing vital role in maritime industries. That is in the form of paying seafarers. Seafarers, as far as shipping industries are concerned, in every ships, at least one Amatian will be there in the ship. That is actually a pride one as far as our institution is concerned. And the institution is accredited by NAC, NBA, etc. And there we are doing research. We are doing research on maritime heritage. I don't know whether you know it or not. There is a project which was supported by DST, Department of Science and Technology, for the restoration of Pumbugar. Pumbugar is a port city which was available in the southern part of Tamil Nadu. It was available. It is submerged in Bay of Bengal. Now we are trying to recover what is available, whether we had port or port trust or shipbuilding. That research project which is going on in our university in association with other 12 to 13 universities in Tamil Nadu, in southern parts of Tamil Nadu. So that is the project that is going on. And I can proudly say that there are maritime courses which are available. Now I can proudly say that why don't we integrate the courses with the smart technologies, what is available. In our university, most of the faculty members are chief engineers as well as captains from ships. They are retired persons. But they were having actually the original traditional knowledge. But nowadays we are talking about artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics. So we have various research avenues for integrating the smart technologies in smart ships, so that definitely the 2040 vision document will be useful as far as what is called seafarers are concerned. In India there are around 9.35% of seafarers. They are in the World Shipping Forum, and we can improve. This is actually the third among the world. India is third the seafarers producing nation. We can be like first if we integrate the smart technologies with the shipping industry, so that definitely we can share more number of seafarers to the shipping industries. There are many challenges while discussing with our captains. They will say that they are unable to move the ship forward if there is a fog condition. That is, if there are fogs, maybe knowing. So definitely with the support of artificial intelligence, maybe we can do wonders. There are research perspectives which are there and untouched. Are the shipping industry? Many people are from the maritime industries as well as from big shots here available here. So what we are doing from our university, from AMAT point of view, I can say that there are untouched research areas which are available. As the previous expert also said, that unless we do research, definitely we cannot contribute to the maritime sector. So by integrating research, we can definitely do wonders. And the students who are available in the institutions, they will be doing the courses along with the natural knowledge. Indian knowledge system is also available in the curriculum. Even the essence of traditional knowledge is also available in the curriculum. As far as the AICT is concerned, they have come out with very good model curriculum in 2018. Now that is being implemented in all the universities, I say. Even in our university, like RIMD University, we have implemented all these Indian knowledge system as well as the heritage point of view. Everything is implemented in UG as well as PG curriculum. Even in PhD studies also, we have the research methodologies where we are doing research on finding out the heritages, etc. This is one point. Another one point is like in shipping industry, that is in ships, you can say that there must be a propulsion system. So that can be integrated with renewable energy resources. We all know that in SDG, there is one important goal is SDG 7, that is clean energy. That must be affordable and it must be affordable to everyone. So with the available resources like solar power or wind power, definitely we can integrate these renewable energy resources with the propulsion system so that it may be affordable to everyone. And also like we can reduce the CO2 emission, that is carbon dioxide emissions, carbon monoxide emission, and also the other emissions we can avoid so that we can preserve the maritime policy. And also the pollution will be avoided. So there also we are doing few research with the integration of, we have the hybrid power system in our university campus. We generate solar as well as wind power, and that will be integrated in the ship. That is, we have a model like a 3-phase induction motor we have, and we connect the hybrid power system with that, and that may be connected to the electric propulsion system of the ship. So this is also one of the research. Again, there are many challenges we are facing. So with we get ideas from the chief engineers and captains who are available in our university, but they say that no, we are unable to integrate all these things. It is not possible. So whether it is negative aspect or not, so just I'm requesting the forum to connect the technologies with the traditional shipping industries. So definitely we can support for the younger generations. And one of the SDG goal is like clean energy is one goal. Another one is quality education. That may be SDG 4, Sustainable Development Goal 4. It talks about quality education. So quality education, we can interact with the industries. Even in our university, there is one company called Maersk. You may be knowing Maersk as well as V-Ships. They have integrated, and the curriculum is integrated, and we are offering the industry-oriented curriculum. They themselves, they will come to our university, they will take classes, and credit may be awarded based upon the learning process. And that is one point. Then another one point is like nowadays people are talking about OBE, outcome-based education. Academicians may be knowing. So it mainly talks about 3 different components. One is OBC, that is outcome-based curriculum. Then another one is outcome-based learning and teaching. And third one is outcome-based assessment. So for the holistic development of the students, maybe the seafarers, upcoming seafarers, if we implement that OBE, outcome-based education approach, definitely the students will be knowledgeable and they are all skill-oriented. They are able to face a lot of challenges, what is available in the shipping industries. That is also another one point I would like to discuss at this forum. So here, it is not like only teacher-centric. It will be like student-centric methodologies if we follow, like experiential learning. I don't know whether you maybe heard or not, experiential learning, then project-based learning. These are the points that may be inculcated for the youngsters. So definitely, I'm sure that they will have good skills, they will have good knowledge, and they can get the competence of certificate. And I forgot another point. Actually, International Maritime Organization was established in 1948. So it governs the operational behaviors of shipping, that is maritime industries. And in India, the highest body which is governing the maritime industries and also the maritime education is Director General of Shipping. It is under Ministry of Shipping. So they are giving guidelines to each and every institutions, and they are controlling the authorities who will be doing the curriculum development, etc. And everything is in process. The previous expert said, yes, previous expert said, if there is any policy which may be developed or which will be implemented, okay, so it's well and good. So already it is available, and DGS is taking care. Director General of Shipping is taking care. It has a tar book for maritime courses for all marine related courses. There is a tar book which is available. So based upon the tar book, the teachers will teach and the students will listen. Of course, the examination is also conducted. So everything is available. So only thing, my request to the people is like to get good number of seafarers. So to get good number of seafarers, like I told you, right? India, 9.35% of seafarers are available. That is not sufficient. So we are third among the world shipping suppliers, that is seafarer suppliers. So that is not sufficient. So what we can do, we can improve the number of seafarers by involving more number of people. It is actually the sector focusing industry. Many people may not be knowing. Awareness may be created so that definitely we can improve the scenario in the world shipping forum. Thank you all. Thank you for the opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Sasilata. AMET is one of the major maritime education institutions in the country. They do deal with mainly maritime education, marine, nautical science, architecture, and all related issues. So it is indeed pleasant for us to hear from her about activities in AMET and how they are cooperating with heritage studies. Thank you again. Now may I request Captain Naveen Sharma to give his address. Before that, I'll introduce him. And as written by him, his main qualification is that he is a master mariner, and he is the son of late Vice Admiral Sri Harilal Sharma, who was Indian fleet commander during the 1971 war against Pakistan for the liberation of Bangladesh. So that is, he is very proud of it. Not only he, we all are very proud of Admiral Sharma from being from Bhubaneswar, from Odisha, and he was the commander, fleet commander during the 1971 Bangladesh war. He is second of 3 generations of mariners, and that's another qualification he has. He is the second of 3 generations of mariners. That is Admiral Harilal Sharma, then Naveen Sharma, and his son. And attained command at the young age of 25. He attended command at the young age of 25. He has commanded as many as 48 ships over a maritime carrier stretching over 48 years. These are mainly container ships and a variety of other ships. The last 11 years have been devoted to education and skill training as advisor to JRG Educational Trust here in Bhubaneswar. May I request Captain Sharma, please.
Good afternoon. For want of time, I'm going to put away what I had prepared. I'm going to talk to you extempore. Maritime education, as we know it, has changed in the last 20, 30 years. When I started sailing way back in 64, 66, as many as 70 crew on board a ship. Today, it is down to about 15, 20 crew only. What has changed? First and foremost, technology has taken great strides. People do not go around with haversine tables with a sextant to get a position. You have equipment that does it for you, electronic equipment, global positioning systems. So what happens is that with the advance of technology, let's look at 2047. That's Vision 2047. What are we going to be doing with shipping? Is it going to be there? Oh, most certainly yes. Because 50% of the world would die of starvation if you didn't have maritime trade. And the other 50% would die of cold because you don't have fuel going across. So shipping will definitely be there in 2047. But what about ships? Will we still have the same size of ships? Ships will be very special. They'll either carry this or carry that. They will not be multi-purpose. So you'll have to have special people to handle these special ships. Will they be on board? I doubt it. Today, in the very recent past, we've had a shipmaker voyage across the oceans without a single person on board. 20 years ago, I sailed on ships which are 350 meters long, that's 3.5 football fields, which are going at 27 knot speed. And these ships were with unmanned engine rooms, 70,000 horsepower engine room without a single person in it. You can imagine the height of technology that has been achieved to run these things. Ships are made so strong that even in the fiercest of storms, they survive. So how will we get these ships across? We'll have to have specially trained people, probably ashore, who will be running them by remote control. In this type of vision, one will say, oh, this is a little too far-fetched. I ask you to think about Jules Verne. And he said, man, a journey to the moon. We've done that. We put a man on the moon. We have put several men on the moon. And we are now exploring space. So the future is going to be very, very advanced as far as maritime trade is concerned. Cargo, which is now containerized, will be even more advanced. It will be literally door to door. Today, you don't do anything without your cell phone. But think back 20 years ago when the cell phones first started. They were big, bulky. Today, you can't live without your cell phone. Anybody loses a cell phone, the first thing he says, oh my God, I've lost my cell phone. You do your security, you do your banking, you do your communications, you do your conferencing. That is what the future of maritime shipping will also be. And education and skilling has to keep pace with that. We'll have to make special courses for this. And we will have to have very, very highly qualified, intelligent individuals running ships. Because as you were talking about security, there are these bottlenecks that you have. Gibraltar Straits, the English Channel, the Suez Canal, the entrance Bab el Mandeb, Malacca Straits, Singapore Straits, Sunda Straits. I can name a few more. Panama Canal. All you need to do is have somebody on that ship with a dirty bomb, and you change the configuration of the entire geography of that particular portion. So all this is a lot to take in. I don't have the time to expand, but I would like to say this, that we need to focus on getting quality people into this particular profession, and we need to have good trainers to train these people and make it more efficient than it is now. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Thank you, Captain Sharma. It was indeed pleasant to hear you, and particularly talking about special people and special training in 2047. I'm sure we'll cope with that in years to come. I have about 10 minutes more, so I'll request questions from the audience for maybe 5-6 minutes, and then I'll close. Is there any comment or questions coming from the? Yes, please.
This is with greatest humility, and I'm doing that because there are lots of maritime professionals here. But with the permission of chair and all, I wanted to give 3 specific points that have come out of what they have said. The first, and this is largely for the Vision 2047 that we keep saying. The first minor technical issue, but important, is that we must understand the difference between marine and maritime. Unless we do that, something that involves a certain specialization, set of disciplines, other which involves the ecosystem, the society, the nation, unless we get that difference very clear, we would not be able to move forward on what we want. The other 2 points, I'm saying this simply because I was involved with the setting up of the Center for Maritime Excellence in Bombay University just recently, and much of what Mr. Bhanu Prakash said is relevant, but the problem is in getting students. You can design curriculum, you can design courses. It has the best syllabus, but unless you assure students of placement, unless you assure them of jobs, they're not really going to get there. So my simple point is, I'll not elaborate, these centers for excellence in maritime studies or whatever, we must give greater thought in the way they are structured. 2 very specific points. Teaching of maritime history, there's a problem. The problem is that our history teachers don't know maritime history. And that is not their fault, because when they did their studies, there was no maritime component. So I've gone around talking at many of the places. The first thing I do is talk to the teachers, because they need to be told, and then you need to follow it up. Otherwise, we might get the wrong. The last point, unless you make study imaginative and maritime icons, we talk of maritime heroes. Who are our maritime heroes? A book on Kanoji Angre was last written by Manohar Mulgaonkar in mid-50s. I mean, India's greatest maritime hero. HarperCollins has just republished it, but it's republished. In mid-50s, you have written your book on India's greatest maritime hero. Other maritime heroes here, there's not any book on Valchand Hirachand. There's nothing on V.O. Chidambaram. There's nothing on Loji Nusrwanji Wadia. Unless you incite, you excite, you provoke people into following your maritime heroes, they will be not. So I had done a talk, and I can gladly share that PowerPoint presentation with you on India's maritime heroes. And National Maritime Foundation at one point wanted to take it up to develop and build it, but you got to make it exciting for young people to know more about maritime. So rather than preaching to the converted as we are doing in this audience, the way to go out is to make it interesting for us. Thank you so much.
In fact, if you have seen in my slides itself, I have mentioned that we do not know about our own history. And no, as regard to the student placements are concerned, that also I have addressed, stating that industry and academia should work in tandem. Otherwise, the placements would be definitely trouble. That initiative has to happen from the top out.
Don't come along very easy.
Yeah. Yes.
I have a small point on technology. As Captain Sharma put across, that future is getting more and more automated. So where does human beings go? And so we have to, I think, as a nation, think what technologies we want to use and what we don't want. We don't have to unnecessarily replace manpower, but in the marine field, if you don't do it, you will not be able to. I mean, you will. It's an international sphere in which you are working, and there will be nothing. There's no way you can avoid it. But in other areas, maybe I often wonder why should I have Nike shoes? There were very good people making shoes over here. I've only displaced them. For export, you could probably set up something in the export, but don't displace your manpower, your skilled manpower, which has nowhere else to go. So I don't know. I mean, I have no answers to this question. Artificial intelligence is going to come to a stage where you probably won't require a radiologist. The interpretation of the image may be done better by a machine which will have an understanding. I have no answers to this. But we have to think of the social problems that will come with this, and especially in a country like India where the population is very large. Thank you.
Actually, this is where skilling comes in. There are some terminologies which are there, like upskilling, reskilling, unlearning, relearning. These are facts of life. I knew how to use a sextant and to get a position on the ship. Today, the requirement is for you to be able to use a computer and get the same information. There was a time when you had to take position by land bearings. Today you have this electronic chart display, which is integrated with so many other pieces of equipment that your position is real time on the chart, on a television screen which is horizontal and has a map, and information is there. You don't have to do this. So are we going to teach a person how to take a sextant site, or are we going to teach him this? So we have to keep upskilling them, sir. If you have to upskill them, this is how we do it. Is that we have to move ahead with the times. You have to progress with the times. And I can tell you that we had a time when we used to use mooring ropes to tie up the ships, because the ship would come to the port and you had to keep it alongside. You had ropes going out. Today they have magnetic clamps. The ship comes in, the magnet comes on, and the ship stays alongside. You don't have to put any ropes out. So the person who was taking the ropes ashore, he is now unemployed. The people who are giving the ropes from the ship, they are unemployed. What do we do with them? We have to reskill them. And if we are going to reskill them, what type of skill are they capable of doing? The laborer on the road, he was digging a ditch. You got a JCB coming and doing that for him. So what does this chap do? He goes out of a job. We reskill him into using a machine. So skilling is a very, very important part of the future. We have to change our people's attitude. We have to make them understand that you cannot do what you are doing traditionally for so long. Cooks were using various kitchens. Today you've got automated kitchens. Chapatis are coming in the thousands. On the ships, you can't imagine. On the aircraft carrier, you can't imagine making chapatis the traditional way. You have a machine doing it. So skilling is the future. It is up to us to identify the type of skill that our people will be able to acquire and to teach them so that they can perform. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Is there any other point? Yes.
Not that skilling we don't have to do.
I think this is a compromise which you have to go through on a continuous basis. Yeah.
Madam, I'll had a few mishaps. So the percentage of failure will be less than the success. This is part of life. You're taking a flight. How many of them are going to catch? You're not failing. You're landing. Yes, you do have a failure once in a while. But do we stop flying because there was a crash?
Can I add to that? Surely, what Admiral says, the Captain says, there is always a possibility of failure. And we have many redundancies in ship operation where if a failure takes place, it can be taken care of. That is not the point. Point is, does the previous technologies that were there, do they lead us to a future technology? For example, we had wind. We talked about wind propulsion. Today we talk about wind propulsion because the Europeans and the Americans are telling us. But we have been running our boats with sails for ages, for more than 3,000 years or 5,000 years. Why can we not take that idea and convert to sail propulsion? That is the point of studying heritage and seeing whether something can be brought up with modern technologies to use for prosperity. That's the point I think that has come out of this. Anyway, there is another question there.
Driven, I would request to ponder on to keep it the ancient method. Like we talk about the GPS positioning system. We have sections earlier. We came back to positioning system of GPS, but we know that GPS is controlled by someone like USA. We have a certain incident recently where the GPS has been fused and the vessel has gone to, like in Iran, it has gone to, everybody knows about that, has gone to that. Are we going to be redundant if you leave that one? Or what is that? Is the next people to think about it, sir?
Sir, I'll try to answer your question. Actually, we are talking about fourth industrial revolution, automation, wherever we go. Yes, inland. Okay, so we are talking about all kinds of industrial revolutions. That is not happening in shipping industries. So in shipping also, with the advent of technologies like AI, robotics, IoT, etc., people are trying to integrate all these technologies in shipping. So whatever is happening on land, that can be applicable to the shipping industries also. So universities are conducting research, lot of research on automation. So I'm not talking about autonomous ships. We are trying to establish green ships. So little bit of automation and to reduce the marine pollution, etc. So these things are integrated in shipping so that we are able to get we are able to achieve fourth industrial revolution in shipping also. That is the research which is going on. So if the students are able to understand the concepts, definitely we can assure the safety of the seafarers. So safety as well as security is main issue as far as seafaring is concerned. Even yesterday also there is a news in Nigeria. We have good number of association with the shipping industries. So we have got frequent messages from people also, like the CTM, OSM. There is one vessel which is available in Nigeria that was caught by the Nigerian government. That and all is going on. So we can address all these issues with the support of our government as well as the support of our researchers. That's the point I would like to say. Thank you.
Is there anybody else, or just I'll take 2 minutes to sum up and then we'll close. We have had 3 excellent people to speak to us, and we have had also some good audience interaction. If I sum up what we talked about, mostly we have been talking about connecting technology with heritage activity. And the first step in this, as I have understood from all the discussions that have gone on, is to encourage research into maritime heritage, which is, in my opinion, a multidisciplinary subject, including various disciplines of science and technology apart from history. So I would like to differ a little bit from from him that maritime history, if you are looking at, you are looking for a history teacher. But you are looking at a maritime heritage, then you must look at a teacher who knows a bit of history, bit of archaeology, and perhaps can extend himself to other areas of these things. Ports, for example, have varied from place to place. If you don't understand river morphology, how do you know that a port was there and today it is not there? There are plenty of places like that. This thing. That's the first thing I think for connecting technology with heritage is research, and I am very happy that Amet University has started doing a DST sponsored research with another 13 universities. I mean, this is the need of the day, a multi-institutional research, looking at restoration of Pumpuhar, Pumpuhar port. Yeah. Only after some amount of research brings us, we could come to a place where we could teach heritage as an education purpose. We have talked about curriculum and all that, but I think we are not in a stage in whole of India to have a curriculum which the student will be excited about in looking at heritage. I think some amount of research is essential before we get into education as a part of curriculum. But I do agree with Dr. Bhanuprakash that talking about maritime heritage at school level definitely increases awareness among students about maritime activities, and that must be encouraged. And Anuradha, please take note of that. And lastly, when we are connecting to 2047, we have talked a lot about skilling, reskilling, and what other skilling? Upskilling, and so on and so forth. Yeah, so many words. It's very difficult to differentiate them. But basically, what it means is that we have to upgrade ourselves to go into the future where we could use automation, AI, and all that. That is an international area. I do agree with Admiral that this brings into picture the conflict between human resource requirement and the automation machine requirement. But then this is a conflict which is going on for the last few years, and perhaps it will go on for future. One area which has always surprised me, and I would like to bring it to the notice of this audience, is that we talk about Indian coast, particularly eastern coast, trading with China. If we went up to China, why is Philippines left out? Philippines just comes on the right-hand side of Chinese seas. But we don't have any. I mean, Philippines is the largest trading. If I'm wrong, please correct me. I think Philippines is the largest provider of seafarers. Such a big seafaring nation, which was there for thousands of years, why we did not trade with them? Why there is no mention of moving to Philippines from the Indian subcontinent? I have not understood this. Maybe some archaeologists can tell me.
Who's thought about only security all the time, I wondered, Philippines is only 45 kilometers from Formosa. I mean, why aren't we there?
I don't know, but these are some of the things which you should find out through studies and research.
Years ago, naval ship. While we might need to research on Indian ancient presence in Philippines, Indians in Philippines are called, as I mentioned yesterday, klings or kalings. So, of course, now in Southeast Asia, because of the local geopolitics there, it's become derogatory. But Southeast Asia historically has known Indians as kalings, born from this coast.
Correct.
So, even in Philippines, Indians are referred to as klings. There are the people amongst one of the places that we visited had temple sort of features there. So I am not excluding Philippines from the
But there is no documental proof of that.
Yes.
You see, this cling word is prevalent in Malaysia, is prevalent in Cambodia,
Yes.
and other places also. But if it is there in Philippines, I'm only surprised that why it is not mentioned. I did mention this part in another seminar that took place about 2 years back. I have not found any answer. I'm very happy to hear you that
No,
this word.
maybe the geographies then were different, and Philippines, as we know today, was not a separate entity then. So people probably did go China, South Korea, Japan. There is adequate Indian influence in that region. Now, whether it is specifically there in the Philippines as constituted today, may not be there or may be there. But
Yeah. Thanks everyone for a patient hearing. We are grateful to the moderator and the panelist for giving us insight to the education and skill development in maritime studies and their limitations. Now, may I request Professor Nasiketa Sharma sir, please felicitate our speakers. Professor Suresh Chandra Mishra sir. Dr. Bhanu Prakash sir, please. Dr. T. Sasilata madam. Captain Naveen Chandra sir, please. I request all the dignitaries, please come here. We'll take a group photo with this panel, 2 members. Please. Library in New Delhi. Just a small briefing about sir. Professor Rajaram Panda is currently a senior fellow at Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, New Delhi. Earlier, he was senior fellow, IDSA, ICCR, chair professor at Reitaku University, and Lok Sabha Research Fellow, Parliament of India. He is also a member of Governing Council, Indian Council of World Affairs, and the Center of Security and Strategic Studies, both in New Delhi. He also got a long stint at the Japan Foundation, New Delhi. I request her to grace the chair. Now, may I request the other panelists, please grace the chair. First, Commodore Srikant B. Kesnur, sir, Director, Navy Historian, and former Director, Maritime Welfare Center, Mumbai. Sir, please. Dr. Monica Verma, Faculty, Northeast Christian University, Nagaland. Madam, please. Next. Mr. Anand Narsimha, Managing Editor, Special Project and Senior Anchor, News 18. Sorry, sir, Network 18. Please, sir. Then DIG Sanatan Jana, Indian Coast Guard, Ministry of Defense, Paradip. Sir, please. Now I request Chairperson Professor Rajaram Panda to kindly proceed the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is the last session, and coming soon after your lunch, late lunch, I am faced with two big challenges. One is to request my panelists to keep you awake, so that you don't doze off there. And second bigger challenge is so much of discussion we have had for the last 2 days. They will have to find out and seek the way what is left unsaid. This being said, please bear with us, including me, in case there is any repetition, which probably will be unavoidable. And as we go along, we have been talking about maritime history and all related issues about this, the glorious past of especially Odisha, my dear state, and our ancient interaction with the Southeast Asian countries, and why that glory has been weakened subsequent years, the role of the colonial power, and many related issues that we have already deliberated in depth. Being the chair, I don't want to consume any time, and I would like to give more time to my co-panelists. We have 4 very eminent, qualified scholars, and the theme of this panel is strengthening the relations and shared prosperity. Now, to put briefly, what is this prosperity means? What is the ocean wealth that is being harnessed or the countries are after to exploit this and denying what is we call the global common for use, the distribution of the wealth which is there in the ocean by trying to monopolize by certain countries. These are all issues which actually I think we will discuss, and how what kind of legal framework or institutional mechanisms are available already in place, and whether those are effective or we need some alternative arrangement also are, I think, some of the issues which the panelists will deliberate. Now, this is the first part. The second part in brief, which I have in mind is, I would like to change the format, the normal format which has been chosen and adopted by the previous panels, I will go from the reverse side, reverse from the end to the beginning. So in my list, I think I will request first DIG Sanatan Jena to be the first speaker. And please, floor is yours. I think being a Japanologist, one thing I have learned from Japan, time is very, very, punctuality is a very key factor. So that I would like to request you. You can take maximum 15 minutes, but I think 12 minutes also, maybe I can, briefly remind you if in case you don't feel uncomfortable. Otherwise, if you can close it by, 15 minutes, sir, I'll be very happy. Thank you. Please go ahead.
गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीबॉडी गुड आफ्टरनून बोलेंगे तो अच्छा लगेगा नहीं नींद से थोड़ा आप लोग जागेंगे हमको भी अच्छा लगेगा once again very good afternoon and warm good afternoon to all of you Professor Rajaram Panda hello panelists and friends I convey my sincere thanks once again to the organizers for giving me opportunity to speak before you to put up my viewpoints. I must say, in this seminar or symposium, the topics were very well thought of and chosen across the spectrum of human activity, keeping prosperity of all nations in mind. Ayam nijaha paroveti ganana laghu chetasham. ये जो मैं बता रहा हूँ, it is reflected in our MOE, MOC and SOA endeavor to connect everybody to the feeling of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Am I correct, ma? Ayam nijaha parobeti ganana laghu chetasham udara charitanantu Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. You see, this is chapter 4, verse 71 of Maha Upanishad. Okay, जो संकीर्ण मनोवृत्ति और चित्त रखते हैं इच्छा रखते हैं उनको सब मेरा अपना ये सब लगता है जिसका शरीर हृदय बहुत उदार है सागर जैसे बड़ा है उसका शरीर में उसका हृदय में पूरा अर्थ पूरा विश्व समा जाता है वो सबको अपना फैमिली जैसे समझता है एंड इट इज दी कॉल्ड वसुधैव कुटुंबकम and same concept has been reflected here while choosing the topics. I told you, ladies and gentlemen, it has been chosen all across the spectrum of human activity, from learning to executing, then what next, all this stuff. Okay, this is our culture. Whatever you do, we think of others. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas philosophy of Government of India is not only restricted to the population of India only. The idea is reflected in our day-to-day dealings with the neighbors and other countries far and near. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been reflected, this has been enshrined, outlined in our UNCLOS, Article 123, which says the maritime resources to be utilized for growth of all and benefit of mankind. And since we are talking about the shared prosperity in eve of maritime seminars and symposium, it is appropriate on my part to correlate the thought process with UNCLOS. The article, on basis of this Article 123 UNCLOS, I must refer to Dr. Bhanu Prakash. He was telling that, okay, he was a part of IOR, Indian Rim Association, Indian Ocean Association, BIMSTEC, Bay of Bengal Association, Bay of Bengal Neighboring Association. All this stuff, it is basically for exchange of good best practices so that the resources of seabed resources of our marine environment is harvested to the best of the capacity for the benefit of the mankind. It includes the promote nations to promote and pursue maritime interests, promote sharing of best practices. Okay, you will agree with me. These associations, these are the basic founding pillars of these associations. Promote a stable maritime regime facilitate scientific research. It will also develop regional confidence building measures, serve as a basis of preventive diplomacy. Will integrate the neighbors and make partners our regional growth, not followers, ladies and gentlemen. It is the, I am using the word partners in our regional growth. In addition, develop a bigger market for Indian economy. Our main interest is to serve others, but at the same time, you must get substantial investment returns from our investment. That is whatever efforts we are putting up, we must get the returns back. Okay, you know, I am a strategist, and education is also 3 years. I taught physics in one college, Itla University, then subsequently joined Coast Guard. Okay, I am into that also. I see everything from uh, mm, point of view of our need and resource response. You know, this is a psychological. Everywhere it is a psychology of need response matrix pledge, and we must get enough returns to satisfy our need. In this regard, the Project Sagar, Look East Policy, Neighborhood First Policy, South Asian Cooperative Environment Program, and SACRTF have been instituted for the purpose. You see, SASEP and SACRTF are instituted for environmental protection and sustainable utilization, exploration of the resources. Sagar stands for security and growth for all in the region, growth for all in the region. The concept has been articulated by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi in March 2015. Ladies and gentlemen, security, economic development, and cooperation are the three pillars of this Project Sagar. And Indian Coast Guard, being a peacetime law enforcement maritime force with military role during the period of external aggression, has been tasked to spread the message of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam to all our neighbors. In all spheres of training activity and to further the pillars of Sagar, Look East Policy, Neighborhood First Policy to our maritime neighbors and African countries, Indian Coast Guard trains or imparts the training and capacity building to neighbors and African countries, saving lives of fishermen irrespective of nationality, extending support in fighting marine pollution, suppression of piracy and armed robbery, assisting anti-smuggling operations round the clock, and to extend it to all nations nearby. Government of India's ambitious project, Sagarmala and Blue Economy will prove to be a catalyst for increasing or for the growth of Indian economy in coming years. Ladies and gentlemen, it is incumbent on us, on all of us, to spread, to transfer the ripple of our growth that we are experiencing to our neighbors, so that there is a proportionate growth in the region and there is no competition which will lead to aggression. Or I know I'll put in this word, the psychology students will be able to understand need generated response. Okay, let's need be satisfied across the globe to a certain extent proportionately. Sagarmala is a port-led development plan which aims at free trade from the hinterland to the port and along the coastal, using the coastal trade, so that coastal community is developed, economically developed, along with the hinterland. And also these structures, the Sagarmala and Blue Economy, they are interlinked with the Sagar, Look East Policy, and Neighborhood First Policy, SASEP, all this stuff, so that these benefits are transferred to other neighboring countries. The objectives of blue economy, I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, for information. You know all this stuff. You will Google it out. It will come to you will come to know. But for your benefit and for the discussion of the in the forum, I'll mention it also the blue economy. The objectives also include the regional cooperation and extending our facilities, our prosperity to the neighboring nations. The first objective being exploring full potential of the oceans for the socio-economic benefit of the region, to promote smart, sustainable, and inclusive growth and employment opportunities for the states or nations in the Indian Ocean region. Okay. Promote maritime sector as a driver for sustainable development. And this is a good topic has been chosen. I must tell that the maritime sector, this blue economy with these many objectives of Government of India in mind, I think will be able to do justice to our neighborhood and to ourselves. If you are preaching the philosophy of neighborhood, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, you must think of our neighbor is at peace, not pieces. Then only we'll have a stable state of mind and good night's sleep. Otherwise, we'll keep thinking about our neighbor. What is he doing? Is he going to do something else tomorrow morning? Should I get prepared? Then I'll lose midnight sleep. In this regard, several areas have been identified for harness the economic benefits like fisheries and aquaculture, renewable energy resources, seaport and shipping development, offshore hydrocarbons and seabed minerals, marine biotechnology research and development, and tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, it is in our interest to transfer all these, whatever we are developing today, and during the skill development session that we discussed in the last session, today, second session, all these learnings has to be transferred, shared with the neighboring countries so that there is proportionate growth. I am not saying this topic does not mean sharing the prosperity, does not mean you share some of your economic benefits with them. Only knowledge sharing is good enough for them to go along with you. And so far as building relationship is concerned, ladies and gentlemen, it should be a relationship built on trust and belief, relational leadership. There are two types of leaderships. One is relational leadership, another is situational leadership. When in most of the cases we practice situational leadership. Situational leadership, in situational leadership, we will not get, or situational relationship or interactions will not get returns as you expect. Because the opposite person knows that, okay, it is a situational relationship, and he will also look into his benefits. What am I going to get out of this interaction? But a relational relationship, relational leadership, you see, in this that the relation is developed first. Then situation, as per the situation is dealt, and there is every likelihood that we will get the maximum returns out of this. ये बताने हुए गर्व लगता है, गर्व होता है कि आज का जो लीडरशिप हमारा है, it is quite believe in relational leadership, building up the relationship with self. I mean self, I mean it, self, surrounding, and the neighborhood and the countries far and near. Self, what I mean, जो खुद को नहीं प्यार करता दूसरों को क्या प्यार करेगा? नहीं, करेक्ट एक नहीं है? हाँ भाई, नींद लग रहा है आपको ना, बातें कर रहे हो? हाँ जी, ओके। जो खुद को प्यार नहीं करता है वो दूसरों को प्यार क्या करेगा? That's why start loving yourself first. And when we are anywhere, we really, I was telling in some lecture, we are investing time, not spending time. Now we all are here, we are investing time to learn something. And the time is the tips to learn is practice relational leadership. which is being practiced at country or head of the state now. And definitely in relational leadership, whatever you will extend, you will get maximum returns beyond your expectation. After maintaining the relational leadership, a relation with the countries with a good heart and open mind, the benefits or the skills that related to blue water economy and Sagarmala, whatever you are getting out of Sagarmala project, if it is transferred, definitely the area, the region will be in a good economic state. It will prove to be a catalyst in economic growth for country and also region and also for the world. Let's, and with the permission, I am finished, sir. Yeah, sir, is time finished? Okay, okay, sir. And with the permission of chair,
We'll have more time.
yes, sir. With the permission of chair, I will rest my speech with the message from Almighty that we all are looking forward. And I think Ministry of Education and Ministry of Culture and SOE University through this part of lecture is trying to send this message. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah Sarve Shantu Niramaya Sarve Bhadrani Pashantu Ma Kaschit Dukha Bhave. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. It means let everybody be happy. May all be happy. May all be free from illness. May all see what is auspicious. May no one suffer. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Honestly, I believe, I pray God with the blessings from all of us. Let the efforts of MOE, MOC, and SOA bear the fruits and peace be prevailed over the world. Thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jana Saab, for giving to the time. I'm sorry if I cut your time since we tend to actually, speak a lot, and we have so many things to speak. But then, because of the limitations of time, I have to remind you. But I can promise you, assure you that you will have more time to talk within amongst the panelists also at a later stage. Next, in the list of our panels, I would like to request Mr. Anant Narasimham. I was just going through the CV. He has a very, very colorful CV. But let me not waste time in reading out the CV, because I think his face will be quite familiar. We have been seeing him in the television, but right now you are seeing him directly. So I don't think he needs any introduction, but briefly, he is a TV journalist, and I enjoy watching his shows. And over to you, Mr. Krishnan. And as usual, 15 minutes. After 12 minutes, I'll just tap twice here to send you the message. I will not speak anything.
Sir, I hope I won't get penalized for taking less time.
Oh, no. That will be, you'll be rewarded.
Namaste, Jai Hind. My name is Anand Narasimhan. A lot of them confuse me sometimes with Anand Ranganathan. He's also a good friend, but he's a different person. My given name is Sri Krishna Sharma. So when sir called me Mr. Krishnan, I didn't take offense, because I am Krishna too. So I am Anand Narasimhan. I'm going to start with 2-3 things which all of us know. Dharmo Rakshati Rakshita. That means Dharma protects those who protect Dharma. Dharyena iti Dharma. That means that which sustains is Dharma. So for our sustenance, it is our Dharma. So what is our Dharma? Today I'm going to quote not maritime experts, but historiographers. People who have gone back, bankers, economists, who have tried to research our itihasa and written what we were. Gentlemen, I believe very strongly so that until and unless we are very sure of who we were and what we were, we will not tell the present and the future who we are and where we need to be. And I'll try and put this into context. So two of my friends and authors. I'm going to quote them liberally today, but I'll also give them credit. One is Dr. Vikram Sampath, who's not just written about Savarkar and other books in the past, but he's also written a book on the brave hearts of Bharat. And I've just started reading the book, but the first two chapters had me enthralled because the coincidence of me coming to Bhubaneswar and us talking about our own maritime history somewhere reflects in what he is writing about two of the big brave hearts. I'll talk about that. But what he writes, he says, Dharmartha Kama Mokshanam Upadesha Samanvitam Kathayuktam Puravrutam Itihasa Tachakshmate. Now, this is what Kalahana, in his seminal work Rajatarangini, has written. I know there are past masters in Sanskritam, so if I make any mistakes, please forgive me. But it is to put matters in context. So, what does he say? Purvavrutam, or narratives of the past that are in the story form, Katha Yuktam, and impart Upadesha, or instruction in the four limbs of humanity's pursuits. So, Dharma, righteousness, Artha, material pursuits, Kama, sensual pleasures, and Moksha, liberation, is called Itihasa, literally translating to it thus happened. How many of us know it thus happened? How many of us, even living in Odisha, we know that in Philippines they're referred to as Kling. But do we know that the Bali Yatra is referred to as Bali Yatra, which is in Indonesia? It is not referred to as the Kalinga Sadhava Yatra. So how are we going to remember the Sadhava Puas? And that too Kalinga as a naval bastion, or one of the most important ports for trade towards the southeast of Asia and also towards the south of Asia. If our own festival is celebrated as something which is a foreign land, oh, they went to, but who went to Bali? The Kalinga went to Bali. The Sadhavas went to Bali, right? So for us to share prosperity, we need to get our narratives right. So we need to get our itihasa right. With no offense to the organizers, no offense to anybody, but I'm just saying this is where it's endemic in all of us, and we've been ingrained to self-loathe. So Sir was also talking about respect, belief. But more importantly, the self-loathing has to go away. Then I'm going to quote another author and historian, Devdutt Patnaik. Devdutt Patnaik has written extensively, and he said that the sea was used to trade. The sea was used to trade with the Arab coast. India was then known as Meluha. 2,000-year-old Tamil literature refers to merchants who traveled far and wide and brought back great riches, including Roman coins, Roman wine, and even Roman women. Then he writes something which caught my attention. He says, in Southeast Asia, sea merchants traveled to countries like Indonesia, Cambodia, Vietnam. They carried them not just trading goods, but stories. So he writes in detail. Then, how did it all end? Now, time and again, historiographers, historians, and even maritime experts would realize that for nearly 2 millennia, so 0 CE to 1700, India and China were competing with each other in terms of the world's largest GDP output. And India, for more than 2 millennia, got it right. It was competing with the China. What happened after the 1700s? What happened? The invasions happened, yes. Then there he writes, and then he brings it to context where he says the Arabs took over the sea trade. So he says, over time, a belief spread that when you cross the sea, you lose caste. Even though casta is a Portuguese word and it came in much later, but the concept of caste or your jati or varna, so sadhavas, so if you're a sadhava. So he says once the idea became popular, people avoided traveling over water, which in turn led to the decline of Indians traveling on the seas. Then he writes, they restricted their trading activities to the ports communities, Kerala and Gujarat. And in Tamil Nadu, the Chettiars, they continued to ply their wares. So the port areas, because they wanted to continue trade, there was a conflict between Hinduism and Buddhism. The port areas, they all converted to Islam because they wanted to continue trade. So it was again economics. Conversion started happening from the ports. But it's again economics. Even today we know it's driven by economics. So at the core of it all is economics. So that's why I'll come to Kautilyanomics towards the end. So then what does he say? He writes, this also led to the decline of Hinduism, spreading in Southeast Asia. Buddhists who had already migrated to Cambodia and Vietnam created monasteries, taught local people Buddhism, and Buddhism continues to flourish in those regions. Therefore, Buddhism thrived. He then writes, Hinduism failed to flourish as Hindu priesthood was based on bloodline and caste, and since people could not travel, take their wives, take their brides across the sea, the Hindu tradition gradually waned. The idea of people traveling across sea becoming polluted and taking away of caste came to be known as Kalapani. So even during World War I, soldiers who were sent by the British to fight in other parts of the world returned home thereafter and faced great discrimination in their villages. So you see what we have done. We've killed our own narratives. We have killed our own itihasa. We have killed our own abilities. So today, how many of us, now I'm here to talk about the role of media and sharing prosperity and spreading this message, but in our own homes, if we don't gift boats to our children, and tell them this is what you need to do. You need to romanticize sailing in the seas. You need to become a merchant of the navy or merchant of the seas. If we don't do that, if we don't know that Kalidasa dedicated 5-6 verses in the 6th chapter to Himangada, the lord of the seas, and he referred to the Bay of Bengal as the Mahodadi, so then how are we going to go back, come forward and say, oh, let's talk about our maritime abilities? How are we going to do it? Now, page number 86. Now, this is Sriram Balasubramanian, US-based, bright mind. Not just an engineer, he's a banker, and he's also a student of Sanskritam, and he spent 7-8 years researching our Itihasa. Now, this is what he writes about maritime routes. And sir, I'll wind up after this. There have been many anecdotes of Indian maritime history in recent times. The main maritime trade routes in ancient India were the ones along the Erythraean Sea, connecting the western coast of India to the rest of the world, and the Indian Ocean connecting southern and eastern parts of India to the rest of Southeast and East Asia, respectively. These maritime routes provided the last mile delivery to import and export the goods between major cities of this country. He actually says that we had a three-way infrastructure, and the concept was that you would have inland regions, interconnection between inland regions, corporate guilds, and maritime infrastructure. This concept existed even at the time of Mauryas. So even around 300-400 BCE, he refers to multiple instances and he quotes it. And then he says, this is how Kautilya broke up who's going to do what. I'm just going to read this part. Kautilyan references to the Department of Waterways and Ships are very significant as well. There was a superintendent for ships, Navadhyaksha. Passports and accounts related to trade, Shamashastri. This is what Mr. Shamashastri has written in his book, 1915 and page 131. Some of these roles included details on the monitoring of customs duties on the ports, fishing licenses, Nokha Hatakam, and sailing fees for passengers who came in these ships, Yatra Vetanam, and taxes for individuals living in the coastal areas, Kliptam, among others. So we had a very, very organized system. We were some of the best boat manufacturers in Kalinga. This very place was a shipyard, ship deck, shipbuilding area in past. How many of us know? How many of our friends know? How many of in Odisha know? So we can play a role, but then there has to be a conscious effort to build an awareness and pride and belief. So at our end, we'll do our bit. But where are the conversations roaming around? He's put out a lovely map, and I'm just going to end with this map. In this map, when you see, ladies and gentlemen, this is the routes, the trade routes and sea routes. When you look at the map of India, what do you see? More land or more water? We are obsessed with the land. It's time we start obsessing with the water again. Because we are Sindhu. We are Sindhu, a land surrounded by water on all sides. Indus and Saraswati, Brahmaputra or the Luit, and the Sagara on the other remaining sides. And we are not obsessing with water. I rest my case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anand Narasimhan. In fact, the point that your last point that you mentioned, that has been extensively discussed and debated in past 2 days, and maybe you missed it. anyway, we'll discuss more about it. My third panelist in my list in the same reverse order is Dr. Monica Verma. Monica Verma has done her PhD on international relations from Southeastern University, New Delhi, and she is currently teaching at Northeast Christian University and also a columnist of national and international media. Over to you, Dr. Verma, and as usual, maximum 15 minutes. After 12 minutes, I will give 2 taps here. After that, to just send you a message. Let me remind you again, 15 minutes. After 12 minutes, you'll get this. Then you stop. Okay, thank you.
First of all, I'm Dr. Monica Verma. I have a PhD in international relations. Okay, all right. I've been asked to talk about I have been asked to talk about shared prosperity today, and this is something which is really close to my heart since I attempted a PhD on this. When I was starting my project, I wanted to focus on the Bay of Bengal region, but unfortunately, the professors at my department they said to me, in their language, they instilled some sense into me saying that you cannot be focusing on Bay of Bengal right now because we have Pakistan, Bangladesh, so many countries that are surrounding India in terms of land. So why do you want to focus on Bay of Bengal? Pick India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and that's going to be a PhD thesis. As a young scholar, I did not have that agency to revolt. I did not have a chance to tell them that probably, by the time my thesis will go out, by the time my work will be published, Bay of Bengal will be more, it will be more central to how India perceives itself. It will be more central to the kind of problems that India is going to face in the future. But I did have no agency. What I'm trying to talk today is this that, there is a change in our mindset. All of us are really fortunate to be born in a time when there are so many changes taking place that a young scholar like me is being asked to talk about shared prosperity. I think the first point that I want to make is do you have something that you want to make? Next slide. Just keep on moving. I think the first point that I want to make is that after independence, we lost our sense of maritime domain. We were colonized, but we never bothered to decolonize ourselves. So we kept focusing on the continental problems. We started getting only the first one. Yes. We started getting obsessed with the continental problems, but we forgot about the maritime domain. Now, what happens is that till the 90s, India was under a socialist regime. We weren't thinking in terms of becoming prosperous ourselves. How do you share something that you don't yourself have? Till the 90s, we were poor, we were corrupt, and no one really bothered about, having some prosperity of our own so that our smaller neighbors who have been looking up to us could gain something from it. And sadly, till the 90s, when we did not liberalize, privatize, and globalize ourselves, we were just focused on what's happening inside. We lost our touch with the external world. But in the 90s, a big jolt came. The balance of payment crisis, and then that we realized that, economic prosperity is very important. Who is stopping Indians from trading with the outside world? We've been trading, we were a trading nation for so many centuries. What stopped? What changed? So in 90s, we had a look east policy, thanks to P.V. Narasimha Rao. He talked about how, we've been focusing on all the continental problems. We've been talking about Pakistan, we've been talking about Bangladesh and China as well. But what about other countries? We are a part of a neighborhood where there were Asian tigers. They were growing. Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand. Look at their growth rate. They had a market, they had a trade, flourishing trade. So that's when we started thinking about the look east policy. And that's when, the changes started to begin. Once something happens on the policy domain, we also see, consequences of it in terms of some concrete policy measures as well. And so we had the Indian Ocean Rim Association in the 1995. And Unfortunately, the idea was not given by Indian leaders. It were two South African leaders who suggested to India that you should be taking the leadership. So you are not understanding what kind of a leader were we? Very reserved, apprehensive about taking the medal, going ahead and proving our leadership. No, we didn't want to do that. We were being reminded by our smaller neighbors. We were being reminded by South African countries, but we weren't doing that. Thankfully, in the year 1995, we had an Indian Ocean Rim Association. Now, as of today, what are our twin challenges? We have two challenges facing ourselves. First is that China has risen. We can't even talk about rise of China in today's date. It's already a 15 trillion economy. And what's happening? You have a Belt and Road initiative, of which a part is the Maritime Silk Road. It's creating bases all across the world. India is being surrounded by military bases. We just saw what happened with the spy ship, Wang Yuan 5, when it came to Sri Lanka last month. So, when these things are happening in our own neighborhood, what do? Things have become so dangerous to us. Things have become so serious for us. That's the time of an awakening. And by the way, China, a near neighbor, someone with whom we were sharing a trajectory of growth, a country which was equal to us in terms of trade and economy, has now become the largest navy in the world. Not United States, it's China. Secondly, India's economic growth. India is the third largest economy right now in terms of purchasing power parity. But when it comes to GDP nominal, we are still the fifth largest. And that just happened recently. But we want to become the third largest economy by the year 2030. And trust me, that's not a luxury. It's a necessity. We are a country of 1.3 billion people. And we have a huge demographic dividend. 65% of our population is below 35 years of age. And all of them, they need jobs. All of them, they need meaningful vocation. Now, how do you provide that if you don't have the third largest economy in the world by the year 2030? So you see how desperate are we for growth right now? And that's where the maritime tradition and maritime prosperity plays a huge role. Thankfully, we had a prime minister who understood our problems in the year 2014. And in the year 2015, one of the first things that Prime Minister Narendra Modi did was offer the Sagar Vision. Now, originally, this Sagar Vision was basically given for the Indian Ocean region. But in the year 2018, the same Sagar Vision was also extended to the entire Indo-Pacific region. So imagine, we were just starting to talk about the Indian Ocean region, and suddenly we were pushed into thinking about the entire Indo-Pacific region, which is not just Indian Ocean, but also the Pacific Ocean. So now, all of a sudden, India is being asked to be a net security provider, to be a prosperous country to two ocean regions, Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. Now, what is happening at the policy domain? What are what are our leadership? What is our leadership thinking? What are our leaders thinking? Are we going to make any changes to this? Has there been any change in the way we were taking our neighborhood? Definitely yes. For many years, we kept cribbing about India being very poorly integrated with its neighborhood. Today, you look at the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, they hardly have a 5% intra-regional trade. Except Sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia is the least integrated region in the world. Reason? We were obsessed with Pakistan. Whenever someone talked about regional integration, we never thought about the ocean region. We always thought, oh, Pakistan won't give us transit rights. Oh, we can't go to Afghanistan. We lost the connectivity to Central Asia thanks to independence. These were the kind of things that we used to think. But then a change came. The change was that we started talking about the maritime domain. All of us remember in the 2014 swearing-in ceremony, Prime Minister Modi had invited the SAARC leaders. But then in the 2019 ceremony, he did not invite them. Now, I'm not saying that they are not relevant, but the way of thinking has definitely changed. Now, finally, we are focusing on the Bay of Bengal region, that I wanted to focus as a part of my PhD project, but I was advised again. So, if you look at the Bay of Bengal initiative and you also look at the BIMSTEC initiative, things are definitely changing. And that's about the regional story. When it comes to bilateral relations, I have so many friends who are studying at the Western universities. I have friends who are studying at United States, Australia, South Korea, Japan. And one thing, whenever I meet them, and I don't go to meet them, they come to meet me in New Delhi. And whenever I meet them in New Delhi, there is one single thing that they always tell me. You know what, Monica? You were good that you didn't do a PhD from abroad. Great you pursued it in New Delhi. Because in all the Western capitals these days, they are going mad for New Delhi. Reason? Economics. Countries like Australia, all of us know how much racism, hate crimes, all of these things are there in Australia when it comes to Indians. Suddenly they want to know what an average Indian is thinking. Suddenly they want to talk to us. Suddenly they want to know our story. Why? Because during the 2020 COVID pandemic, China made Australia realize its greatest mistake in the recent times. Your entire economy, all your value chain, dependent on China. And if you want to call out China for doing the COVID pandemic, suddenly all your supply chains are disrupted. Suddenly all your trade is shut. What do? That is when Australia realized that we are living in the Pacific Ocean. And we have the Pacific Island countries as our neighbors. Why are we letting all these small countries fall one by one to the Chinese design? Why don't we do something about it? And that is when Australia started waking up to opportunity India. And that's where the shared prosperity lies. Now let's just come to Japan. Japan is offering us 44 billion for our investment. And it's taking a project not only in the coastlines but also in the northeast region. One of the most difficult regions to give development to, one of the most difficult and complex regions to create infrastructure. But today, Japan wants to do that for us. Things are also changing in the multilateral. Things are also changing on the multilateral table. India is now a part of Quad, which all of us know if we are following news, even reasonably well. India has also floated an Indian Ocean Naval Symposium. India has also created an Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative. These are not just alphabetical soups. These are also credible initiatives that India has taken to make sure that India's vision is laid out for the entire world, and not just regionally, but also multilaterally. Let's come to West Asia. All of us have been talking about East Asia, look East policy, act East policy. Surprisingly, no one talks about West Asia. What about the Gulf region? Even they have water. And what do they need from India? US is withdrawing, so they definitely need India to be the net security provider. Now, everyone will say China is there as an alternative, but all of us know what kind of an alternative China is. So, therein lies the shared prosperity. They want a net security provider that India has all the ability, inclination, and willingness to be. And all that we can get from them are their sovereign wealth funds. Their oil is drying up. They're trying to diversify their economy. They're focusing on artificial intelligence, digital disruption. These are the things that we are doing. And so they want to invest in India. That's the reason why you see a Mohammed bin Salman breaking all the protocols and hugging our prime minister and calling him a brother. So, West Asia is also important when we think about a maritime future. Next slide, please. And this, again, this obsession with look east. We don't talk about Russia. Why don't we? Fine, I understand Indo-Pacific and Quad. But what about Eurasian region? You know what? The farthest region in Russia is where China has invested a lot. India is a latecomer, I agree. But we are creating maritime corridors with Russia now. And it's going to be a part of the INSTC. And I think with the Chabahar Port Initiative, and I think Shekhar sir will definitely agree because we were talking about that yesterday. With all these initiatives, all the problems that we got from independence and partition and the connectivity that we lost thanks to independence is going to come back. So I think that's a great initiative. And the best example is Chennai Vladivostok corridor. And this is my last slide. I was asked by Anuradha ma'am to focus on the challenges and the problems, that we in strategic community face. And when I say we, especially the international relations scholars, we have a habit of focusing too much on the continental side. You go to any average university and pick up the syllabus that they have on IR. In my own university, there is not a single course on maritime tradition. And that when we have been a dominant power in the maritime domain. I think that clearly needs to change. And for that, an advantage is that there is a lot of policy change in the government now. Thanks to our policy of abandoning the non-alignment policy and coming to a all-alignment or a multi-alignment foreign policy, we started thinking about self-interest. When S. Jaishankar writes in his book, India is right now surviving in a world where naked self-interest is most important. I think there we have to think about shared prosperity, but we also have to think that we can share only when we are prosperous ourselves. So I think a course, that's one. I think
Go ahead.
I think a course could be included in all the higher education institutions. And when I say that, I don't want to talk about only international relations. I'm also a media graduate. If there were no course on international relations in my media degree, trust me, I would not have been standing here. Sixth semester is when I got my voice back. Sixth semester is when I understood that, beyond the Bijli Pani Sadak reporting of Indian media, there's something more exciting happening in the global world. I think if courses are one way we could introduce more intelligent people, bright minds, to study India's maritime traditions, to talk about India's shared prosperity, then I think that's the way to be. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manika, for your passion, your enthusiasm, and the spirit of your presentation. But if I can become very frank, I think you explained quite a lot, giving all factual information, but somehow I felt that you lost the focus. What is exactly you wanted to say? Very confusing. So I think you need to probably, as somebody, as a co-researcher, I personally would like to advise you to reorganize. What is that you want to say? What is your research question? I didn't get it. I just didn't get it. You spoke about everything in the earth. What is all happening in the, in our part of the world? But what is the core focus? Because it's a maritime issue. Maritime security, maritime empire, maritime domain, very passingly you use without any proper definition or application in what context you're using. So that is my personal observation, which you might like to consider. If you think this is useless, reject it, no problem. My last panelist in the list is Commodore Sikand Kesnur. Again, he has already been here for the last 3 days, and everyone knows him, so I don't want to waste any time. And I would request him to state, go ahead and give his opinion. Only one request I would like to make to him is, nobody has, since you are talking about the share prosperity, I would like to request him. Of course, I should know about it, but then as a practitioner of naval, in the naval theater, he has spent decades. He's, from the application point of view, he will be more mature. I would like to request to speak something about the institutional mechanism which have been evolved, which have been in place. Because if we talk about share prosperity, the first question which will arise is, how do we secure it? Without any mechanism to secure it, any effort to seek prosperity, and that to share it also with others is a big task. So there are certain institutional mechanism and also legal protection, in place. For example, now the Malabar exercise, nobody has mentioned about it. I think it is just going to start or already started yesterday. This is something which is actually very, very significant. How four countries are, how Malabar started and how it has been expanded, incorporating also other like-minded friendly countries. And it is a very significant institutional mechanism. Quad, somebody very passingly mentioned. But I think Quad is very, very significant. And the Quad, I think, should be, I would like to again request to speak something about the Quad. When bilateral military exercises we are going to have with many countries in the region, that aspect also nobody has touched upon. So these are all three key points which occurred to me, and I would like to request him to focus on that. Besides all anything else that which he has already planned to have to speak on. Over to you, Commodore.
Is it okay if I speak from here?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Thanks. Thanks for the generosity, but now it seems like a big mountain to climb. It seems like a big mountain to climb. Thank you so much. Thanks so much. Very generous of you. Thank you. Sure. No.
Come back to you. After that, I'll come back to you.
I wouldn't take as much time.
We'll have one more round. This is the last session, so we have 20 time.
And good afternoon. Like he said, last session, last speaker. So everybody is waiting for me to get out so that we can all get out. But this is a session on partnerships and prosperity, as you call it. So I'll trace back and forth in this talk and add something that the Honorable Chair has directed me to, or ordered me, as we say in the your seniors. Yesterday, day before yesterday, when Anuradha we were traveling in the bus, she asked, "What is your vision, Maritime Vision 2047?" And that is when we started talking. So I'll begin with this. Everyone, if I ask here, most people, particularly in the non-maritime sector, you ask them, "What's the flag of UK?" Almost all of you will say to a man or woman, it's the Union Jack, right? The actual answer is, it is the Union flag. The reason it is called Union Jack is because it was seen all over the world on the jackstaff of a ship. It is because the British flag was seen on the jackstaff of a ship that the flag came to be associated through the Navy all over the world. This is what made Pax Britannica, the Union Jack, which is why we know it as such. So we made a small beginning on this 15th August when the Tiranga was flown on 6 naval ships in 6 continents across the world. And in 2047, I would like the Tiranga to be as well known as the Union Jack was, using the Indian Navy and the Indian Maritime World as the vector, as the one that's flying our flag all over the world. Of course, now not as a colonizer, but as a collaborator, as a friend, as not in contest, but in a cooperative, collaborative endeavor. That is the new paradigm and what is this paradigm? Again, it's old. Every one of you has talked of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Our Prime Minister gave it very beautifully when he talked of Sagar, and Janaji and everyone talked of Sagar. What's important about Sagar is 2 or 3 things. A, please remember, he unveiled this statement in Mauritius, not in India. So he was speaking in an international forum and in an island nation. B, he said security and growth. For a long time, amongst a lot of chattering classes in India, security was seen as counter to growth. So by hitching security and growth together, he made a very clear statement that these two grow together. That it's not butter versus guns, it is butter and guns. As a military man, I would say guns for butter, but you can disagree with me there if you want. The third was all. So there was nobody being excluded. This was a framework, previous international frameworks always worked on keeping somebody out. And he said for all. And he specified the region. As Monica ji said, that time he meant the Indian Ocean region. We have subsequently expanded to the Indo-Pacific. And for good reasons, as my chair would allude when we talk of today our imagination. In fact, it was the defense minister, the external affairs minister, a few days back in Ahmedabad saying, don't think of Indian Ocean, think of the Indo-Pacific, right? So I think, and this Indo-Pacific has been the region again in Indian maritime tradition when we traded on the one hand with Mediterranean and with West Asian regions, and on the other hand with China and Japan. What we talk of, and indeed the East African coast, what we talk of as Indo-Pacific today was something that Indian maritime savvy was present long ago. So that part. Now, Admiral Puri was, again, I think he made the very right point that philosophy ठीक है, vision ठीक है, उसको policy और strategy में जब बदलते हो, तो it's good to be magnanimous in spirit, but when you come down to brass tacks, please take self-interest along with you. Don't yield unnecessarily. And if you're doing prosperity, and I think everyone has said that let partnerships and prosperity be built on strength and understanding and give and take, rather than having, woolly ideas of magnanimity from one side. So what is this prosperity we are talking about, ladies and gentlemen? Let's talk. I mean, long back, when we talk of imagination, and Samudra Manthan is a great imagination, the great part about India is how you can imagine, how you can unpack this, as they say. And I see one aspect of unpacking is what we call blue economy today. That ocean, that when the gods and asuras fought for the honey, that honey, you can call it petroleum, gas, you can call it wealth of the oceans, you call it polymetallic nodules, you can call it fish. The point is wealth of the oceans or wealth in the oceans is what I see. So you got to extract that, and for that, as the chair has rightly said, you cannot have it unless you have security. Security has to undergird your blue economy aspects. So ancient imagination was there when we said in Vishnu Purana that Uttaram Yat Samudrasya Himalayasya Dakshinam. The concept of Bharata as being north and being framed by the oceans was always there. But how we use the oceans, as Panikkar says, don't see these merely as frontiers or as borders. See them as vital territorial areas. Now, what are some of these statistics about vital territorial areas? We say about the oceans. Why oceans? We have a formula 70, 80, 90, 100 in the Navy. First, 70% of the globe covered by waters, 80% or so of words, populous places, cities are within 100 miles of the coastline. 90% or plus of the world's trade happens through oceans, and almost 100% of all connectivity. Your undersea communication cables are the new things that making you a global common when we talk of internet. So remember, the seas were the original global commons, and the word of the seafarers was the first social network. That is why you will see the white uniform is common almost over all the navies of the world. So when you talk of shared prosperity, what are the statistics? 7,500 kilometers of coastline, so many states and union territories that have the seas. But let's talk something more. How many islands do we have? Around 1300 ke aspas. Of these, only around 600 or so with the Andamans, about 30, 40 with the Lakshadweep. Where are the rest of your 500, 600 islands? They are there of mainland India. Now, some of them may be just as small as this room or this museum, but there could be many bigger. Now, can you imagine how they can be utilized? Biodiversity hotspot, special exclusive economic zones. Can they be adopted by hinterland states who don't have any coastline? Okay. There are million ways in which these islands can be used. But until we realize how to use them, you need them to be protected. I'll give you a small example. The island of Gharapuri, Elephant Tongue. This got, can you believe it? Full electricity came to this island just about 3 or 4 years ago. An island just off the maximum city. But the moment electricity came there, the economy of Gharapuri changed. So instead of boats going from morning to evening and the entire infrastructure being built for sunrise to sunset, now you have the whole place opened up. Then you can have restaurants, you can have hotels, you can have jetties that look at. So the economy expands. And this I'm talking of an island just next to the maximum city, Bombay. So can you imagine what if we develop? So when resources go down, you got to go to the seas. But you got to go to the seas, as we say, one, being strong ourselves. We got huge fishing reserves. Our EEZ, ladies and gentlemen, is 2.1, 2.2 million square kilometers. That is 2/3 of our land area. If some of our claims with the UN get successful, it could become 3 million square kilometers, which is our land area. Now, Abhi, on land, you have everything, and I'm with no disrespect at all. Army, BSF, CRPF, CISF, police, all people staying. At sea, we just got ourselves in the Coast Guard to guard that area. But you got to keep it secure. Future food, future polymetallic nodules, future fuel, future gas, as Captain Sharma said in the previous session. You need fuel for everything. And unless you secure those places and keep them secure, which is where the armed forces come in as an insurance for your future, right? So these are some of the bare bones statistics that we are talking about when we talk of prosperity. But how do we do partnerships? Now, we do partnerships in many ways, but one of the best ways in which you do partnerships is through the medium of Navy. And why Navy? Because, as they say, a warship is a perfect ambassador. A man of war is the best ambassador. And why is it so? One, because in global affairs, influence is a function of presence and persistence. And only a warship going into a different, distant theater can not only stay there poised, but can ratchet in and out. You know, like a rheostat, it can increase or decrease the pressure. So a warship that goes to a far off country goes with message of friendship. We talked about soft power. Again, I'm telling you that a navy ship combines hard power and soft power beautifully. With all respects to all cultural troops, and I don't mean any disrespect, what do you mean when you say act east? It is a naval ship in a distant country that gives a palpable physical connect to the act east policy. Now, a troop goes there, 20, 30 people, do a dance performance, come back. Our local missions in many places are 5 or 10 people. When a naval ship goes, there are 300 people. 2 or 3 ships goes, there are 1,000 people. They're showcasing engineering. They're showcasing cuisine. They're showcasing your technology, because most ships that go are now ships built in India. As I said yesterday, almost all our ships are built in India and to very fine lines. Above all, they're showcasing the cosmopolitanism of India. When they see different languages, different people, the way they come. So the Indian Navy ships, I mean, it has been recognized by everyone. This is a global principle that naval ships are fantastic for diplomacy. As Admiral Menon said, one of the best ways that you got to do it is invite the head of state, send your best ship across to the country, invite the head of the state, have him have a good checker, serve him your coldest beer in your finest crystal under the gaze of your longest range missile. You know, so so you're going to so the point is you are able to, the naval ships have that flexibility, the dexterity. And I'll give you a very small example. 3 or 4 years ago, Maldives ran out of water because their desalination plant broke down. Now, please remember, desalination plant breaking down in Maldives is not like India. It meant their economy come to a crash, people, everything. So what did India do? We sent Indian Navy ships. The first Navy ship goes there with water. Another big ship goes, give them a lot of water. So immediate relief. Then what did the naval guys do? They started using their RO plant, got close, laid a pipeline across, started supplying water. Thereafter, the engineers from both the ships went there, repaired the plant, got it back on ground. So you're able to show a wide range of, talents and bring. So this was about bringing a country back to life. So these are some of the very important ways, and these are constantly happening, ladies and gentlemen. We talk of forums, the Indian Navy, and I'm retired, so I'm not some triumphal cheerleader for the Navy, but I'm just giving you the fact. Okay, what is happening is the Navy has taken the lead over a large period of time to have several of these multilateral forums. She talked of IONS. There is something called the Goa Maritime Conclave. The Goa Maritime Symposium just finished a week ago. Then the Goa Maritime Conclave will be there next year. In fact, some aspects of India-Mozambique cooperation was speeded up when last year the Mozambique naval chief met the Indian naval chief in the conclave and spoke about this. Then we have the Milan meeting of littoral navies, which was in Port Blair all along, was in Vizag this year. 40 nations were a part of that. I had gone there to talk. And what are we talking? We're talking of collaboration. We're talking of harnessing collective competencies. This was the theme of Milan. So we are doing what the Indian Navy is doing in this region as the preferred security partner, as the first responder, is not only responding, is not only using our security surplus to a good way, but is also helping those countries build capacities, is helping in their capability enhancement, and above all is doing this in a very, very cooperative, constructive framework. And both the admirals sitting here, they've been part of many of these endeavors, because in the Navy, these are institutional, they go along, and the country too. Yes, sir, I'm coming. Pandit Nehru sailed on the INS Delhi in 1950 and went to Indonesia. And there he met Sukarno, hosted a banquet for him, and then December. So many people, some naval guys have speculated, did not alignment idea start there. 2015, Prime Minister Modi presents a coastal radar network in which the Navy has been the prime mover to Seychelles. So what I'm trying to suggest is there is a continuity in the way these things are done with or through the Navy. Now we're talking of joint exercises. Malabar, yes, of course, Malabar is starting. And one of the great aspects about Malabar, this started in the early 90s. And remember, I mean, this is just my theory, but early 90s was the end of Cold War. And that was a time when relations between India and US literally were in a freeze. We were on the opposite side, what many people said, wrong side of history. I would like to believe and argue that some part of the rapprochement happened because the Indian Navy and the US started doing joint exercises in the early 90s, and the Malabar and the professional respect that the US had for India translated into some of these gains. Of course, this needs greater research. This is a hunch of mine. But what is incontrovertible is from 90s to 2022, 30 years, Malabar has gone up in a complexity that now, I mean, it's like a full fleet exercises. Aircraft carriers of the ships coming, this one coming, submarine exercises, virtually harbor exercises, sailors meeting. You saw this wonderful picture of the 4 Navy chiefs just last week. I think they met in Japan or wherever, and all of them, a selfie, knew where. And again, you will see the universality of the Navy. All of them had similar uniforms. I, with no disrespect, you put 4 army generals together, they will never look the same. This is the universality of the Navy. So Malabar has gone up in complexity, but Malabar is not the only one. We began exercising with Russians in Indra. In fact, the first ship that came was Moscow, which unfortunately met its nemesis recently. Moscow was there as part of Fleet Staff. Sandeep Unnithan, in fact, put a Twitter feed with my photograph there when the joint exercise of Moscow happened. We exercising with the British in Konkan, with Singapore, Australia, but not just them, sir. We're exercising with Oman. We're exercising with Saudi Arabia. I think last year we started with Kuwait. In fact, at this moment, we are exercising with more nations, 20, 25 nations, and this is increasing every year. What does this mean? That the word is, as Monica ji said, word is seeing the Navy as one of your big currencies with which to come together and operate. And while the Navy will not say it, we are all the time saying that we provide you one option in the foreign policy quiver. The Navy does not suggest that it makes foreign policy. But the fact that lots of people see some sort of a twinning between Malabar and Quad, some sort of relationship between the way the navies exercise and how the countries get along together, or as Admiral Sinha mentioned, and I think if you see all over now maritime security agreements with countries form a part of every head of state or defense ministers meeting everywhere. In fact, when I was doing my PhD on maritime diplomacy, I happened to see that the embassy reports now talk much more about the ship visits into their part of the country. So this is a very important aspect. I mean, the naval ships and the Navy as an instrument of foreign policy gaining lot more traction in our country. Of course, lot more needs to be done, and I'm sure the chair will stress on some of them. But I will quickly use 5 minutes to give some points for 2047 vision document 2 before. Sir, end pe aa gaya hu, but if you want me to do some more things, I'll this one. But I'll cover some more things if you want. One of the things that was mentioned was I think Radhika also mentioned about soft power, use of soft power in the maritime realm, and maritime soft could be in a wide area from education to cinema to whatever. But we need to do a lot more in the maritime soft power component. I can give some ideas. There, she's a long life. I was just mentioning you. So I have some ideas in terms of how this maritime soft power can be used. Just suffice it to say here that again the Indian Navy ships can be a very vital component in even showcasing soft power. It's not the only way. There are many different ways. Secondly, information domain. And I think people like Anand come in here, that there needs to be lot more discussion on maritime aspects in our media and through our media, since he is a part of a global chain. One day we hope that an Indian channel like the BBC is seen all over the world, and we want that the maritime aspect should have greater traction. But we should begin now. I mean, the maritime in our news or in our media comes only when there is an accident, or when something happens, or when some ship gets stuck in Suez Canal. But day to day, there's so much happening. For example, when the world shut down due to COVID, it is because the seafarers did not shut down that the world was able to continue as normal. You could get all your supplies at home, and you could get your supplies at home because the seafaring, the commerce continued. Right. Last couple of points. One is, can we have in India dotted places called maritime pilgrimage? Because one of the things that our culture and civilization, we have done lots in terms of civilizational aspects, in terms of uh, our religious places, but there are lots of places of maritime significance. We talked of Pumpahar, Kaveripattam, Tamralipti is there, Barugacha is there. On the west, there are lots of places. And the Kochi Binale focuses Missouri and Kochi, the Binale that happens every 2 years, which has a distinct maritime character, but we could look at more maritime festivals on the aspects of maritime pilgrimage. Can we think in terms of maritime literature festival or something like that? We haven't, like I said, the last, I mean, a man who was not defeated by the British, who defeated British in every naval battle, the last book on him came in mid 50s, you know. So we need lot more of maritime literature. But above all, and this is my final point, in going back, I think Radhika said nicely, history must be used not as a crutch but wings. In going back, we must remember maritime tradition is good. We had a great maritime tradition, but one simple fact of the past was Indians were great maritime people because they were good in technology, they're good in everything, but they were internationalist in character. It was only an internationalist character person who could roam all over the world, who could learn the languages of different places, who could imbibe the technology, and who could build temples in far distant places. It would not have happened if we didn't have understanding of international economy and language. So we must ensure we are the best mariners in future. That should be our 2047 vision, whatever. So I will end with this statement that one admiral, like Admiral Puri, a contemporary of his, when the naval fleet was exercising a few 20 years ago, after enduring freedom happened, and the American fleet met the Indian fleet. And so American fleet used to keep giving warnings saying, keep out of our way, keep out of our way. So they called on the radio and said, good morning, Indian Navy. How long have you been here? This was in the sea area somewhere in North Arabian Sea. And the reply that went from the Indian Navy was, we have been here before Christ. What about you? You know. So, ladies and gentlemen, my final point is, what is our vision for 2047? Oh, Samudra Bharat hi Samruddha Bharat hai. Bharat mein? Okay. Thank you so much. But if there are anything, sir, I will understand. I think I've taken too much time.
Yeah, thank you. No. That is okay, perfectly fine. That is exactly what I planned for actually, and I'm happy that it went that way. Thank you very much, Commander Saab. The other unconventional method that I have in mind, which I would like to apply today, is I would like to request 4 of my panelists to ask one question to another 3. Just choose one panelist to ask one question or any clarification. One means maximum we'll have 4 questions. Yeah. After that, we'll have some questions from the audience. So who is going to ask to whom? Your choice. Anybody can pick up the mic and ask a question to any of the other 2 panelists.
I'll ask Anand.
Okay. Short. No. Short question and short answer.
Anandji, just pick up from what we said. Why does maritime figure so little in the media?
Well, when maritime starts representing economics and not security, then it will automatically start reflecting in the media. And perhaps you are sailing when you did not see the extensive coverage of the Andaman exercise which happened on our channel. When the Navy was busy giving water to Mauritius and helping them with the water crisis, there was a national debate on it and it was covered. When the four service chiefs, our Navy chiefs were showing a thumbs up, it was covered on national media. More importantly, India's trade is what is going to work. I am very, very clear that with no disrespect to the security aspect, security is integral, but economics is the nucleus. So till the time we become an economic powerhouse through our naval capabilities, through our maritime capabilities, it will not become the center of the discussion. So that's why, and there is no, the other thing, sir, is that I am not somebody who will get into a competition between which force is more important and which force's opinion matters. For me, Bharat matters. So for me, equality and everybody getting an equal credit and everybody working on a shared cause is more important for me. So in that case, also, there has never been a differentiation between the forces or their contribution to Bharat, because Bharat cannot, the absence of one does not means that there is no Bharat. So I look at India as an integral entity, and there I think they all play an equally important role. Yes, maritime discourse, the focus on maritime is important, but it will start reflecting in the media when it starts resounding or resonating in our living rooms. So that's where I will say it. When our maritime power, our maritime capability, the focus towards Sagara becomes a Manthan in our living room, you will automatically see it reflect more on the television channels and on media. So that's my humble answer to the question. The other thing, very humbly, you're all very senior, but I take exception to the chair making pointed remarks at a co-panelist. As a senior, you could have said it off the stage, but perhaps it was disheartening for a youngster who's come there with a lot of enthusiasm that your remarks were very sharp. So with very, very humbly and with due respect, I would like to just mention to the chair, that's my humble. So that is not to. So I know I'm known to stir up debates, but this is not the intent at all. It's just a very humble. My question to you, sir, to the chair. So I want to ask you. Yeah, because you have not had the chance. Oh, the chair is making the rules, so I can't ask it. Okay. Okay. So I will ask, sir, I want to understand, where do you think we are lacking? For a long time, there was no clear answer why a ship could not go, a merchant vessel could not go directly from Chennai to Cochin. It had to go all around Sri Lanka and then come to Cochin. Is policy a problem? Is the approach a problem? Is the lack of private investment an issue? Do we not have enough ports? Why is the economics from the sea, from Sagara, not the maximum contributor to our growth?
For quite some time, till 90s, we are thinking mentally, still we are colonized. That Dr. Monica was telling. And after 90s, we decentralized, privatized, globalized, and look outwardly. Till that time, we were looking inwardly. Just, okay, let me manage. Just isolated economy. We were developing isolated economy. It was, though money was the exchange of medium, it is to a very great extent better system. Earlier, I was giving in paddy, taking vegetables. Just I changed to currency through him, and exchange took place. But it was totally a better system, like not connected external, that to international market. After 90s, we perhaps thought it is very high time. Let's look outside, share their prosperity with us. And now we are thinking of sharing our prosperity with somebody. 90s, we think other way around, and perhaps we got some benefits. Hope I correctly answered. Thank you.
Now your turn to ask
Next time.
Okay. 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 Now then, since they are planning to, they are expecting plan vision document. I think we will give one idea to them. What will be your vision for 2047? No, one each.
Yeah, like I was ending and they said that to keep that. So simple one sentence, Samudra Bharat hai, Samruddh Bharat hai. That whatever Anandji brought out, everyone brought out, make the sea central to your imagination, to your economy, to your prosperity, and indeed to your security. And that's what I'd like to see.
I think by 2047, looking at current growth trajectory of India, we would already be a very credible economy, so to say. So by 2030, we will become the third largest economy. By 2050, we will be definitely able to restore our ancient glory, where India and China were providing more than 50% of the global GDP. So I think by 2050, when that status quo has been restored, obviously, we can't do that without the Navy, and we can't do that without the maritime domain.
I totally agree with what you say, that you have to make Samudra the focus, but somewhere it has to come by 2047 that states will budget a significant amount of money, especially the coastal states and those states, the hinterland which adopt islands. Is a brilliant idea that they will start budgeting a huge amount or significant amount towards development of maritime capabilities, improving ports, infrastructure, shipbuilding, naval capabilities, security. When that happens at a state-wise level across the country, not just the union budget, that perhaps would take us to the position of strength that we would aspire to be. We should be a nation like, Raja Rajendra Chola, when he invaded 14 ports at the same time. He raided 14 ports at the same time in Southeast Asia. We don't need to raid 14 ports, but we need to tell the world, if we want to do it, I can. That's all. We need to get to that capability. Then let's do joint exercises. Then let's do everything. पहले वहां पहुंच जाएं. We need to build that capability, and that's the bridge next 25 years. That's my thought process.
ये हमारा एक इंडेवर होना चाहिए, हम 2047 में एक समृद्ध भारत with good value system, इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट, इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ चोर का घर में भी बहुत है, नहीं? ठीक है कि नहीं? बट ही इज नॉट हैप्पी. वी डोंट वांट दैट टाइप ऑफ भारत. वी इकोनॉमिकली prosperous, morally, spiritually, and value system wise upright. Whatever project you are starting, see that it has got some vocational values. Otherwise, it will not be, no takers will be there. You will be only teaching us to the old guys like us after 40, 50. Students, younger generations, whatever you are telling, below 35, nobody is going to come unless it has got vocational value. Having said that, that vocational value will give you good result, good society, a prosperous society, a happy society, if it is embedded with the value system. That is exactly what we are thinking of Pathshala Gurukul system, having in Chaturashram. In Chaturashram, जो ब्रह्मचर्य stage हमारा stage होता था, that is in that value system and vocational system. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. My 2047 का एक छोटा सा बता दिया. I think she might have written down. Whatever project starting, whatever you do, it should have vocational knowledge, vocational ability, potential to train somebody vocationally, and integrated with the value system, so that when he lands up in institutional life, social life, he becomes a good man. Nee? Thank you all.
Thank you for all the my four panelists. Now, in case there is any question from the audience, please. It,
Navies have got everything to do with economy. I mean, we are not guarding any land frontier. We are guarding the nation's economy. We are guarding the nation's interest. And when this economy grows, only then the budgeting for the Navy, which you are saying, will come. I mean, we keep saying that Navy ko paisa nahi diya, ye nahi kiya, wo nahi kiya. But the fact is, within the economic possibilities of the country, where we are devoting an amount X for between the armed forces, till we have sufficient economic interests to safeguard against, it is, and with live land borders, which are also almost, so it will be natural for the decision makers to allocate money according to the perceived threats that are there at that point in time. When our economy grows, it will automatically mean that we'll come into clash with China at sea also. We'll come into clash with sea, and there will be a necessity to provision for that. But the economy has to grow. When you talk about Cholas and all that, at that time we were 25% of the world. Today we are at 2%. So, you know, so ये जो सब चीजें हैं, ultimately I agree. So for the economy to grow, many things have to grow in the country. You have to become more productive. Your skill levels in the country have to rise. Your technological levels have to rise. Number of things have to happen. We have to become competitive in the world. And then geopolitically strong to be able to ensure that our interests are safeguarded. जब इंटरेस्ट ही नहीं होंगे इकोनॉमिक तो फिर सेफगार्ड क्या करोगे? We are not there safeguarding line of communication already. We are safeguarding line of communication. मैं कई दफा पूछता हूँ, who is threatening them? Who is threatening your lines of communication? So we have. I mean, that's a good thing for the Navy to have to grow. We needed that rhetoric, but fact is that for lines of communication in the international milieu that exists today, the major trade is not ours. The major trade is from West Africa to Europe and to every place, every other place in the world. If I have to, as far as I am concerned, I have to see what trade goes off that shipping line and comes into my port. And then see how I ensure that my shipping, which will sustain me, is whether it is my shipping or a flag of convenience. That is what. So, I mean, I'm talking of geopolitics and our interests just now. So, but in the meantime, we must make ourselves conscious of our maritime traditions, and then simultaneously build up our economy. And as you say very rightly, we have to become the third largest economy. And all these Sagarmala, all these infrastructure development will go towards that. These freight corridors will go towards that. But this investment at this point of time will find greater priority than there are infrastructural problems with our today's ships are 100,000 tons, 200,000 tons. There is not a port on the west coast that can handle such tonnage. You will have to go to the east coast, and the east coast there are environmental problems. Every third day every year there is a major cyclone somewhere here or there. So we have got issues in our shipbuilding as such. In the hinterland infrastructure, So I just leave it at that. I
Okay.
think this is a much more complicated
Yeah.
subject
Okay.
than just saying that,
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we have got two more questions. We have one there. Okay. I think this your junior is waiting.
Just one comment.
Yeah.
Firstly, thank you very much for really very good discussion that we have had. As Admiral Puri just mentioned, and coming back to economy and Navy, mind you, the navies world over, particularly Indian Navy, the prime task is to ensure that sea lanes of communication are open. Of course, for the world, because there's a lot of world trade transports through India, Indian Ocean, but primarily the Indian. Anybody going out, coming back, getting in, so that you know who are your friends and who are actually going to cause you damage by feigning that they are all coming to Indian port. So this is a real challenge, and sea lanes of communication. I showed that number 2 slide, if you recall. They're not small. There are one way within the Indian Ocean itself, 3,000 kilometers one way, and you got so many of them crisscrossing. So I think that rightly said that we cannot devote all the funding because there's so many developmental problems, HRD issues, health issues, education issues. So these are only politicians can sort out these differences. Bureaucrats can't do that. We will of course ask for, as he said, that we will ask for our own pound of flesh, but it may not happen. And it is glad that people like him thought about India's indigenous shipbuilding development. We are the most indigenous service. All our warships were built here. It does not happen overnight. Right from 60s. I mean, we started making our first ship in 1960. Ajay or Abhay, a small one.
September 1960.
There. So it takes time. We are here today. Making aircraft carrier is is a big deal. So I think that then hurry up slowly. That's what we have to do. Thank you.
Okay. Can you please introduce yourself?
I am Lieutenant Commander Amit Sahni. I am representing INS Chilka, sir. Sir, many a lot have been spoken about how to get rid of this colonial mindset, sir. And the government of the day is doing a lot to get rid of this idea. However, it is not being implemented on ground. For example, this forum. While the Prime Minister of India is addressing the United Nations Council in Hindi, we are discussing everything here in English. Okay, sir. Here, the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Culture, who are the ambassadors to propagate this idea, they are not ensuring. Then how can we ask others to follow this, sir? Sir, 1 minute, sir. Another thing, sir, I would like to bring out to Mr. Narasimhan. You spoke about Bali Yatra. Why it is named Bali Yatra? So in India, before independence and after independence, also many movement were there, where Delhi Chalo. So Maharashtra में अगर होता है कुछ forum के दिल्ली चलो, that doesn't mean कि it is means दिल्ली से start हो रहा है ना? महाराष्ट्र से start होता है, but दिल्ली जाना है इसीलिए उसको दिल्ली चलो बोलते हैं. चलो दिल्ली इसी type का. And here Bali Yatra was that because the people of Odia, I am a Odia, so the sons of Odisha, Kalinga, that time they went to Bali. So this is a journey from Odisha, Kalinga to Bali. So that is why it is called Bali Yatra. The reverse cannot
नहीं
be
वो तो मैं
appropriate.
समझ गया, पर बाली में बोलते हैं क्या कलिंगा चलो?
That was found out.
नहीं बोल रहे ना, नहीं बोल रहे
That
ना.
was found out.
नहीं मैं आपसे एक ही चीज कह रहा हूँ. Respect sir is a two-way street. So वो उनका नैरेटिव संभाल रहे हैं ना.
नहीं उनका नैरेटिव नहीं, ये हमारा है कि we have done this.
सर अब आपका पॉइंट मैं समझ गया. अब आप मेरा पॉइंट समझिए. थाईलैंड में क्या वो बोलते हैं कि कलिंग चलो? No, I'll tell you what it's called. In Thailand, I have it written here.
You have read it from
No, I'm not read it. I'm saying, correct me if I'm wrong. This is what they don't call it by the name of the place. They don't refer to India. They don't refer to the port. See, what they do is they celebrate the festival. It is celebrated at the same time. I'm just going to tell you. I have it written down so that I don't make a mistake. 1 second. Yeah. Now, this is what it's called. No, it is called Masakpan ke Tukad. Masakpan ke Tukad is what it's called in Bali, in Indonesia. In Loikrathong or Loibra Pradeep, that's what it's called in Thailand. Okay, Loibra Paradeep. So this is Paradeep. The reference to Paradeep comes only in Thailand, but it's called Pradeep. Is there a reference directly to us? No. Why did I say we need to correct it? We need to correct it because the moment I say Bali Yatra, I am looking at Bali. I'm looking at Indonesia. The name doesn't tell me that there are the Sadabas who are the mariners for centuries, capable mariners. That story doesn't come out. I want to say Bali, but I want it to be called the Kalinga Bali Yatra. I wanted to call the Paradeep Bali Yatra because we need to underline. See, this is how you set narratives. Please understand from a media person, I'm saying. हम लोग वाघा बॉर्डर बोलते हैं, अटारी बोलते हैं. अटारी इंडियन साइड है ना, तो अटारी बॉर्डर नहीं बोलते हम, वाघा क्यों बोलते हैं? नैरेटिव किसकी गोद में जाके बैठ गया? हाँ, तो that's why I said, if you want to set the narrative, sir, then we need to correct the narrative. That's why I'm saying we need to make the reference, not with the fact that I don't understand that the journey is, the end destination is Bali, so that's why you're saying Bali Yatra. But कहाँ से start कर रहे हैं ये जरूरी है, क्योंकि हम लोग भूल गए हैं. See, we have to play, currently this generation has to play Jambavan to Hanuman. So we in Jambu Dvipa have forgotten. We need a revivalism. Why I keep saying this revivalism is because we need to understand our past and respect it and speak about it more so that we know what our focus for the future is, what our requirement for the future. And if I know our ancient people, for 2000 years, we focused on maritime capabilities. Be it the Pallavas, the Cholas, the Cheras, they may all be fighting with each other, but they never compromised on maritime capability. Lalitaditya Muktapida in the 7th century came and conquered Kalinga because he wanted maritime capability. He went all the way down to the Pallavas and attacked them and took Pangas. Rajendra Chola went ahead and fought with the Chalukyas, Western Chalukyas, even came up to Paradip because he wanted to control the ports. They understood the importance of naval capability. Not just because of this security or strength. You need bal. But bal ke liye bhi sa lagna zaruri hai, sabal hona zaruri hai. That sabalta comes only with economics and trade. So that's why I keep saying we need to understand history. अब इंग्लिश की बात करी. आपको पता है मराठा रूल में, शिवाजी के टाइम में कोर्ट लैंग्वेज क्या था? पर्शियन था. पर्शियन था. तो क्या मराठा हिंदू नहीं रहे? मराठा हिंदू इसको भूल गए? नहीं भूले ना. मराठी इसको नहीं भूला, सभ्यता को नहीं भूला. तो हमने अब इंग्लिश को भी इंडियन लैंग्वेज कर दिया है. आई एग्री विद यू दैट वी नीड टू रिवाइव भारतीय भाषा. नहीं, मैं कह रहा हूं, मैं आपको क्या कह रहा हूं कि हमको, हमारे जनरेशन तक तो हम अपने बच्चों को इंग्लिश मीडियम में पढ़ाए, इंग्लिश बोलते हो तो ही समझदार हो. ये हमारा ब्रेन वॉश हो गया ना हम लोग. तो अगर उसको अनलर्न करके करना है तो आवर चैलेंज इज दैट द नेक्स्ट जनरेशन, द नेक्स्ट 25 years will see 3 new generations. So are you deciding to teach your children Odia and Hindi along with English? So if along with you the remaining 65% of our demographic dividend that she said decide to teach 2 Bharatiya bhashas along with English to our next generation, आगे जाके 15 साल बाद यही जो डिस्कोर्स है कौन सी भाषा में होगा? उड़िया में होगा या फिर हिंदी में होगा? ठीक है ना. तो शुरुआत यहीं से करते हैं बस.
Very briefly, nothing. No, only briefly because the chair remind we are part of a. Yeah, no, that's fine. The chair and I are a part of a maritime group. So recently, a very nice, interesting observation came from a who had recently traveled to Bali. And he says that contrary to what we believe, earlier it was believed that in Bali also they did the Kartik Purnima ke Divas, they did a similar function of Boit Bandhana, letting go the boats. But now he says he didn't notice it there and he didn't notice any knowledge of the Bali Yatra in Bali. This is of a respected maritime historian who was recently in Bali. I think Anand's point is important that unless you undergird the narrative, calling it from where, own up, take ownership. Otherwise, you call it Bali Yatra and people of Bali will forget it. Then tomorrow people will think ये कोई imagined history है. So I think that point is very, very valid. That's all that I wanted to say. A small trivia. He talked of court language in Maratha kingdom being Persian. The surname Parasnis is of those who knew Persian in the court. So when this is the Parasnis. You know the simple answer. The simple answer. I wish you had asked me this 3 months ago before I'd retired, because my answer would have been, "This is beyond my pay grade." So even now, I'll say it's beyond my pay grade. There are two very senior admirals. They are far more knowledgeable on than I am. My simple answer, in a perfect world, both. This is not a zero-sum game. Aircraft carriers versus nuclear submarine, both are fighting from the Indian side. Ultimately, of course, you will have to cut the cost to the cloth available, and in which an important point. But in saying important point, we confuse apples and oranges. There is never a conflict between aircraft carrier and nuclear submarine of the same force. It is between aircraft carriers and nuclear submarine of the enemy force. So in my order of battle, in my this one, I'd like to have both. अब नफरी बताओ, ये कोई नहीं बता सकता है. But you as a naval second 30 father big founding fathers should have deserve a huge round of applause. Admiral Chatterjee, the naval chief, on December 11th, 1968, wrote on the occasion of Navy Day in the Hindu newspaper that this was when UK was withdrawing west of Suez. He said, India will ultimately be in charge of this whole region. He was pulled up. Of course, it was said in a typical military manner. He was pulled up by the then External Affairs Minister, who says that we disown this statement. But please see 50 years, 60 years down the line, if you remove the military fervor, today when your foreign minister says, why limit yourself to Indian Ocean? Imagine Indo-Pacific. This is what Admiral Chatterjee had said in 1968.
I think we should bring this session into close. That is what I got the order. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to my co-panelists, and I feel sorry for Monica if I have felt offended, but it was all in good interest. With maybe my style would have been different, that I admit, and thank you, Anand, to remind me that. No. I'm thankful. Somebody has to point out somebody else's mistake, if one. So I think here we close the session today, and I guess everybody enjoyed the session as compared to other session, because normally what happens is the last session becomes the most boring, and most of the audience people, they leave. I am very happy that we could sustain the readers, the audience interest. So I am happy about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank all panelists. Really, sir, you are not made us to sleep. Afternoon, we have completely enjoyed it. Everybody stuck, sir. Practically being knowing very less about this maritime tradition also. Those are there, I'm telling, from civil ground. We have really enjoyed it. Thanks, everybody. Just I want to request Murthy, sir, Professor Murthy, sir, to kindly felicitate our guests. Please, sir. Sir. I request Professor Rajaram Panda. Sir, please. Then I request Commodore Srikant K. Kesnur, sir, please. Next, Dr. Modi. Yesterday was a different one. Right. You are not allowing me to take Lord Jagannath home. Then, sir, it's reserved for you. Then Dr. Monica Verma. Mr. Anand Narasimha. Next, DIG Sadatan Jana. Thanks everybody for being here, explaining everything to us. I just request our panelist, Professor Rajaram Panda sir and Narasimha sir to be here. Other panelists, please take your chair. Anand sir, please. आप रहिए यहाँ पे. Right. I request Vice Admiral Raman Puri sir, kindly grace the chair. Sir, please. I request Professor Suresh Chandra Misra sir, kindly grace the chair. Sir. We come for the end for the valedictory function. Reclaiming the India's maritime glory. So I request all the four panelists kindly give a closing. Excuse. Just no, sir. It is a request for us, not the hukum, sir. Okay, just a request all panelists. Please give your closing statement on the Samudra Manthanam, a Dhara event on maritime traditions. Just a reclaiming. I told sir, madam, this is a valedictory on reclaiming India's maritime glory. So please give your closing statement on Samudra Manthanam, event on maritime traditions. Please, any one of you can start with this, sir. As quick as possible, sir. Based on the time, at least 5 minutes, sir, please. Yes, sir. This one is. Yes. Yes, sir. Your wish, sir.
Okay. Okay. I think this Dhara event is a very, very timely event, which in fact I feel should have been done much earlier. Because the awareness about our own past glory, if the current generation forgets, I think we'll be losing a part of our history. I think this kind of exercise, this should not be the first and last. I think we should continue this even in the future, taking up different aspects of our ancient maritime glory, which has been erased so far. And I think this exercise, this initiative by 3 organizations is a very commendable effort. And the commitment and the participation of the staff of the Sikha Anusandan, in particular, I would like to say, I have seen the dedication, passionate involvement of the youngsters. Normally, nobody talks about them, because the students, in particular, I think they should be given a big hand. And like yesterday evening, the kind of difficulty we faced there in the Bali Yatra, how the students actually got involved together and they rescued the the 2 big buses, which were the wheels were immersed in the loose soil. This should be talked about, and they need to be appreciated. Their efforts should be appreciated. And so far as the coming back to our current exercise of 3 days of deliberation, only one suggestion I would like to have: if it is going to be held in this museum, I think it will be convenient to, and also if it is to be hosted by the Sikha Anusandan in the future, it might be a good idea to consider to have the inaugural session here to get a feel of the museum along with a museum tour, and the rest of the 2 days or 1.5 days or 1 day deliberation could be held in Bhubaneswar, which will be logistically more convenient for everyone. So this is something the organizers might keep in mind to consider. Thank you very much.
I think. I mean, to put forward my views on this great event that we have had on Samudra Manthan. I mean, I would say that this whole Indian knowledge system that they are trying to revive in multi directions, and this happens to be just one of them, is indeed a very commendable effort, because still we understand ourselves well enough and become proud. I remember when I was a child, my father happened to be in the Bhagat Singh gang. So in our house, we could not get an imported blade. But that was not the environment. He told me that in his time, if you put on pants and went to school, they would make fun of you. You have to put on, Indian dress and go. But that was the Swadeshi spirit at that time, because there was a spirit behind people who said that we have a civilization, we are our own, and we want independence. But somehow post-independence, this thought seems to have got lost. The total thought seems to have got lost. I mean, if you talk to generally a person, oh, ye imported hai to bahut acha hoga. You have to get that pride into things that are ours. I, for one, for example, I will say very straightforward, I've continued to buy Tata cars. But if you ask anybody, Tata की गाड़ी खरीद रहे हो? Honda है. I said, but Tata मेरा है. Because मारुति सुजुकी भी मेरी है. मैं नो, वो यहाँ पे बनती है, बट है जापानीज, उसका ओनर वहां का है, मेरा नहीं है. So we have to get pride, a rightful pride in our own capabilities. And I often tell children, I talk to a lot of colleges and school, and I say, you're the best brains in this world. But what you are doing is becoming international coolies. You develop most complicated software we develop over here. And it is not just that backdoor work, back office work that we are doing, answering calls. Today it is at a very high level. We provide engineering services which nobody can provide. But what are we doing at the end of it? All right, I get my package of 4 lakhs or 5 lakhs a year, or maybe 6 lakhs, and the VC may be getting 25 or 30 lakhs, which that fellow in his own country will pay 20 times the amount. So he's buying me. And what do I get in return? A product which he patents in his own country. I can't even make that product because part of it this fellow makes, part of it someone else makes, and he integrates it and sells back the product. We don't want such products designed by somebody, body shopped from somebody. We are capable of doing all this for ourselves. And therefore, but this will come when there is self-confidence in our, and that self-confidence can only come from understanding our heritage. If we lose sight of our heritage, that we were people whose moral values were so high, Macaulay writes in his writings that if the moral values of these people are what they are, no one, they leave their houses open. Even now, where there is that Shani Mandir, everybody's house is open. Nobody locks his house. But that was our culture. As I said in the morning, we did not know piracy. Only the people who came here knighted the greatest pirate of the world called Sir Francis Drake. So to them, robbing others, colonizing others what? You're robbing others of their resources. Or to pyar to nahi tha humse. So my point is that I consider such a study and events like, I think this is the just the beginning for you to get ideas into which areas we need to now concentrate and do a lot of scholarly work, and then see how we are going to put it into practice, how we are going to make our children aware of their heritage, how they are going to have more I mean, this is one fundamental thing that achieved by Macaulay achieved was their ability to be useless people. We are absolutely useless people. If you want to do something, some Gora must come and advise you. And I'll tell you my personal experience. I was Director General of the Seabird project. You know the Karwar Naval Base, Director General there. When I came there about a year and a half before the contracts were to be signed. And I went around and I saw what this foreign consultant was doing. L&T was executing all they had hired people from RailTel to do all the brain work. And what was their contribution? WPRS had done all the model studies. Of course, they said we have validated them. But I was quite confident as to what WPRS done is right. Why shouldn't I believe in WPRS? But we had so I wrote a big note sheet that please terminate the services of this foreign consultant. We are quite capable of doing this ourselves. Of course, but in the ministry, this didn't go through. The ministry didn't go through. And till today, we are employing the same jokers. It is because we don't have self-confidence. I'd rather do that myself, make a mistake and relearn. Because that's all. And by getting these people to do our work, the people here who really do the work have nothing in their biodata to show. So, a Dutch company will get a contract but if L&T goes and wants to get the same contract, I suppose he has built up his reputation over these years, but I'm talking 20 years ago. He had the same, I mean, he doesn't get a contract to build a port, although he's quite capable. So my whole thing is, let's stop using foreign consultants, let's make our own mistakes, let's learn from our mistakes, and revive our value and that self-confidence which we had. Cholas must have had self-confidence to go abroad and start conquering people. ना वो अपने आप को भी तो बड़ा समझते थे. अब हम इसलिए नहीं करते हुए कि we want. पहले I remember when I was a naval assistant only, one Italian admiral comes and tell our admiral, I don't want to name anybody, you know, when we fight submarine warfare, we should see where is the layer, and as soon as he comes we can अरे ये तो मैंने बचपन से सीखा था. I didn't have to listen to him all this nonsense. So we need to do that. We need to concentrate on science, which we are not doing. And I don't know what's your impression, Professor, but I think we need to concentrate on science. We need more MSCs, PhDs, and not just engineers. Not just engineers. You need all this, but that will come when we understand ourselves better. It will not come otherwise. Otherwise, we will be running after the Western concepts, consumption. Our civilization is not based on consumption. It is not based on consumption. And consumption will destroy this earth in you also. I mean, the fundamental of all this climate change is heat. And the more you consume, more heat will be created, whether it is from solar energy or any other energy. Heat will be created all the same, and there, I don't see how you can fight if you reduce consumption. Which means, should GDP only be our aim? I mean, these are philosophical questions. But coming to your point, Indian knowledge systems will give us the intellectual capability to argue about ourselves much better, whether it is in the international forum or with our own children. Thank you.
Okay, now my turn, I suppose. I must first of all thank IKS and Dhara program, Anuradha here, who has been, and also SOA personnel, who have been really good in organizing this function and getting so many learned people onto the dais. I really feel humbled about this. Now, coming to the theme of what I have been told to talk about for maybe 5 minutes, it's that when you talk of heritage, maritime heritage, what do we learn from it? It has been debated, but if I can sum it up in my own way, it's primarily that Indians, entire Indian coast, including Kalinga coast, did a lot of trading across the world, particularly Southeast Asia and West Asia, and which comes under the so-called Indo-Pacific region. Apart from trading, what did they do? They mixed the cultures. Indian culture spread all over. Indian, perhaps, education system, I'm not quite sure about it. But if you look at today, the Japanese education system, the Indian education system, the Chinese education system is more or less same, unlike the Western education system. So perhaps there was a lot of give and take between these areas. We are really international in character, depending on the limitations of the age. It was limited to Indo-Pacific region. So that is something. Can this aspect be extrapolated to modern times? Can we really be international in our trading, our technology, our knowledge systems? Can we learn from the previous and start doing things today? Perhaps there is scope. One example I'll give you is whether can we be, before I go there, I like to quote our previous director of IIT Kharagpur, Professor K.L. Chopra. Maybe some of you have heard his name. He said, what does it mean by being self-reliant in technology? What does it mean? Does it mean that we do everything ourselves? No. It means that we also learn from others, and it also means we give to others, we teach to others. It's a give and take situation like trade. We trade, we give objects, and we bring objects. Similarly, can we not do this same thing in knowledge systems? Now, today, if you look at Indian shipbuilding, Indian shipping scenario, one of the most elaborately appreciated systems is the naval system, which has been discussed here. We have talked about INS Vikrant. We have talked about naval shipbuilding from 1960 inside the country. We have done all this. Indian naval shipping system has improved primarily, I think, because of 2 or 3 reasons. One is a heavy investment in naval education. One of the main things that has happened, starting from Chilika to naval construction degree program, to postgraduate programs, to PhD programs, Navy has done enormous, having its own institution as well as borrowing. Today, I think many naval officers are not required to go abroad for higher studies. They do most of the studies in India, which they were doing perhaps in 70s. Okay. All right. I think Badwar went in 70s. Yeah. Okay. And shipbuilding, naval shipbuilding is perhaps one of the most indigenous parts of the Indian defense system. That improved not only due to education and qualified personnel, but also due to indigenous design system. You have to understand that unless you design your own complex systems, you cannot build and modify, repair, maintain them, which you have experienced. Navy has experienced by buying ships, by getting material from Russia and other places. So Indian Navy has shown us the way. We must appreciate that. And coming from that, why are we so poor in merchant shipping? Merchant shipping, yes, we are very good. But what about merchant shipbuilding? Where is our own shipping? That is not there. Are we incapable? Let me give some examples. Today, if you go to Andaman Islands or Lakshadweep Islands, most of the inter-island ships are Indian ships, Indian designed and Indian built ships. Madras to CSL, previously HSL, previous to that in 70s, it's Mazagon Dock, Harsavardhan, if you remember. If you go to NIOT, Chennai, they have coastal research vessel, which was built only 2 years back. Concept design done by us, by IMU, detailed design done abroad, and built in Calcutta, completely indigenous. We are capable. Only thing we have, which has been highlighted here, is we don't have the self-confidence. We still say, where is our design capability? But how do you prove it? How do you prove it? If you buy a design from abroad, is it that you don't have problems? If you have problems for a design if you buy abroad, can I not have design in India where the designer is available to solve the problem when it comes up? No. I think it's a total lack of self-confidence. Our engineers, if you look at Singapore shipbuilding, ship repair scenario, if you look at Dubai, which is a major shipbuilding center in South Asia, and if you look at Houston, the oil capital of the world, so-called, who are the engineers who run these places? Most of them are from India. Most of them are from India. You could say that, but they are not only the coolie types, they are also the manager types. Exactly. So does it mean that we can't do it in India? We can't do it. Our tradition is there to tell us we can do it. Our Navy is there to tell us we can do it. Can we not do it? I think it's a question of self-confidence. I think programs like this will bring awareness. One of the main reasons, points of coming to this stage is increase in awareness. Awareness, I think one of the ways is this Dhara program, who have initiated this Marine Heritage Awareness program. I suppose more such programs must be done. In the morning, we are told that we should have such programs at school level, in the school curriculum to tell about maritime history. I think these are some of the things that come out of this thing.
I must say that, Monica put up that thing about BBIN. You know how BBIN started? It started as Bridges of Friendship program, as a Bay of Bengal literal and the first program was held in where we call little navies only. We call Bangladesh, Myanmar, then Indonesia, all the littorals to the Bay of Bengal. And that's how it remained. Even when I was the fortress commander there, and what did we do there? We had, it is not much of we went out to sea for a day, but that was a form of exercise. We had seminars amongst each other, talking to each other, everybody giving, the 6 people exchanging views. Then we had what would I call it? A sort of a mela where every cook, every nation, every ships from different nations did their best dishes. And we invited the whole of the naval, fairly large naval community and even civilians to come and go to those stalls and enjoy themselves. So a lot of informal exchange took place. We used to have football matches, hockey matches. So this is how this whole BBIN, which is today become, a very large gathering, for almost 7-8 years, it was a Bay of Bengal initiative exercise started by one Admiral Sushil, who called it bridge, and he said it is bridges of friendship. So that is how it all started. And hats off to you that you have recognized this. And it's good that all the initiatives that you say, I talked about how we are going to deal with this transition that is taking place in the world. We'll have to deal it not country by country, but by regions. BIMSTEC. I don't think we are giving it the importance that it should get. BBIM. These are very concrete initiatives supported by IORA and all that. They were also started by the Navy. The conference was held on the brains of one Admiral Krishna. Krishnan nahi tha. I forget his name also. Budapa aa gaya hai. But fact is, that is how it started. The Foreign Service came in, everybody came in, and we started that initiative there. And then what you say in South Africa, the whole thing was concretized in a visit by Mr. George Fernandez, whom I had accompanied there. And there we concretized what this, which you are saying, how will we take it up further from seminars to something more than that.
Once again, namaste, Jai Hind, and Nachiketa ji, and Shiksha Anusandhan, Anuradha ji, Murthy ji, to all the very distinguished seniors, very erudite and knowledgeable gentlemen on the panel. Thank you very much. And at the outset, I thank you all for having me and for the patience to listen to a very, very outside opinion, if you were to say, a perspective which is perhaps different. But I'll go back to saying what I started my address in the previous panel, saying Dharmo Rakshati Rakshita. Dharma will protect those who protect Dharma. So our job is to align our Swadharma, or what we want to do for ourselves, align it with our Rashtra Dharma. So what we want to do for the country. And this is a time that it's now or never. This is a time because in a 1.4 billion population, when we have 65% of the population less than the age of 35, that means we have the Bahubal, which we need, which Bharat needs. But that Bahubal has to be oriented to the fact that every action of ours contributes to making India more prosperous, wealthier. This creation of wealth with a code, the code that nobody dares to harm us, invade us, break us like they have done in the last 700 years. So that consciousness is what we need to achieve. And the moment I believe this, the moment even 30 to 40% of this 65% demographic dividend that Monica ji talked about gets this consciousness in them, we will have the wealth and the wherewithal to do what we want to do as a nation. It's collective consciousness. See, nations got destroyed, but they stood back up, not because of governments, not because of individuals. It's because of the collective will of the people. Japan, for example. So the British stood forward because everybody got collectively behind the Spanish Armada. The kings did spend the money, but unless people had got the courage and championed the braves who went out braving the storms into the seas, they wouldn't have become the naval strength that they were. Today, we are telling our children to be protected. First thing we are telling them is don't take risk. Be risk averse. चढ़ मत गिर जाएगा, दौड़ मत फिसल जाएगा, खा मत पेट खराब हो जाएगा. See, सब जगह हम ना इंट्रिंसिक क्या है, मत करो, डर जाओ. This has to change. अगर आप डर गए तो आप नौका पे चढ़ोगे. अरे पानी से डर लगता है भाई, फिर भी आप सीफेरर है ना, आज तक तैरना नहीं आता लेकिन डाइवर हैं. कैसे हैं? ये हमको डरना छोड़ना पड़ेगा. This has to change, and we have to remember that this flag means a lot. This flag is our identity, and we have to contribute to this flag. I'm not a Navy person. How am I going to contribute to India's maritime capabilities? I can by working hard, by contributing to India's growth. I can try and set the narrative for my country and put forward a worldview. We did what we did in the past because we had a worldview. We were doing Navagraha Puja before Galileo decided that there were 9 planets with a telescope. Correct, right? we were telling the world Vasudeva Kutumbam. We had the word Bhugol in the Bhagavad Gita, where there were, theologies which are saying the earth is flat, you'll fall off the edge. 4,000 years before this theology came in, we had Krishna tell the world that this is the earth. And we talked about 1,000 planets. We talked about the universe, 1,000 suns, multiverses. All of this we've talked about. So that's why, because we spent time on Anusandhan. Our rishis were researchers. Our munis were people who inferred and then who brought together thought process, collated it, and then dispensed the information. That's where this whole aspect of tapasya came. What is tapasya? Tapasya is not penance. Tapasya is effort. Tapasya is experimentation, the ability and the freedom to make mistakes. That will all come from economic process. If I have money in my pocket, I can give it to you to seed money. अब मेरे पास ही पैसा नहीं, मैं तुमको क्या दूं? So ये पैसा कमाना पड़ेगा हमको as a country, not individual wealth, national wealth creation. So I get rich, but I contribute to the country and the nation becoming rich. Hence, then my seafarers have the ability, my researchers, my R&D department gets the funds that they so need. Not that I don't want to give them fund. पैसा ही नहीं है भाई, मैं क्या दूं? वैक्सीन बनाने के लिए भी कहीं से खींचना पड़ा ना पैसा. बनाया ना, 2 वैक्सीन बनाया ना. और दुनिया का सबसे स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट फार्मा लॉबी was waging a war against us, but we still went ahead and made it. अगर हमने वो 250 रुपए में वैक्सीन नहीं मिली होती, लीडर्स पॉलिटिकल विल तो था, बट look at ourselves as a country. We forget, बहुत सारी चीजें हम भूल जाते हैं. We are 1:700 policemen. 1 policeman for 700 people. पर क्या खुलेआम सड़क पे निकल के गोली मार रहे हैं क्या लोगों को? नहीं ना, because we are a disciplined country. We learn to police ourselves. ये हमारी अच्छी बात है. वहां पर बियर पिला रहे थे वैक्सीन के लिए, इंसेंटिव दुनिया में. हमको किसी ने बियर पिलाई क्या? कुछ कहा, पैसा का लोभ दिया, बोला ना तुम्हारे स्वास्थ्य के लिए, भविष्य के लिए लगाओ टीका. लगाया. कुछ लोग थे नहीं लगाएंगे, नहीं लगा, लास्ट में लगाया ना. अरे तेरे को कुछ नहीं हुआ, मैं लगा लेता हूं. तेरे को कुछ नहीं हुआ, मैं लगा. सब लगा लिया. किया ना हमने एज अ 1.4 billion, 25% of the world's population is vaccinated twice over. It's no mean achievement. We can do it. It's about consciousness. I think this Samudra Manthan is a small step towards that awakening, that conscious. Everybody is talking about the same thing in different ways. I just believe that we need to make Rashtra Dharma or Swadharma. We need to align that in our own ways. छोटा ही सही, पर देश के लिए कुछ करो. ऐसा होना चाहिए. हर हफ्ते मैंने देश के कुछ तो किया है. एक वीकली टारगेट बना लो. ये आप मान लो यार, 1.4 बिलियन पीपल एक वीकली टारगेट बना लेंगे तो क्या हो जाएगा? फिर आप 2 नहीं सर, 5 एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर और 5 सबमरीन साथ में खरीद के फिर बोलोगे और कुछ चाहिए क्या? सीरियसली, इट्स अ रियलिटी. यहां क्या है ना, हम लोग एक और, आई जस्ट गोइंग टू क्लोज बाय दिस. इतिहास गवाह है, इतिहासा. हमारे सारे किले के दरवाजे अंदर से खुलते थे और अंदर की तरफ खुलते थे. हमारे सारे मंदिरों के किवाड़ अंदर से खुलते थे और अंदर की तरफ खुलते थे. यानी हमको खराब करने वाले भेदी हैं, आगंतुक नहीं है, आक्रांता नहीं है. ये अगर हमने बंद कर दिया ना, इफ वी आर एबल टू स्टॉप दिस, if we are able to stop our infighting and trying to cut somebody else down to size, because we believe our ahem, our own place or my astitva is bigger than Bharat, then we'll never progress. So these 2-3 things we need to do. That's how we can build towards that dream of 2047. In fact, we can achieve it in 2035 faster than Xi Jinping can or wants to. This is what I think, humbly, I believe we need to do. Thank you.
So we come to the end of this 3-day deliberation on Samudra Manthan, a Dhara event on maritime traditions. It's been an incredible journey. It's been an incredible voyage through the seas to distant lands in different ways. And we've been navigated through it all with extremely efficient and experienced mariners from different backgrounds, right from shipbuilding technologies all the way up to culture, to actually sailing the seas, diplomacy, and all of that. So I just wanted to personally thank a lot of the very senior and junior speakers, panelists who agreed to come for this despite a very short notice. This is something that we need to possibly rethink how we function. But under the circumstances, it happened, and extremely, extremely grateful, and also to all the audience who've given up other duties and they're sitting here just to make sure that what we speak here is not just within our walls, but are carried beyond the shores of this maritime museum in different ways. So thank you very much for that. We will. I just wanted to add, because Sir talked about the language dimension of it. So just in few words, how a language can communicate much more than what we elaborate on it. So what Uncle was Admiral Vice Admiral Puri was talking about when he talked of self-respect. The Sanskrit and Indian word for that is sammana. It comes from the root ma, to measure, and sam means from all directions. So what is the measurement of ourselves in all directions? This again is an interesting parameter that we can literally take up in this thing. How do we measure ourselves? How do we measure, and what can we do to grow our own measurement so that we spontaneously feel a sense of pride? Then another thing that he mentioned was that we were not a country that went out to grab things and just for consumerism, just to get. So this is a phenomenal. For me, this was the eureka moment of my passion for the Sanskrit language, was the discovery that in none of the Indian languages we have a verb to have. There is no verb to have. We only have the verb to be. Things, and we can possess, but we cannot have anything depriving something of its intrinsic value. This is a huge psychological understanding. So, have, the verb to have doesn't exist. And then you also mentioned about the word dharma, which is often misunderstood as religion. But the word dharma has a combination of three ideas from the Vedas, which are key ideas of the Vedas. It's a Satyam, Ritam, and Brihat. So Satya represents the highest potential of any given moment. Rita is the enaction of it. So Satya is the vision. Rita is the right implementation of that vision. And then the consequence of that is Brihat. So the better we can visualize, that's why we are trying to do these Vision 2047 documents. We at least visualize it, then we see how we can best implement it to reduce the gap between vision and practice. The more we do it, more spontaneously we will get the best result. And the best will be upheld, and that upholding, dharyate iti dharma, is the concept of dharma. And what I would just like to propose here is we come up with something called the code, which is like a collective oath for development and excellence for maritime consciousness. What are these codes that we can think of evolving for propagating of maritime consciousness in our country, for the well-being not just of our nation but our neighbors and beyond? And Narasimhanji also mentioned about the fact of don't be afraid. So this is a call of the Swamiji, he says, this is a call of the Upanishads where he says, Ma bhi. He says the very central message of the Upanishad is not to be afraid, because there is nobody else to be afraid of. It's a completely different dimension of a vision. And that's what allows us to talk so genuinely about the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. It's not an artificial construct of haath dho, haath pakdo and all that. It's a very deep realization of a fundamental oneness. If I harm somebody else, I harm myself. And it's only this vision that can really help the earth function as one and move collectively for greater prosperity for all. There is all the, I won't say all, but a lot of the other philosophies, world philosophies, are in conflict with each other because there is a claim for being the only one. One of the greatest philosophies that can bind everything spontaneously is the one of the Sanatana Dharma, because it recognizes the higher laws overruling all our differences and recognize that we are one. And that's when the Vedas, they could end with, what is it? Sangat Chadvam. The last verse of the Rig Veda is Sangat Chadvam Samvadadvam. And I'll request at the end, our Shreyas ji from the IKS division to sing that for us and let those sounds reverberate in the atmosphere. And when we can do that, then these sources of conflict become a kind of tapasya, because that tapasya is not against each other to break each other. Tapaha means the generation of heat. that generation of heat for growth. Nothing can grow without conflict. There is nothing, no circumstance in life that doesn't have conflict. Conflict or friction, I won't say conflict, friction is the law of life, but that friction can break, friction can create. So the friction of tapasya that we talk of is self-sangharsha, the Samudra Manthana, for bringing out the Amritattva that is embedded in everything. So for these few words, again, I would like to express my humble gratitude and sincerely hope that this is just a seed and we will continue this effort in times to come. I like to invite Shamalindu ji to do the Bharatiya Games thing, and at the end, Nachiketa ji will propose the more formal vote of thanks.
Good evening, everybody. I invite Professor G.S. Murthy Garu, National Coordinator of IKS Division, and Sangeeta Goswami ji, IKS Ambassador for Bharatiya Games, to launch the implementation of Bharatiya Games.
Very good evening to all of you. Namaste. So just let me give you a little bit background about what. Let me give you a little bit background about what this initiative that we are going to talk about is about. One of the things that we saw in. Okay, I'll just speak.
Your hand. This is.
So, few things that we discussed in last exhilarating 2-3 days of deliberations were, one of the things that came out at the end, two things were that we want to be a self-confident nation, and the second thing was that we need to have that kind of a shared prosperity, that collaborative spirit, and that's essentially two of the key themes that especially were coming up. And when you think about that, how can we be self-confident? Admiral Puriji was saying that we need to go and take risks. We need to do those kind of things. And then Anant ji is also saying, play, fail, and then go. So one of the things that if you think about inculcating that, the fundamental way in which we can inculcate that spirit is through the games. Amongst all our sports, essentially that's where we learn how to play together. We learn to play for the team, not just for myself. And then we also learn that confidence of that if I can fall, I can also get up. And these things, when you think about it, unfortunately, one of the things, the colonialism has not just impacted the education system only through the textbooks. It also has impacted in our sports. What has happened was that we only consider the Western sports, if you look at it, as sports these days. And it's football or badminton or tennis and things like that. And many of these sports, I would let Sangeeta ji probably talk more about it. The psychology of the sports is something that is very important. When you look at a lot of the games that are of Western origin, there is a competitiveness element is much higher than the collaborativeness of these things. And that has an impact on being that, and again, that reflects the traditional Western values of individualism, competitiveness, that kind of a thing. And whereas Bharati culture, Dharmic culture was always about collaborations and things like that. So, and then also the resources, kind of resources that are required for a lot of these Western games mean that a lot of our children, especially in villages where many of our youth live, they don't get to play any games. So, badminton नहीं है, football वो खेलने के लिए नहीं है, games period में कुछ नहीं करेंगे, मैथ्स कब पढ़ाएंगे बैठा के. And that kind of a thing, we thought, okay, we need to do something about it. And we were very, very fortunate that we had two of the biggest experts who had extensively researched about the Bharatiya games, the traditional Bharatiya games, which promote collaborativeness and essentially help that, again, bring that self-confidence back. And our regional, ये हमारे games हैं, हमारे खेल हैं, भारत के खेल हैं. ये इन्होंने बहुत अच्छा से रिसर्च किया. करीब 150 से ज्यादा गेम्स ऐसे हैं पूरे भारत में जिनको इन्होंने रिसर्च किया, and they have even come out with a book, the games that India plays, and they have talked about only 12 or 15 games there in that book, 15 games in that book, and there are many. So we thought Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav hai, 75वां साल है. So let us talk about introducing 75 Bharati games into schools. And the idea was that every month we'll introduce one Bharatiya game into the schools, and then from there it will be taken up by the school physical education teachers, and there will be a national competition again. We'll recognize the physical education teachers, and slowly we'll introduce one game per month for next 75 games. And this initiative was announced by Honorable Home Minister in presence of Amit Shah ji, in presence of our Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan ji on 29th of July of this year to commemorate the second year of NEP 2020. So now our team consisting of Sangeeta ji and Amitabh ji could not be here, unfortunately. There's some family emergency, so he had to leave. They have prepared the entire background, and today we are announcing the launch of the implementation of these games on a national-wide scale at this Dhara event. So I would like to invite Sangeeta ji to say a few words, please, and formally launch it.
So, मैं शुरू कर रही हूँ जहाँ से पैनलिस्ट एक्सपर्ट्स ने बोला कि एक वीक का एक ही मिशन ले लो, तो वहाँ से हम शुरू करते हैं. आज का मिशन शुरू है कि नेक्स्ट मंथ में एक गेम लागोरी फर्स्ट इंट्रोड्यूस होगा एज अ ट्रेडिशनल इंडियन गेम, प्योरली इंडियन, ओरिजिनली इंडियन, जिसका ओरिजिन भी इंडिया से है. हमने बहुत सारा बाहर से एक्सेप्ट किया है, प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं, और क्रिकेट में इंडिया तो सबको ही जानते हैं कि क्रिकेट के सिवा कोई गेम नहीं है, ऐसा इस देश में लग रहा है, जो कि हमारा नहीं है. खेलो इंडिया में भी अब बहुत कम ऐसे खेल हैं जो हमारे ओरिजिन के हैं. सो दिस इज बेसिकली द एफर्ट ऑफ इंस्टिलिंग इंडियननेस, नेशनलिज्म फ्रॉम द बिगिनिंग, फ्रॉम द रूट. जहां से शुरू होता है एजुकेशन, वहां से ही वो खेलेंगे इंडियन गेम्स. क्यों क्रिकेट, बेसबॉल, बास्केटबॉल, है ना, कोई भी बॉल. ऑल ओवर द वर्ल्ड पॉपुलर गेम का नाम पूछोगे, they will utter some ball games, you know. मुझे चाहिए कि कोई मुझे आके बोले कि ग्रुप गेम हो, टीम गेम हो, जो कि बॉल और बैट के बिना खेलते हैं. शटल कॉक, बैडमिंटन, बास्केटबॉल, डोज बॉल, you know. I have researched many countries games of traditional games, but I couldn't find any. And ultimately मेरा पहले से जो कॉन्फिडेंस था, जो इंडिया ने दिया है, दैट इज द बेस्ट, और वो मेरे पास रिटर्न होके आया. बहुत सारे ऐसे गेम हैं जो वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज ने अपने नाम पे पैटर्न करा दिया. मोक्षपट्टम जैसे सर बोल रहे थे, स्नेक्स में लैडर कर दिया, 1 2 3 नंबर बोल के उसको 100 नंबर का गेम बना दिया. बट दैट इज नॉट द थीम. मोक्षपट्टम इज पूरा ज्ञान है, पाप पुण्य, अच्छाई बुराई, नेगेटिव पॉजिटिव, वो सब भुला दिया है हमने. सो अभी टाइम नहीं है. मैं तो, मुझे पता है एज अ टीचर कि पूरा 10 बजे से लेके 5 बजे तक जो बैठता है, तो सुनने की क्षमता और कंसंट्रेशन कम है. तो अभी लाइटर फेज में ग्राउंड में जाके खेलने का बच्चों को, ये वाला थीम है. प्लीज ऑन द वीडियो. Oh, no volume. Oh. Audio is just bang on music, that is all. This is Lagori, played with 7 tones. Pithu, Lagori, Sachara, Satolia, the game. ये सब जानते हैं, सीनियर से लेके बच्चे तक सबको बताए. So we are starting with this game. Yeah. This reporting is midday newspaper. This is the book. The main theme of this project is to socialization and social harmony, and plus emotional well-being. As a psychologist, I know students feel alone while playing these digital games and video games, and they pack themselves in their room. अकेले खेलते हैं, अकेले सब सहन करें, हार जाए जीत जाए इरिटेशन होता है, मम्मी पापा पे निकालो, किससे बोलेंगे, नो वन इज टू शेयर, क्योंकि ग्रुप नहीं है, फ्रेंड्स नहीं है. This is from Maharashtra, Shreyasji, Atya Patya. This I shot in Rajasthan, Wagh Bakri. इतना हंगामा सर जैसे बोलते हैं लेट्स मेक इंडियन गेम्स कूल हमारे गेम इतने कूल हैं स्ट्रेटेजी है टेक्निक्स है फिर हमने क्यों छोड़ दिया बिकॉज हम पे थोप दिया गया कि वेस्टर्न गेम्स हमारे से बेटर हैं कैसे कह दिया किसने कह दिया और हर स्कूल में आप जाओ बास्केटबॉल है क्रिकेट है कोई भी इंडियन गेम नहीं खेला जा रहा है यस खो खो हाँ सर पर आप खो खो कहीं स्ट्रीट्स में प्ले करते हुए नहीं देखते ना वो भी कमर्शियलाइजेशन हो रहा है कि लीग बन रहा है कबड्डी लीग है खो खो लीग है लीग बना के फिर सेम आईपीएल बनेगा वी वांट चिल्ड्रन टू प्ले इन स्ट्रीट हंगामा होना चाहिए शुरू कर दिया राइट और जैसे आपने लेटली लास्ट में मेंशन किया कि डर बिठाया जाता है रिसेंटली आई हैव एक इंसिडेंस हुआ मेरे साथ कि बच्चा कोई गिर गया है तो दूसरा बच्चा बोलता है मैडम मैं उसको उठाने जाऊं ऐसे बना दिया है हमने स्टूडेंट को अपना कोई डिसीजन नहीं है कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं है कुछ क्रिएटिव करना उनके हाथ में नहीं है सब कुछ इंस्ट्रक्टिव है इधर बाउंड्री से बाहर मत जाओ इतना मारोगे तो 6 है इतना मारोगे तो 4 है ऑल नो कहाँ है इनोवेशन नो क्रिएशन नो इनोवेशन अपना डिसीजन नहीं ले सकते हैं डरते हैं सोशली इनएप्ट हो गए हैं ये सब आप बात करोगे कॉग्निटिव डेवलपमेंट एक्सरसाइज फिजिकल एक्सरसाइज उससे भी ज्यादा सोशलाइजेशन के लिए मेरा ये पर्सनल इंटरेस्ट है कि बच्चे ग्राउंड पे आए ग्रुप में खेले मैडम थैंक यू सो मच and I am so happy. Thank you.
So, and just a last one, the connection with the boats and the shipping is that in Kerala, I was in Aranmula village recently. They have these big snake boat competitions. So they were just explaining to me, one boat is first of all 130 feet long. It takes 40 years for a tree to go that height. For the villages, about 64 villages around that area play this. I mean, they participate in this, which means they have to ensure that the environment around those areas have those trees. They're growing them regularly if they want these traditions to continue. Then they cut it, they do prayers, they invoke, they take the permission of the plants, the birds and all on that tree, that they're going to cut the tree. So take that permission, they cut it. 9 months it takes for the people to, for the boatsmen to actually build that ship. And then after that, the ship itself is phenomenal because on top you've got 9 holes that represent the 9 planets. 4 kinds of reeds like that, which represent the 4 Vedas. 64 oarmen in the boat who represent the 64 kalas. So it's a ship build, it's a boat race, but the entire thing is totally culturally embedded. And then they said that women are not allowed there because in Kerala, when you go into a temple, you go bare-bodied. So only men can participate. Even women can't even step into the boat because even to step into the boat, they have to follow a ritual of 3 days. It's not just aise kar diya. So there's discipline that is inculcated from the younger age because if children want to, if the young folk want to do it, then they have to practice those things. So those cultures. Then when they're on the boat, they have these fabulous singing to keep the rhythm and all. And it's all connected to the temple culture. So they will say at that point that, please cook me about 50 varieties of food items, which means that all those food items have to be indigenously grown, all those things. Otherwise, you cannot have those preparations. So just one boat race, which goes across over a month, it goes on. So all those regions are sustainable. They're ensuring environmental sustainability, cultural continuity, self-discipline, so many things just through this one game of theirs, an annual game that they all look after. The women, we say, why can't they go into the boats? They're the ones who are preparing all those things. They need to look after that. I mean, everybody was assigned different roles. So long and short of it, a lot of these Indian games had to do, these Bharatiya Kriya had to do with the Bharatiya spirit. And that's the reason why I think it's important for all of us to encourage them. So we are trying to launch these in different schools. So we really request you to support us by getting your schools, all the schools in your networks, please tell them to sign up on our website. We have a website exclusively dedicated to this. Sign up every month. the PE teachers are requested to learn the games, teach it to their children, and then do a video which will be a competition. So there is an attempt to incentivize the learning of these games. But our humble request is please involve as many of your networks, create awareness about this, so that again as Sangeeta ji had created this beautiful logo, she said, "Bharatiya khel, khelenge hum, jitega Bharat." So with those words, I'll request Nachiketa ji to please deliver the formal vote of thanks.
I will request Vice Admiral Raman Puriji to kindly felicitate Mr. Pavitra Kumar Pradhan, who is the assistant curator of this museum, without whom this 2 days meeting could not have been possible. Yes. Actually, this is for the first time the university is organizing such an event, though we are very much connected with the Indian knowledge systems, because we have already mentored almost 30 interns of the IKS, and also we have a project of miniaturizing and fabricating the Siddhantic astronomical instruments of Pathani Samanta, so that those instruments can be fitted into a compass, so that Siddhantic astronomy can be accessible to our school children. So we have got that project for 2 years. Hopefully those instruments can be fabricated and miniaturized to fit into a geometrical box. Now the question is, we are also translating a lot of books from English to Odia, and we will also be gradually boarding into a Bharatiya Bhasa Kendra. So my point is that in order to organize such a conference of such a large magnitude, though the university has enough experience in organizing different conferences, but this is unique in its kind, that we have never got so many defense personnel like these retired and senior admirals who are very much particular about the timing, and we have failed to give the timing, so we may kindly be excused for that, number one. And number two, there are certain lapses, and the lapses occurred because we could not, because as you see, the Balijatra happened in Cuttack, and the university is situated in Bhubaneswar, and then the president is also visiting today. So a lot of so many other constraints are there. So it is very, and you see the traffic situation during Balijatra is so difficult that you cannot cross one barricade to another barricade. So there are lapses, and I may kindly be excused for these kind of lapses. Hopefully we'll learn from these mistakes. And I will also take into account the comments of Professor Rajaram Panda that the inauguration should happen in a maritime museum because it has that heritage, and all other deliberations should be done in the Sikkha and Anusandhana auditorium. And next important, we are not going to complete this process here with a conference. Madam Anuradha has talked to our founder president, and the university is interested to find out the feasibilities of having a center of excellence for integrated maritime studies. And there we may take the help of all the retired admirals and the personnel of Navy and other maritime foundations and other organizations. And also, once the white paper will be published and the serious kind of discussions that have taken place, though the audience is not very large, but it is very intensive and the discussions are really serious. And when those discussions will be published as a white paper, it may attract the attention of the state government, and the state government definitely interested to organize an annual event on Bali Jatra. So whether we will call it Kotak Bali Jatra, or whatever it may be, but we must conduct this event with serious deliberation. That is very important, because those things, and as at last, whether it is Samudra Manthan, whether it is Bharatiya Bhasa, whether it is anything, as a student of physics, I have understood the basic difference between iron and magnet is only simple thing. In the iron, the molecules are disobedient, disoriented, random, but in a magnet, everything is aligned. As so, if your dharma, swadharma, is aligned to the Rashtra dharma, then nothing in this world can stop India becoming number one in this world. That is sure for that. And I am extremely thankful to all of you, sir and madams, for your kind presence and kind gestures. Then you see, this kind of deliberations couldn't have been possible. And Professor Murthy and Professor Anuradhaji and others are like our family members. So I'm not going to convey any vote of thanks to you. So, okay. So all the lieutenants, all others, everybody, Pavitraji and Madam who is there in the computer, and people whom I'm not able to take their names. They may also be from my bottom of heart, I'm extremely thankful to all of them, and I wish that we can meet again in the coming Bali Jatra, and so that this can be taken further. And as the entire discussion, that we must understand what we are, the kind of history, revitalization, reclamation, rethinking will that mental block, whatever, everything. You see, once we understand what we are, then PhD, DSc, delete, that will come later. First, that understanding must come first, because मुझे पता है श्वेतो केतु और ऐसा कोई उनका पिताजी जैसे उनके पूछे, whatever you have learned, he said, I have learned history, geography, all these things. Then who you are? He said, I don't know. Then you have learned nothing. So similarly, unless we understand what we are, all our learnings will come to naught. So with these words, again, I am extremely thankful to all of you for your kind presence. Thank you very much. Yes. So we'll end with a Shanti mantra.
मेरा सौभाग्य है कि इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के पहले प्रारंभ में मुझे मंत्र पाठ करने का अवसर मिला, और समुद्र मंथन होने के बाद जो अमृत हम लोग लेके जाएंगे उसके भी प्रारंभ में करने को मिल रहा है। श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः। हरि ओम। समिद्युवसे वृषन्यग्ने विश्वान्यर्या इळस्पदे समिध्यसे सनो वसून्याभरा संगच्छध्वं संवदध्वं संवो मनांसि जानताम् देवा भागं यथा पूर्वे संजानाना उपासते समानो मंत्रः समीतिः समानी समानं मनः सह चित्तमेषाम् समानं मन्त्रमभिमन्त्रयेव समानेन वो हविषा होमि समानी वकूतिः समाना हृदयानि वः समानमस्तु वो मनो यथा वस्सु सहासति शान्ता पृथिवी शिवमन्तरिक्षं द्यौर्नो देव्यभयन्नो अस्तु शिवादिशः प्रदिश उद्दिशो न आपो विद्युतः परिपान्तु सर्वतः शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः। हरिः ओम्।
Thank you very much. This is formally we close. I just request the last panelist. The last panel will take a photo with the last panelist first, and then an entire group photo with everybody. And then because people have to also leave. So just the last panelist, I request you to come in here first. And then we'll take a last group photo with everybody, with the audience and everybody, as many people who can come into it. So a nice group photo.